This nation goes places to the finals.
It's been about encouraging, engaging, and education. It is the very first of its kind on the African continent, and it's been right here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. It is the very first CAF African Schools Championship, and it has been absolutely fantastic. Of course, it kicked off at the Kings Welithini Stadium, but it does move now to Sugar Ray Kulu, a legend in his own right, as we continue to create future youth legends when it comes to the game of football. I'm not alone here this morning. I have traveled with an astute team that is, of course, Dikgang Mabalani and Teko Modise. Gentlemen, we've had an absolutely fantastic time celebrating youth football, and today we've reached the semis and the finals, and we see all of this culminate and come to an end.
Unfortunately, it has to come to an end, but I mean, we've enjoyed it, we've had fun, we've been entertained as well by the teams, both on the boys and the girls. I think it's a great tournament. It has been a great tournament. We've seen goals as well, so for me, it's a success. I mean, until now, of course.
Yeah, it has been an absolute success. Teko, when we look at some of the teams right now on the pitch training, we know their names, we know their faces, and it's been so exciting to see girls and boys play at such high levels for football.
I mean, it's been impressive, Tato, to see the level of talent that we've witnessed from game one until right now. We've seen players grow into the tournament, becoming better and better. We've seen teams becoming better and better. And one of the teams that are playing right now, Omar, they didn't have a perfect start, but they started growing within the team. They started scoring goals. You saw players that are being included into the team. And also their depth has been tested. You can see that with every game that they played.
And of course, those are some of the entertaining teams we've been seeing throughout this tournament, for the fact that we can even talk about the top goal scorers.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the top goal scorers, I think we've all been quite impressed by a certain young lady from Omar that is a Moroccan team. That is the likes of Hajam, the likes of Ayub. But of course, those numbers can still change today, and we can even see more goals, especially knowing that yesterday there was a game where 12 goals were scored.
12 goals were scored by, of course, none other than the Benin team, of course, Ben Soka. I think we were impressed from the first whistle, from the day they came through. The first game, it's been an impressive performance displayed from them as well. Individuals as well, talking about Maras, you know, talking about top goal scorers, your Ketas as well. And Tika and I were saying that, you know, you could see that this team is going to go far.
The team's going to go very far. One wonders what is going to happen when these young ladies and these young men actually get to that age of 21, 22. We would know their stories from this very tournament and exactly what kind of players they are.
And Tato, that is exciting so much. I mean, being able to witness this young people at this young stage as well. So whenever they get to the ages where they're so mature, they're playing proper football, we're the ones that actually remember them as a 13, 14-year-old. So now to see them actually progressing this way, and the quality of football as well that we're witnessing, I mean, it's amazing.
The quality of the football says a lot about the African continent. Of course, we definitely have a lot of talent as we celebrate youth football. And you've seen the stats. We've had about good 9 games when it comes to the girls tournament, and also when it comes to the boys. We've seen action, attraction, end-to-end 10 games.
Entertaining 10 games, but more than anything, Tad, I have to say, I'm impressed the way they've developed, the way they've adapted, especially to the, you know, the length, the size of the pitch as well. For me, that says a lot. The first few games, it wasn't easy. Of course, the likes of, you know, Sabam, yes, on the left back there. I think one of the players we've seen in the tournament too has been outstanding on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, he got a red card the other day, but it happens, it's football.
And I think we've also seen the maturity, the professionalism when it comes to the captains of these teams, leading out their team and really understanding the game through and through.
I mean, Tato, it's so important to see those captains being given such a huge responsibility and them actually being able to implement it on the pitch. Not just to lead, but just talking, but also the way they play, the way they conduct themselves. They actually encourage them, one of the players that they have. It's so brilliant to see, especially at the young age, being given that kind of responsibility.
And the one thing about the inaugural CAF African Schools Football Championship is that it's not only about the young footballers that we have on the field of play. It is a tournament that has also tried and engaged youth in the game of football throughout all avenues. You've got the likes of Dr. Thulani Ngwenya, who also brought through some medical students who are having experiential training when it comes to this tournament. They've had a media day, taking time with the likes of Mark Leeson and Carol to understand what it is to become a broadcaster and a journalist. And it's wonderful to see these young people come through and tell you these stories and the experience that they've had.
I think it's also socially as well, just to understand, to have that growth, youth holistically. I think it has benefited a lot of young players, young referees, medical. You spoke about the medical team as well. So I think overall it's a good initiative. It's just, for me, it's important to see the young people being motivated and looking forward to doing something. We're here to also witness that.
Not forgetting the young referees.
Tato, I was about to say that the young referees that are very commanding into this game, you're not being fearless, being able to make decisions. We've seen a red card. We've seen those type of happening. So it's always been impressive to see as well, because like I said earlier on, that there's always been a cry of good referees. So for us to be able to witness them at a young age, to actually ask them, interact with them and ask them, is really, this is what you want to do? And to see that implementing on the pitch, I mean, that's very, very impressive for me.
Nurturing African talent through and through, that is this tournament. That's what it's brought through. But other than that, we also did speak about the prize purse, one of the very first competitions that we do have here on the continent, where the girls and the boys get equal remuneration for this competition. But a good 300,000 US dollars could go so much more into what you do, whether you're in Benin, Gambia, Morocco. What that would do to your football is impressive.
And I can imagine how far this could go. I mean, also improving the infrastructures, resources as well. For me, it's important that wherever they go, when they go back home, whether their schools as well, just to improve on certain things, because these resources are needed for them to be playing this type of football. Obviously, you need better resources, better structures of football, just to help improve the football, not just from their countries as well, just continentally. I think it's important for African football.
I think the other day we did have conversations with some of the legends that are involved in this tournament, the likes of Neil Tovey. You had Alou, who's also Ndo from Senegal, say that, he wishes that a team from Senegal could have also participated. So as a nation, you also want to see your young footballers coming through to this tournament and showcasing what your country has to offer.
Because I think the most important thing is to expose, to give these young players an experience. And also, as much as we understand the remuneration part, it's what it does once you win it. You can redevelop, you can reinvest it into development structure. You see a lot of teams that are coming in here, they don't have the nicest soccer boots, for instance, so you can reinvest into that and also inspire other young footballers as well that wants to take this to a professional level.
Well, it's all brought to you by World of Champions Super Sport, meaning that we really are invested in those future African champions right here at the very first CAF African Schools Football Championship. Up next, it is another enthralling encounter. This time it is Omar taking on Scan 8.
Our mic's on. Oh, we are just Alima Tunjari, How long back? Tell us. This is who? The team sheet Well, the CAF Africa Schools of Football Championship has changed narrative and changed locations. We now have the Sugar Pool in KZN continues to be Ikole Omar Kadatu up against Scan 8. The most important semi-finals that will be taking place the next 20 first half minutes, and the second half another 20 minutes. Youngsters have made their way to the stadium just to make sure they get themselves the best seats. Some of them are rocking a school uniform already, not sure if they're from school or from church. Youngsters who aspire to be as great as the ones that are on the pitch, here to witness the beautiful game between the Moroccans, who have also made their way just to make sure that they cause more upsets against a side also that wants to make sure they get themselves maximum points from the Gambian side. Do know nothing but the best as far as the performance is concerned. It's just more entertainment at its best, and want to show nothing but your greatest talent. Two sides that have been on the group that had only 3 teams, and the Tanzanian side was the side to just steal most of the show, and the South African side was the most beaten team in that group, and the Gambian side also clinched the qualification with just playing a draw and then losing a match against Gambia, and South Africa having lost a lot of games and also not accumulating enough points and goals was not in their favor. They found themselves out of the contention, while the Moroccan side that showed nothing but no mercy in their participation, and up against now a side that wants to get maximum points as far as their participation it is in this tournament. The CAF African Schools Football Championship is underway. Well, I'm joined by Lakim Khati. Shares his sentiments now. It started with 3 teams in this group. Now there's only 4 teams. That's important spot for the finals.
Good morning, Mutluheleng. You're absolutely right. We look at how they started. Scan-Aid of Gambia started with a draw against Edendale of South Africa, and then but went to lose against the high-scoring Fountain Gates. But for Omar, they had a start with a draw, but after they just picked up their performance and collected maximum points. That's why they find themselves in the semi-final spots.
Not only the players are the youngest on the pitch, also give credit to the youngest match officials in this particular tournament. And they're just 14 years old, but they can guide a match and just have the authority and the right to execute every rule that is within the rule book for referees. They've done exceptionally well. Also credit must be given to them, because they're also traveling from different countries to just do nothing but officiate this big stage. A real theater of dreams for the CAF Africa Schools Football Championship is underway. I'm going to remind our viewers at home that we have games playing concurrently. Only one match is then going to be live between the two sides. It will be the Kadab Rabat from Morocco and Scan-Aid from Gambia. And on the other side, there will be another match that is running concurrently as well, just to make sure that they secure their spots in the Gambian side that only qualified with just 1 point and having to concede only 1 goal, compared to the number 3 team that only had considered a number of 7 goals. That is Team South Africa. For the Moroccans, nothing will be taken away from them as they continue to have the acts of Aya Hadiri.
And you look at the high-scoring striker Hajam, but the most important one, the captain, number 13, Hiba Yusuf, she is the one that's holding the back and the defensive duty, Mutluheleng.
Very important play, having to score a number of goals. Interesting, you saw the Scan-Aid, the likes of Aja Taboy on the sticks. Smeti Jarju will be the player to also look out for on the left and on the right hand side, and Kedi Kamara as one of the players to look out for the front foot. And they're playing a basic 4-1-2 formation. Already put them to test up against a side that doesn't hold back, and they play a 3-1-3 formation. Always have a top lady up front just to be there and ready to finish the ball most of the time. And I can tell you that she's the contender for top goal scorer, that is Malik, to get sure that they secure maximum goals and continue to just cause an upset for teams. Divine intervention comes into play as the young ladies are setting themselves up to just get started with the match. Match referee will be Waisin Musitifa from Malawi. First assistant will be Omar Ibrahim and Ishiwe Chesi, as well as Gloria, the 4th official for this match, as one of the youngest referees also being part of it. It says he is 16 years old, to turn 17, but already earning his badges and just putting the shifted work for a young star to be identified at such a young age, to already be one of the match officials to look out for.
One thing that has impressed me is Omar, the goalkeeper of Omar, Alam, who just conceded 1 goal in this tournament so far, looking to be the goalkeeper of the tournament. She's done brilliantly, and I can't wait to see if she'll just keep that clean sheet going into today's semi-finals and possibly the finals.
Well, she's been rather very clean between the sticks, and also the defense supporting her has been nothing but the greatest, just to make sure that they do not concede a goal. She's also, though, conceded only 1 goal, the Gambian goalkeeper. So both goalkeepers have only conceded a goal apiece. So there will be rather a very interesting challenge for them. And the top goal scorer for the Moroccans up front, the youngster, that is Malak. We'll make sure that gets things underway. It is Omar versus Skenage. First game of the day, match day 4. The Stars have moved from one place to another. The tourism within it, having the players coming from different countries, also to get to tour South Africa, just the part that is Durban.
And on top of that, the brilliant thing is for these young girls and boys, Mutlekele, some of them is the first time they've experienced a flight, and you know, it's brilliant to have it. As you said, the earlier shot coming in, but didn't bother Alam in goals, just let it through past.
And the intentions are there just to send a clear message for the Gambian side, making sure that they put pressure on the Moroccan side, a side that doesn't hold back anything. Every chance they get, they try to convert most of their chances. Keep up between the sticks, that is Alam. Goes for a long-range volley, looking for Malik up front, who is the jersey number 7, current top goal scorer for the team. Now shot in, and it's the side of the net. The intentions are clear from the Gambian side, putting pressure already.
Yep, Kamar, they're playing just 1-2 and going to, with her left foot to hit the side of the net. One thing that you can notice about her, Kamar, the captain, is that she's wearing 2 different soccer boots. We've seen that trend just taking place all over the world.
And one of the trends and entertaining things to happen now. Here's the current top goal scorer of that is Hajam Malak. Will be a player to look out for, though. Keep a watchful eye on her, because she's most likely looking to cause more upsets for teams. So the supply from the captain herself, that is Hiba, also one of the players to look out for. Now set piece, very close to the 18-yard area. Chance for a long-range hit. What a block from the defense of Gambia, making sure that they don't allow Morocco to have any dominance or advantage.
One thing I've picked up in these 2 minutes, Mutlekele, is that they have assigned a lady on Hajam, the top goal scorer, number 7, to take care of her. Wherever she is, there's somebody just behind her. That's Sana, the number 21 with the blue hat, or you can say not a beanie, because a beanie will be waving.
I tell you, the element of confusion. Like I'm not sure if it's a stocking or a swimming cap. I can tell you it's called a durag. Well, it looks like a stocking because it's a bit clear. So most of the athletes would use it just to have a flat hair and just hold it in. Maybe it disturbs her when she's playing, so she'd rather play with durag on. I think in the previous match she had a red one on. Now she's wearing a blue one, so she's matching with the kit. Oh, state of readiness from the young lady.
I wonder if it comes with pack of the kids when they order the uniform for the games, that she puts in an extra order, but she's looking very nice and decent, professional.
That one is on you. Now movement for Morocco, hoping to get a penalty. As the player went down with the intention to at least try and cause an upset. That is Abdel Monim. Now ball in the air, keeper comes out. And keeper not happy with the handling there. Here's the pulling.
Yep, once again, that right-hand side has been vibrant for Omar with eye number 2. Just hands on the shoulder, but the referee didn't spot it. But there's a play go on. Mutlekele, one fact that I've noticed and I've seen is that the only team in the ladies tournament, that Omar is the only team that scored with a header so far that I think.
The chances of scoring with the header in such a short pose, very slim, and when you get it, it's rather a rare moment. And a cross was played in for the Moroccans, and I remember just from the far post was a corner, and then a header into the net. So I want to play players to look up for defensively. I have to play an important role. Now, a set piece again for the Moroccans. They take them very well sometimes, and they find the right personnel in the box as well to just compete for these ball. But height-wise, the Gambian side seems to be matching a Moroccan team in this instance. They have to put in a good shift aerially. Now, chance for a hit, goes for goal. Keeper with a block. Not convincing enough though. So that keeps it safe, which is the good moment.
Once again, shot on target. You can tell the goalkeeper did very well just to take one step to her right so she can make that save.
Important save. Pressure mounting on Hiba. That did not really trouble them. And the captain herself. And to make sure that they open the scoreline now. Chance for the Gambians. Has already got a 2-in-1. A yellow card was earlier on given to Sirei Sila. That incident she committed in, and they got a foul. That is the Moroccan team.
In this opening, Tlugeleng, I mean, the goals of Omar has made 3 saves. They've had 3 shots on target. Scanade, it shows that they want to get an early goal so they can settle down, and they know the danger of Omar in the second half.
Well, they also got to look at the Moroccan side that scores goals and then they defend better, and they defend as a unity, make changes that also can contribute to an offensive movement. The side, you need to be extra careful when you are playing against them, because you give them room to score, they come and challenge you most of the time. And they also put in a very clean block. A set piece didn't go their way. Hoping to get a cross in from Fatou Cisse. Now movement, attack coming out of the Moroccan side, and the foul has been committed up front by Malak.
Instructions from the bench is that they must start defending from up front. You see Malak, Hajam just on the ball, bouncing the defender off, but it was a foul.
Now movement already for the Gambian side, putting pressure and trying to give the defense of the Khatab Rabat, the Moroccan team. You've got to understand the Moroccan teams in their opening match, they struggled with the scoring, but what they did was that they kept on putting pressure. Bench for Gambian side. We were just lucky to survive. We're just a point, and the goal difference then favored Gambia in this instance, because there were only 3 teams on their log. So they then qualified as the number 2 on the log. The throw in, and the pace of the game is just starting to pick up. I think more of the Gambian side putting pressure on Morocco is also increasing on the pace. Came on as a sub, the Nangnedi, on the opening game, that is Hadiri.
The best way to start a game is try to put the team under pressure. As you see, Scanade doing that very well, and you can tell it's uncomfortable for Omar in this stage, because all the positions are covered at the back. They're defending with 4, making sure that Hajam is not getting that freedom on the ball.
Yeah, control of the ball as well for Aya Hadiri. He's got the control, and they can play scoring forward and create those goal-scoring opportunities. Available for play. A swift left footer playing on the left flank.
You can tell that she's just swapped sides. Karama there. She started on the left, but she finds herself on this right hand side. Tried to bend with her left foot.
Now the chase continues on the two sides of the hope to get themselves a scoring goal. On the other side, there's a match going on. I'll tell you, there's a goal scored by the Tanzanian team. Seems to have secured themselves a lead on the other side. You should remember that the games are running concurrently. That is Tanzania side and the Congolese side. That is Mfilo. Or Tanzania now have got the lead. Have scored just a goal. So their side that might have be trying to secure a spot already.
Once again, a foul that's committed in the middle of the park on Sanaa, where the Gambian team, one thing that I'm picking up very well, they want to start building from the back and try to open up Omar on the flank so they can put the crosses in. But the Omar rooting for the ball route one behind the defense of Gambia, and it hasn't been working so far.
It hasn't been working, and as well as Malak Hajam has not tested the keeper. It's been more of their keeper seeing the ball, with the Gambian side just putting more and more for pressure. The flag was up for offside. The first offside against Skenade.
With the diameters of the pitch, Mutlugeleng, I'm impressed with the ladies and the boys, how they conduct themselves. With the
movement in just to try and get on an attack. She was brought down, the young lady.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier on, with the diameter of the pitch, Mutlugeleng, it's a bit smaller. So now you have to be brilliant with the one-on-one, and then you have to be able to move the ball very fast to create those scoring opportunities.
Very important moment for the youngsters. I've traveled all the way to South Africa just to cancel one another. If you look at the road to this particular tournament for the Moroccan side, I'll tell you that they've been rather on a busy schedule and playing very tough teams, as well as the difficult challenges as far as Libya lost to the Moroccan side, Algeria, and Tunisia were a team to beat before they could make it to the CAF chance. Pushing everything in now and putting pressure on one another. That is Momam.
Yeah, Momam, once again, the movement of the ball very quick, giving Momam an opportunity to try and shoot. She tried to find that far corner of the post away from the keeper.
And we're going to also look at the supply in the center. You see how best they can play and how best they can break out.
Yep, the lady who can do that is number 3, Sarah. For Omar, she's the one that conducts play, where every time it comes from the right through the central to her, she changes to the left. Oh, look for the top lady, Hajam.
Now here's pressure coming in and just putting her body behind and just blocking and not allowing any room from Alimatu Sane, 14-year-old Gambian attacking midfielder. To increase on pace and just wants to cause more trouble for the defense.
Now the way Hadiri they just shielded the ball, it shows a little bit of experience in her age to just cushion the ball so it runs out.
Ball cleared out for Momam. Trying to get themselves up front and trying to create more chances for themselves, as well as the Gambian side.
You can tell the strategy from Ken Aid of Gambia is that Sanaa, the number 21, with the Duke, she just sneaks into the middle of the park to add numbers.
The Duke is for the mamas. These are the babies.
Durek, my apologies, Mutlugeleng.
Now, movement in the center. As Hajam has got possession of the ball and trying to create another goal-scoring opportunity for herself. So got possession of the ball, but the strength of Fatou Cisse must be given the credit to. She's keeping a very good watching eye on Hajam.
They're forcing Hajam to play away from goal, which is what they want. They know every time she's indirect with the goal, she causes problems. So they're forcing her to get the balls wide, and it's frustrating her.
When you meet your match, sometimes you have to be up for the task. But knowing the Moroccans, they've got the personality and energy to try and compete most of the time. Fatou Cisse in the ground already.
Yep. Cisse again doing battle with Aya on that right hand side. Aya very strong. Now I see who Kamar, the number 12, changed boots with the number 11 Cisse.
Now rotating of boots, Moroccans are putting pressure and I just want to get themselves scoring well. Taking into consideration that these matches are playing concurrently. On the other side, as the Tanzanian team has already scored 2 goals, and it puts pressure on this match that has not yet seen a goal between the two. So if you are watching from this field or you taking notes, there's more of celebrations on the other side. That is the Tanzanian side, leading Congo as we speak. Now it's pressure mounts for the Moroccans as well as the Gambians. Remember that Tanzanian team also beat South Africa with a huge margin, 7 goals. There is in South Africa as not in the semi-finals, the Edendale side.
Yeah, that left-hand side vibrant again with Kamar, forcing Aya to make the tackles. This right-hand side has been the busy one between Kamara, number 12 for St. Aid, and Aya, number 2 for Omar.
There's another player. They've got the height as well for Skenage. They've been going down rather a number of times, the likes of Ngone Sane. Set piece for the Moroccan team, hoping to get something out of it. A chance now for Ngone Sane, goes heights to try and catch the keeper off the line, but well grabbed by the goalkeeper for Morocco. Trying to catch the Gambians on a counter. It's another keeper with enough height. That is it. Aminata Njia on the sticks.
Did you hear the communication from Aminata? It was brilliant.
Njia again. Gymnastics for Skenage. Goal kicker going for long. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. No side has got a goal yet between the two teams while they get to the final third. But the challenge is just converting those chances when they come their way. And a lot of fouls are being committed.
Yeah, Sinai, a lot of fouls committed. You can tell that they're going pound to pound, the ladies. And then she came out, leads from Hadira, who she has done very well at this back 3 of Omar with Amal and Hiba.
Well, as Skenage, they've got players on the bench too that they can consider to bring on. The likes of Mendi Awa, the players that have started the matches and this time around on the bench. The likes of Ramatoli. Also the players who come for now. Moment for Morocco to get the opening goal, and they do, from Sarah Dofri. I can tell you, they've been asking questions and they've been getting to the final third, and this is a celebration that goes a long way for the side. I mean, only 3 minutes remaining on the clock, and they've found themselves at least getting that opening goal, most important goal. Look at her showing her number, says remember this number. A good old celebration. The likes of Poland used to have it.
Oh, Sarah, we can tell you that we'll remember that number. We'll remember the name once again. That right-hand side we spoke about, Aya, the number 2, putting a perfect cross, and the central midfielder, Sarah, just nicking in, become the last person to tap in the ball. What a goal created from left to right. Perfect cross from Aya.
Oh, trying to get some skill as well while she's at it. There is Momam. Now Polt is possessed. Pressure on Gambia to try and get an equalizer. Now here's a chance for a long-range hit. Did not get it right. Use the instep. Wanting to bring the team back to fighting ways. That is Alimato Sane.
Once again, the goal that has come to the right-hand side, perfect cross, hard and low from Aya, and Dumfi Sarah said, thank you very much, and said, remember, number 3, Sarah.
Well, the current goal scorer of this match scored 9 goals for her team before. So her scoring these goals in this tournament is not a shock for her, because she has 6 assists already on this particular tournament. That is Sarah Dofri, very influential player, including the qualifiers. She played a very important role because she scored 3 goals in the qualifiers. So she's familiar with the final third and being on the box and trying to help her team convert those chances.
And what makes it easy is the captain Hiba, who lets her be in front of her because she knows that she is covered behind.
Now, for Gambia, they have to dig deep. If the goal doesn't slow down their tempo. We haven't seen more of them in the final third and finishing now a chance for the Gambian team, but ball dispossessed from Kadi Kamara. She was the actual goal scorer at the goal that they scored, and they are a match against Tanzania. Now throw in, trying to get it into the box, but the numbers for Morocco always have 2 players just covering enough space. The halftime whistle has been blown, and this lady, Sarah Dofri, who has opened the scoreline against Aminata Njia for the Gambian goalkeeper, could not put a block on that one and struggled to have communication with their team. Defense letting it down a little bit. Alexa Fungone Sane looking at that challenge for themselves. Fatou Njia also in the centre back position. Omar 1 and Skene 0 at halftime. Well, a match that had its own fair share of the half-final third. Ball position on 55% for Umar and Skenaid 45. Only 1 yellow card has been issued to the Skenaid players, but pass accuracy in favor of Skenaid as compared to Omar.
Well, after the first half between Omar and Skenaid, it is the Moroccan side that are leading by 1-0. And of course, it was a bit expected, especially looking at how the team has been playing, especially throughout the tournament. And Nikang, you know, you look at the first half for them, that chances are plenty, but ScanAid also really trying to pull back and make sure they don't give them so much freedom.
I have to say, this is the first time I actually see Omar getting that resistant from opposition. This is not the easiest game for them. However, they still put pressure. They still put pressure on ScanAid, and hence they got a penalty. They've been seen in that final third a few more times, and this is what resulted. I think it's a penalty, though.
But of course, we had the commentators discussing that. When you look at that situation, you told about tugging on the shoulder.
Yeah.
And that's a clear one.
Yeah, Tato, once you get into the box and then there is the tug on the shoulder, whether it's a pull or not, you stand a chance of getting a penalty. And I think that could have been called. But unfortunately for Omar, it wasn't called at all.
And then you've got the likes of the relationships that they do have, always trying to test the goalkeeper of ScanAid. But at some point in time, they finally got it right. I mean, itching and itching and itching. But at the end of the day, they finally also got the goal that they needed.
They did. And you talk about Momin, I think she's been fantastic in this tournament. Always trying to take shots, taking chances. Hence the goal here, good build-up, patterns. They've been brilliant in terms of their passing patterns.
Brilliant in terms of their passing, but when you look at the second half, what can ScanAid do to make sure that they don't catch themselves on the back foot? Because this was absolutely brilliant teamwork from Amar.
I mean, from Amar, I mean, you look at this goal, Tato, before we get into the second half, that's a one-touch goal. Very, very brilliant to see. I think for ScanAid in the second half, I think they need to start creating chances going forward, because I think in the first half, their main priority was to make sure that they keep 0 behind. Now they're 1-0 up. They're 1-0 down, rather they need to come back into the game and try to create those goals, especially using Camera up front.
Because it is all to play for. This is the final day. You're almost there. You actually can make it, because if at any chance one of the games or even Stevens, we go then to a penalty shootout. So today it's anybody's game. You can also reach that final.
You can, and I think it's important that, of course, when we talk about Omar, they've been brilliant in terms of just maintaining the game. They know how to win. We spoke about their record in the build-up phase where they won all their games 100%, and I think you can see why.
Well, of course, this is the first of its kind, the CAF African Schools Football Championship. And when we look at the games, of course, our normal pitch has been split in two. So we do have Field A and Field B. We do have simultaneous games that are ongoing here at the tournament. And of course, you had the likes of Fountain Gate, who kicked off the tournament in fine style. Who can ever forget that 7-1? They are in action as well on the opposite side. And it is 2-0 that Fountain Gate do have back in their stride. Having found their feet again.
I mean, they definitely did. If you remember, after that first 7 goals they scored, you've been struggling to score more than 2 goals. So to see them today actually being 2-0 up, it shows you the confidence that they have, and they are looking at that prize money, trying to go into the final, because there is a good team, especially with the top goal scorer of the tournament playing up front. Of course, you stand a chance of winning a game.
What I like is that we're already in the first half of the day, but we've got 3 goals from the girls' tournament. So we definitely might see even more goals in the second halves between these 2 games. And Fountain Gate also, like I said, we saw them with that 7-1. They struggled in the second day, but they're back.
No, it is a formidable side. Of course, the girls have been brilliant. This is one team, I'm talking about Fountain Gate. This is one team that I see going all the way to the final, as well as Omar.
Surprise package.
Yeah?
Well, he's already given us the prediction for the final. Do make sure to also go through to social media. Let us know how you're enjoying this tournament. And of course, your World of Champions Supersport has all of this throughout the whole entire day as we return for the second half.
as we play and get things underway. And the return, now ball played already, and a cross in. I can tell you the return was rather fast from the two teams. I guess more than anything, Skenaid wants to make sure that they consolidate and find themselves with the return of the favor. And I can tell you that the Moroccans also returned early, just to be on the pitch.
It's always good, Motlogeleng, when you get ready early, so you know that you're expecting anything to happen. Like we witnessed earlier on, the girls kicking off, and already there was attack from Omar.
So we're going to be a very interesting 20 minutes between the two sides. One is the chasing pack, and the other pack is just holding on to the lead and wants to keep it long and make sure that they get things right.
The second half starting like the first half with a stop-start all the way. The two teams just making each other uncomfortable, not letting the game flow. And that's one advantage. I think Omar is good at that, in breaking the build-up of Skenaid down.
A set piece for Cambian side to bring the way back now. First touch, follow through. Not enough pace for that finish. Looked promising. There's Kadi Kamara who was there. Also, they also made a sub that is the Gambia. Well, we have two number 15s on the pitch for the Gambian side. Want to see which number 15 came on. I think there's an error with the jersey numbers. They've brought on now two number 15s on the pitch. For the only number 15 that is on the pitch, well, we did not have a number 15. We only have two ladies wearing jersey number 15s.
One thing I can tell you, Motlogeleng, is that for Omar, played 3 games, won 2, drew 1. So they came in this tournament, they started very well. They started with a draw, but picked up in the second and the third game, win, and they come to this game knowing very well that there's a chance if they can score 1 goal, they can defend it.
Set piece for Gambia. Referee quickly is sending Hajam back to shuffle back. Well, another time wasting tactic. Now long range hits, but not enough power on it from Isatu Buaro.
And the two number 50s are the central defenders, both of them. So it makes it difficult and interesting for us to pick up the name, but we'll just confirm in a while. But they're the two ladies that's holding the defensive duties.
They come on to just hold on the defensive line.
Yep.
They made changes, obviously. They've now pushed the captain herself, that is Ngone Sane, to go up front.
Well done. Once again, defensive duties from Moma, and they drag him back and just trying to clear the ball. And you're absolutely right. The captain, Sane, he's been pushed up as the tall man. That's why we see them changing for a route 1 ball.
Moments is just happening for the Moroccan side, and the lady herself, that is Ngone Sane, has been pushed forward to be the number 9 up front, and having made 2 subs. That is Skenaid. Tell you the extra Fato Njia was brought out just to make sure that they add fresh legs. And Fato Sise stays on the left flank, pass in. Now pace is good, but control of the ball needs to happen. Oh, ball goes out for a very goal kick.
Copy-paste Motlogeleng from the first goal, the first play from Omar, the right-hand side, looking for Omar with her pace to bring the crosses in. And the other far side, Fountain Gate, I can tell you, the first hat-trick is scored again by the tallest lady in the team.
The tallest lady indeed in the team. She's there now to try and help her team get a return in this instance, with the hope that they get it right.
Now we're going to see Omar start delaying play with those set pieces, taking their time to kick off the ball, clearing their lines early, looking for Hajam.
Now chance now, looking to put pace on it. But it did not really happen for Morocco. It was a long-range pass.
Yeah, nearly an on goal from the number 15 defender. That's what Omar are looking for, to put pressure on the defensive of St.
The corner kick, nicely floated in, a header, but goes out. Doesn't trouble the keeper this time around.
Remember the second goal that was scored by Omar Motlogeleng to win their last game 2-0. It was the same goal with the header on the far post by the captain, Hiba.
Goal kick for Morocco. Now here's a movement. Says for the second goal. Double marking there, just putting pressure. But she'll take the foul her way. That is Isara Tofri.
She did very well to win that ball back and then put her body in between the two defenders, pushing, concentrating on getting that shot, but she was pulled, tugged off the ball by Jalzu, the number 7.
There's a bit of a pulling as well that came from the center. Just the referee did not pick it up. Toha Raski, one of the ladies wearing a jersey number 15 for Gambia. Now set piece. Good place. They've got players that have got the technique for the Moroccan side. I'll tell you that the likes of Hajama would be players to consider, but she's always spending time in the box to make sure that they convert their chances. The captain Asaf with the long-range pass, but bounces off the wall. He had a good number of players just to put a block on it. Now first touch not the greatest, but recovery of a clean tackle out of it, keeping it very clean because it was a goal-scoring opportunity. Movement for Tofri, keeps the ball, but foul has been committed.
You can tell what she was, clearly knew what she was doing, and then a hard tackle coming in on the inside of the right ankle. If she didn't commit herself, the defender, Sarah was gone. That's why now she's apologizing to the referee, she's apologized to the player, but we see she's back on her feet, Sarah, the number 3 for Omar.
Now the bench for Gambia. Yet to see how best they can return this favor and maybe cause a stir on the scoreline. So far, just time gone off. Also be a factor. Now ball played in and a hit. Keeper does not get it right. A bit promising, and the ref quickly blows the whistle. Says a play to my whistle. To rush your play. She was trying to get a cut back and locate Hiba Yusufi.
And now the Gambian team has noticed their drill, what they tried to do. So they've put a lady just to run onto that second ball.
Now set piece to be retaken. Abdil Monim Aya to cut it back again, looking for the captain, but power on the ball or not right. The bounce unsettled her. There's a protest also for handball if you look at things. One of the players that came on as a sub to play as a winger for their opening match, that is Hadiri Aya. This time around she's more of the attack, rather defensive mode.
Look at Hadiri once again, number 6, doing brilliantly, always using her body to shield the ball away from the opponent.
Who is available for competition to just make sure that she's available.
There we go, once again, Sarah in the thick of things, stepping on top of the feet.
Isato Puari and Sarah Tofri have a go with each other, especially in the center. They really are struggling to get themselves marking right. set piece. Still an attempt for Skenaid to try and just switch the scoreline in this match. Another sub has been made by Skenaid. They're just bringing on now fresh legs wearing the jersey number 17.
Yeah, jersey number 7 coming off Jaju, number 17 Jata coming in.
That's Jaju being taken out. Paul played in the box into trouble.
Once again, the attack from Gambian team and a good block, Mutlukalem from Hadiri. They're always in the thick of things. That back three has done so well for Omar, communicating, covering each other and clearing their lines very quickly and pushing up and starting to defend from the front.
Now movements are coming in as the Gambians are looking to search things up.
Yeah, very congested there in the half of Omar, trying to get a goal. The Gambian team, Skenaid Mutlukalem, is looking positive now from the ladies of Gambia. They're pushing more forward, they're putting the balls in the right places. Just the stubborn defense of Omar has done well so far.
Just to make sure that we get things confirmed and done right for the Gambian side, who are hoping to get an equalizer in this match. Just seeing trouble. The minutes already just being too much on them.
They have changed their defensive strategy, Omar, pushing Moman and Sarah back and leaving Hajam up front alone, and I on this right hand side also helping Hadiri in the defensive structure.
Now movement for Hajam, wins herself a corner kick. Well, the lady that just marked Hajam as wearing a jersey number 15, that is basically technically a jersey number 5. There's a bit of a confusion with the jersey numbers. They've put in a 2 number 15. That is Fatou Njia wearing jersey number 15. But now heading, really happening for Sarah Dofrin. She's been rather in the thick of things, the busiest player on the attack remote.
She's enjoying herself. Look at it, coming with a run, forehead on the ball, but just on top of the post. They scored a similar goal in the previous game with Mutlukalem. They are very dangerous with set pieces.
Got the potential. Goal attempts 6 for Skenaid and 6 for Omar. They're supposed to have been favoring Omar more than anything. So I guess it's even Stevens. She's seen less of the ball, that is Alam.
Yeah, she was busy in the first half, making 2 or 3 saves, but most of the time the Skenaid, they've been the ones who've been putting Omar under pressure with attacks in the box.
The clock is also putting pressure on the Gambian side. It's not seeing much of the ball, that is Aman Alumato Sane. They try to be more offensive and more on the goal hunt. Foul throw has been given.
The first one of the tournament.
Indeed, they've been doing pretty much well in this match.
The first assistance is not playing games. She just gave away a foul throw to Skenaid, and now Skenaid did the same thing and she gave it back to Omar.
Can't get it right. I have to wait until
Once again, Mutluheleng, the ball from the right-hand side to the left-hand side for Omar, just trying to stretch the defense of Skenaid, and Skenaid did very well, looking to bounce on this right-hand side and find the captain up front.
The attack moments coming from the Moroccan team. Here's the confusion here. So this is a Fatou Nji. You cannot differentiate them with the boot color. And Fatou wearing the full black set of boots, and Toha Raski wearing the red boots. And they both playing center-back positions.
Black and lime, Mutluheleng, black and lime. I know, my brother, it's okay. I got you. It's a black and lime boots for the number 15 and black ones for Nji.
And you've got it right here from us, Lavino, the champions. We share information while we can. And the subs are coming the Gambian way as they now setting up another player to come on. Now, quick turn from Toffri. Toffri with the cross. Keeper picks it up immediately, looking to get moving on a counter.
The work rate of Toffri has been impressive in this game.
Very much involved. Now, chance for Gambia. Block. Coming from Ikole Katab. That is the Moroccan side.
Yep. Just to stand on the toes of Hadiri. Aya on the right-hand side. She's been the thick of this. We see the earlier shot that came in with Silai, and it was blocked again by that lady Amal, who for me in the defensive duties of Omar, she's been outstanding.
The Gambian side putting more pressure. The likes of Fakadi Kamara taking shots at goal, but not really getting them right. Just to remind our viewers that on the other side of the pitch, there's another semi-final underway. The Congolese side are on the losing end, and Tanzanians trying to secure a spot. Trying to secure a spot in the finals. As the things stand, is that the Moroccans have a foot in, and the Tanzanians also have a foot in. It will be very interesting to see who gets to face who in the final.
Sarah Dofi gets herself in the referee's book for unnecessary kicking the ball away. They are leading. They should just leave it, because now she was punished. Firstly, it was the tackle. The referee said a foul and it was okay, but then she kicked the ball away to earn herself a foul.
Now, Bonnie and keeper with the save. Feeling a bit of pain, but the ref has to give it attention. I think more than anything, she just got hit on the shin. It was just a painful one.
Yeah, a collision from the striker and Alam. They're throwing herself, and the boot of the striker Kamara connecting with the right knee of Alam. Very painful, but the bravery from the goalkeeper to go and close the ball down, because if she didn't, Kamara was going to have a free shot on goal.
That is Alam Pukop, who's on the ground, the goalkeeper. Like how she just went down. Look at the moment, and they're coming in. They got the kick in, then she looks at the player and the ball going out, and then signals the ref that she's in a bit of pain. Seems like she wanted to see if the ball crosses the line or not, and then be able to give that signal to the ref. Now here's the opening goal. Look at the cutback and the finish from Sarah Dobry. Was rather a clinical one from the pass that came out of Aya Abdel Monin. She's the current goal scorer for the side, trying to increase on her goal scoring tallies.
Let me remind you of the second game that they won 6-0. Omar, goalkeeper did the same thing, Mutluheleng. That's what she does. She makes sure that after an injury, when she's collided in a tackle, she handles the ball. She makes sure that the ball is in the safe area, and then falls down and calls for the medics. That's what she does.
Well, she's got a colleague that is on the ground, also just trying to cheer up to see if she's up on her feet. And of course, she's up and ready for the task. A couple of minutes she was on the ground, but she's still able to play.
Yeah, hobbling all along, but you could see that the reserve goalkeeper also, the right knee is strapped up heavy, so they wouldn't want to risk it.
It looks promising. Only looking at the clock now, just seeing that Moroccans will be the team to celebrate, and the road to the final for them will be something they will be happy with after so many games have been played. Now, chance, what a block. They're putting their body on the line, just making sure that they don't allow the Gambian side to have any chance at testing their keeper.
Proper defensive strategy from the defenders. Put your body on the line if you're not sure where the ball is coming to.
It's all about clearing the ball now. In this instance, their road to the final as just a whistle blow away. And a serve has been made as well by the Moroccan team, and to bring on fresh legs while they can.
Once again, body between the opponent and the ball, and Shields very well. That's one thing that Omar has done very well. The Moroccan ladies, they know how to defend their lead. The witness a substitution of Moman, number 10 coming out, and the number 14 coming in.
A very important sub for Moroccans, just to add on fresh legs. And we'll see if it will come in handy for them. Moman has had enough of the two halves. Now she's going to be replaced by the fellow colleague, that is Zineb Kalmi. Throw in the play to the captain of Skenaid, Ngane Sani. The player not agreeing with the ref, and he quickly says, okay, I'll listen to you. Sportsmanship from Ngane Sani, 15 years of age. Captain for Skenaid. He's been with the team for the past 3 years, just after COVID. She was then recruited to the school. Now chance for Gambia to switch things up. Still in play, putting pressure. Now ball played towards the box, but not really trouble the defense of Morocco. Movement in, pace, but cleared away by Fatou Njie. The time looks like it's gone off already. On the other side, the Tanzanian team has already secured their spot, having won their match against Congo. Oh, she has not seen much of goals scored by Malak Hajam. The final whistle has been blown, and the Moroccan side has secured themselves the most important spots after winning against Skenaid. It's been rather a tough day in the office for Morocco. However, character and hunger showed up, and they just feasted on every single chance that they get, but it wasn't to be for the Gambian side. Tried every trick in the book to return the favor. Hearts are broken a little bit. They would have loved to see themselves in the finals, but it's just not happening for them. The young ladies are putting a great fight. True soldiers of the game, and nothing but credit must be given to them just to push up to this far. While this is a theatre of dreams, it doesn't close down. They'll still come back another day and fight and compete better. From here, you can only take it from this stage to the next level. As things stand, it is the Moroccan who secured the spot. Omar 1 and Skenaid 0 at full time. Match statistics, I can tell you that fouls were rather very much many. As far as the total attempts, 6 to 7, and the ball position 54 to 46.
Also, it is the inaugural CAF African Schools Football Championship, and we spoke about it being about the players on the field. But on the field of play, we also have seen some brilliant officiating. With me, of course, is Felix, who has helped put together this wonderful team, seeing the officiators and, of course, officials doing so well, and all the work that you've been doing. Can you elaborate how it all came together, please, Felix?
Thank you very much. This has been a long road to here. You know, we started with the zonal qualifiers, and as CAF is represented in every zone. And what we do as CAF is that in every zone, we have some people, the instructors there, identifying talent. They were busy identifying talent, and a number of them have actually officiated in the zonal qualifiers, and now they're at the big stage.
It's wonderful to see them here at the big stages. Their ages range from 14 through till 18. But seeing them work at this tournament and the work that they've been doing, what are your thoughts?
You know, there is a lot of work we do behind the scenes, trying to bring them up to this level. And you can see up to this level, we have never had even one complaint about poor officiating. You can see the work we are doing behind the scenes. We also want to commend and thank CAF. They gave us the opportunity before the tournament to group the referees together and take them through a workshop for 3 days whilst they were in camp preparing this tournament. And this is the result of what we did.
Well, we definitely do appreciate it, seeing our future Salima Mukangisas right here for the very first time on your World of Champions. It is the CAF African Schools Football Championship, and we do return, of course, to the next encounter.
From Sugar Ray Lulu in Claremont. That is where we are this morning. It's the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Yes, the curtain comes down on what has been an exhilarating tournament so far this week, where the under-15s of the best schools in Africa compete and go on to be crowned for glory in an inaugural competition. So it is Clapham Secondary of South Africa that are taking on Saint Rita of Benin. Both teams have met before in the group stages, so those that are young and old that have come out in numbers to come and enjoy the festivities of what this competition has to, of course, provide, as we see all the teams meeting, of course, with the match officials and shaking hands. 500,000 boys and girls have taken part in this from 20,000 schools that were involved. 100 young referees and 150 young reporters, 100 coaches and 82 safeguarding officers. Those are the people that have benefited from this tournament. Clapham came into this tournament in a bit of a shaky start, but they managed to pick things up. Their road to the final, they have not lost in the 4 games that they've played. They've won 2 and drawn 2. Referee puts the ball down and is now ready to get on with business. But for the Benin side, they were looking to get a better of South Africa. They've met before, these two teams. It was South Africa that was victorious in their previous match. They'll be looking to change things around for themselves, is the Benin side, and try and make sure that they book their place in the final. Yes, the final, that's where everybody else wants to be. We have our first final confirmed already. That will be played between Oman as well as Tanzania in the girls' part. It is now time for the boys to get on with the business, and of course, in making sure that things are going through and well. Divine intervention seeking, that is now how the two teams will be looking to get things going, of course, and making sure that they are comfortable. Well, Brice Mpo starts in goals for the Santa Rita side. He came on and certainly showed off that he was stronger, but it's Joso up front that will be providing problems to the South Africa's Clapham defense. Siyabonga Mabona, the other to look out for. There's how things would really turn out to be. Waiting for the play to really get going. It is St. Rita that will be kicking us off. Christopher Hondokpo standing over the ball. We up and away. Attacking the goal to the left-hand side of your picture is Clapham. And also attacking the goal to the left-hand side of your picture is St. Rita in white and a touch of red. And doing well to claim possession earlier on. Not alone in commentary, of course. Terminator Mabalane sits alongside me. A very good morning to you, Terminator.
Indeed, a good morning, Mafana. It's always a pleasure and entertaining for all of us here as the games kick off, especially for Clapham, the team that has done well in this competition, up against St. Rita. This is not the first encounter between the two teams, of course.
Well, already asked some questions at the end. The back is Pokela doing well to intercept and trying to change things on. Long ball. Not able to really find spaces and make sure it works out for them. Well, ping pong at the moment, no one really taking responsibility of the ball. Finally, it will be brought down. Lovely work from Maloisani. Maloisani looks to take on the defense. Maloisani, well, is pushed off wide and forced to turn. This is the starting lineup at the bottom of your screen. Sabande continues to captain this team. Malepo made a first start of the campaign so far. Munanyani on the white side up front will be the one to look out for. Prison Boys, they change in between the sticks, and Sapam is the other player to look out for, as well as Aron in the sides of Santa Rita. Chawane the pace, and up front is Gioso. He'll be leading the attack. So wherever you are in Africa and enjoying this game, we'll tell you a little bit of history of this particular stadium. It's named after a sporting legend. Yes, he was famous for football as Sugar Ray Kulu, but his nickname came from his time that he spent as a boxer. And that's the other thing he was known for, not only for the brilliant strikes in that middle of the park while playing for Amazulu. He's also was a very strong boxer, multi-talented. So, iconic stadium hosting what is the future of football in our country. Of course, football being a universal language, gives CAF an opportunity to engage, educate, and encourage. Threatening so far is St. Rita. Now Maloisani was trying his best to try and find Madondo.
These are some of the attempts we've seen from Musa, number 8. Unfortunately, they're overrunning the ball, leaving it behind. But I mean, interesting that you find that these two teams are familiar with each other, and you would want to see this time around if the game will be an open game, or rather, they have figured each other out.
It will be quite interesting to see on how things will be going as the game progresses, but so far in the start they're really taking the game to each other, end-to-end stuff. Long one up front in search of Matondo. And great defensive work by my captain in Oisano. Adriano Oisano. As we look at that corner in search of Maloisani, couldn't really find him at the back post. Madondo not able to get the space that he would require to truly operate and show us his prowess and show us what he's truly made of.
I like the pace. I like the pace, especially from Clapham, showing signs of, or rather intentions of getting the first goal early on in this first half.
Well, their biggest victory, Clapham, has come against Ekoli, Belawich, or Benato. No, shot on target. First one for Clapham. Encouraging signs, has his hands over his head. He knows he should have done better. But much to the appreciation of those in the stands.
Oh, that's his time. That's Malepo there, the number 10, of course, Malepo. Taking on this, a bit of skill there as well from Mpo, which is entertaining.
Tried from a distance is Masondo. Couldn't find the space, but it's fancy stuff. Dancing shoes, that dazzle.
The confidence.
Talk of confidence. Keeper comes out, claims that ball, and in doing so, he collides with Gideon Dioso. Well, with 6 minutes in, no goal to write home about from these two sides. Moloi Sani doing his best to try and take on the defense. Unable to capitalize. Dioso does well to win it in the middle of the park. Well, battle of 11s cleaned up by Munanyane. Still in possession is Clapham. What can they do? Can they protest? Can they go on to profit from it? Mavona, well located teammate. They've lost possession. Now coming forward, trying to counter is St. Rita. Lovely strike from Dioso. Clapham under pressure in defense. They've opened up spaces because of that attack initially.
Of course, that is St. Rita coming through that right-hand side, but a good shot. Also equally good from the keeper, Kamukhelo.
Well, a shot from Sabam. Scored a stellar in Sabam. Now on the opening day.
It's unfortunate that he also got a red card in the other game. But yeah, of course, Chisu, also a danger man for St. Rita. Clapham have to keep an eye on him, the number 11.
Fermai needs to be one of the players that you can't miss and keep on and not pay attention to. Sabah squares one in. Well, too much power behind the ball. We look at the road to the semi-final. St. Rita, they played 4 games, they lost 2. They won 2 of those games, scoring 6 goals and conceding 5 goals in process. Their biggest victory has come after Ekoli, Belawich, Brumeda of Algeria, and they beat them by 4 goals to 1. That was yesterday. And also Aruano as well as Chaoni and Dioso were on target for the Benin side. With South Africa's Clapham coming into this game as one of the 2 strongest teams, one of the 2 that are yet to lose, 2 draws and 2 victories. They pulled a 2-all draw against tournament favorites in Ben Sakui Sala of 2 goals each. So promising stuff, really.
I think this team, Clapham, has grown in leaps and bounds, especially building up to this tournament, up to this stage. They've grown in confidence as well. Favorites for the final, however, they still have a game to win here.
No, job not done. Referee rushes into the book. He's had conversations with Ondokpo. Oh, naughty from Ondokpo. Naughty. Ondokpo picks up the first yellow of this semi-final clash. for South Africa. Their captain has got 2 goals so far.
It's interesting, Bafana, to see the formation that Saint Rita are actually applying in this game. Not the usual 3-3-1, rather a 3-1-3. So they have, of course, in the middle of the park, Somayuru, the number 13, in the middle, playing like a lone midfielder, and the 3 attackers in Arona, Christopher, and Joseph.
Well, interesting enough is that all the front 3 of Clapham have managed to find the back of the net so far. All of 3 of them sharing a goal apiece. Maloi Sane Madondo as well as Munanyane. They'll be looking to profit from this corner. Well, beautiful finish! What a lovely strike from Mabona. Beat all the defenders, cut them napping, rushed to the near post and just finished. Swaka.
From a corner kick, of course. That's a brilliant finish going through the first post. Of course, that is a Siyabonga Mabona. Again, we see the cross. However, where is the marking from Saint Rita? No one in the first post. That makes it easy, of course, for Mabona to tack that one in.
Oh, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Mabona rushes and gets it going. Unsporting behavior from Sabama Rosano. And as the captain, he does well. Adriano Rosano making sure they move away. Sabam collected a red card already in this game. He's the only one in the boys section that has collected a red card. So he'll have to watch himself on how he speaks and how he presents. Well, the urgency of getting a stretcher on from the physio.
You must be careful, Sabam, especially with his temper. He's got already, as you mentioned, has earned himself a red card. You don't want to get a second. However, the reason being in this case, they feel, of course, the player from Clapham is wasting time, and hence the scuffle there we saw earlier on.
Well, they need to allow the referee to do his job. The referee was close enough to monitor the situation, but after 11 minutes, while receiving treatment now on the near side, but he'll be happy that he's managed to find the goal for Clapham. They lead by a goal to 0. On the bottom part of your picture, it doesn't look as though he'll be able to continue as the goal scorer. He got his first of the campaign as Mabona. Arona trying his best to get around Kabelo Sibande. Now, that substitution done and dusted. Coming in, Ritsepile Malata. Malata comes on. Well, Big Pop not able to punish Juso. And Arona unable to punish them. The keepers failed it. They needed 2 touches as Pokeda to make sure that the ball doesn't go into the back of the net. Now they get the first corner. South Africa profited from a corner. Can Santa Rita do the same? It hits the uprights and looking to try and finish it off. And feels that they deserved a penalty. They thought they saw a handball.
Yeah, the intensity of the game, the pressure now being piled up by, of course, Saint Rita. Not quite sure though, but justified why they would appeal. I mean, there's a lot of activity, of course, inside that box. However, we would like to see that one again.
Well, this goal is goal number 36 in the boys section that has been scored so far. Charana trying to send the ball back into the box. This is what happened earlier on when from the corner.
No, I don't think it's a penalty. Look at his hand, of course. The player's hand is closer to the body. He's not making his body bigger in any way there. So for me, that cannot be a handball.
Well, not a handball. We spoke of physique of the two teams in the first game. St. Rita are big boys, and when they push you, and even when they go in with tackles on them, what's trying to clear is the captain in his defense.
Look, the game is getting physical, and maybe it's a tactic that, of course, St. Rita are trying to apply in this game. Whatever would get them there. However, they should be careful. You don't want to earn a red card, which is something they've already, of course, have experienced in this tournament through Sabam getting booked, in fact, getting sent off.
Header from Aurora, you can't keep it on target. Well, if you just tuned in today on the last day of the tournament and you wonder on how the team compositions is, it's boys and girls team between the ages of 12 and 15 years old. The delegation of 15 players plus 5 officials. That's what all the nations had to send through. The field is 8. It's 8 at the time. That's how they play. Unlimited number of substitutes. Everybody can get a chance to play off the 15 players. Yes, we at the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium, former stadium, home stadium for Golden Irish back in the day. You would see that it's set up slightly bit different, and the reason for that is because these two teams will need to campaign in a 70 meter by 42, which is half of a regular pitch. The goalpost also has been nipped down to 2 meters by 5 meters, of course. Chana. They were talking about wasting time. He kicks it very far away, so the opponent can't take a throw in very quickly, and it allows them to really take a little bit of time. Rotsepile Malete came on for the injured Siyabonga Mabona. Now he's looking as though he's in trouble. Well, some of the delegates and the teams that will be taking part, and also all the teams that have been knocked out, they still come through here. Yes, first semi-final is Fountain Gate School. They'll be taking on Omar of Morocco in the girls' final. And SAFA President Dr. Denny Jordan amongst the dignitaries. Also, we will still have the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture of South Africa that will be in attendance, of course. Minister of Education, CAF secretaries, the President of COSAFA, those that will be in attendance. Well, emotions getting the better of the young boys. A difficult one to keep in control of, to stamp authority. Referee under some immense pressure to keep things still clean between the sides.
Of course, this is the sub, the man who just got in. And he's already feeling the heat.
Well, Aleppo dances over the ball. Oh, Malopo gets it back from receiver to supplier. So the other semi-final, Bensaku of Guinea have found the back of the net against Salima. That's in field B. So a winner of that semi-final and this semi-final will clash it out for the coveted trophy, as well as the check of $300 US, while the losers will battle it out for the third place finish. Will also earn them a bronze and $200,000 US of prize money for coming out as the third team.
Again, we see this St. Rita team being physical, making their presence felt, of course, and intimidating the Clapham players. Like I said, it could be a tactic as well they want to apply. However, is it working? You know, that is the question. But looking at Clapham, they need to focus, they need to understand, apply game intelligence as well. They are the leading team, of course.
Well, at the start of it, we had 12 countries set to take part in 6 zones of CAF represented. Currently now needs Wafa B as well as COSAFA representatives. Oh, sort of effort from Isaka. Finds a teammate, goes back to his captain. And 20 minutes have come and gone off the first half. It's South Africa's Clapham that leads Benin's Santa Rita. So it has been a physical battle, but the boys of Clapham have managed to hold their own. Well, Sabam and company, they will go into a team huddle before they go onto the bench. They will look at their mistakes, they will look at where they can correct and come back a better scene in the second half. They need to come back into it for the first time in the semi-final. It's Clapham that lead by 1-0 in the first half. Well, numbers don't lie. Bulls teams, as far as ball possession, evenly matched. You look at the number of total passes, not a lot of space to really get a lot of accuracy, as it's 68 over 65%. And a yellow card, it has really been a physical game. 6 fouls given already, 2 yellow cards, 1 apiece from both the teams.
Well, it's been a wonderful day so far out here at the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium as we continue and end off the festivities of the CAF African Schools Championship. And of course, on Field A, you've got South African team Clapham, who are leading 1-0 in their encounter. And I think when we look at this game, 50-50, even Stevens.
Yep.
We know that they've met already on the first day, but then Clapham are leading through Siamabon.
The tempo, Tato, is unbelievable. The physical aspect of the game is just too much. We see now earlier on Sabam and Malopo, who's excellent in skill, and you can tell the shot hard and low, but the goalkeeper did excellently making that save. That's what we should do. They should use more of their skill. Clapham, I was telling Teko that just to unlock this physical St. Rita.
Oh, well, Saint Rita definitely has been physical, and that's exactly what we've also seen in this first half. A very physical game for both teams.
I mean, I'm glad that Clapham are able now to compete physically, because in the first game when these two sides met, they weren't able to compete with that. But also what I like as well about Clapham today is not only does they compete physically, they also have ball players on the pitch. They're able to actually play better. And this is one of the main men, Joseph on the right-hand side. He's been isolated, he's been marked, and I think Clapham, their game plan is working very well for them.
And I think when we speak about the physicality of this match, it's also quite highly intensity. Of course, that is Siamabona getting that goal through a set piece. Absolutely fantastic. And in that moment again, then the referees did well to keep Sabam away, because he was already complaining about time wasting.
Yeah, but firstly going to the corner kick, the goal, Malopo taking it very well first post, but the run that was made by Mabaso. First post, no defender was there, tap in, but unfortunately hurt himself and he had to be substituted.
And of course, a very high intense game. We spoke about the moment with Sabam and the referee trying to make sure they get away. In this instance, Saint Rita had also called for a handball.
I mean, they did call for a handball. I mean, this is a side that has a lot of tall boys, so they're looking to benefit from the set pieces. Their call, I think it was justified. It's unfortunate that the referee couldn't spot it.
And looking at the stats of the first half, 50-50 even Steven. Saint Rita with a good 8 attempts. So that second half is going to be even more intense.
Tatobona even pass accuracy 60-60 or 68-68, if I'm not sure. So that means this game is a 50-50 one. If Santa Rita can get an equalizer, we are in for a marvelous ending.
But that's why we're so excited about the second half in this encounter. Of course, this is the game happening on Field A. On Field B, you've got the likes of Ben Sukau, who are taking on Salima of Malawi, and Ben Sukau are leading. And is your favorite guy, Teko?
Yeah, Mara. I think Ben Sukau is arguably the best team in the tournament. Very organized, well played, and this boy here, very talented, very, very influential in his team, and he continues to bring results for the team.
I think we should also not forget that this is all in an effort to then get to touch and win the trophy, but also the $300,000 prize purse.
Absolutely right, Tato. They arrived here as underdog Ben Sukau, and the first game they hit the ground running. And Teko is right, Mara always freeing himself and looking for that opportunity. You saw the goal earlier on. He went like he's going the first post, he went to the furthest post, the cross came in, and then he tapped it at the back of the net. That's what he does excellently.
Well, the team's already huddling here in the middle of the park trying to get the game going. It is the second half between Clapham and Saint Rita, and the South African team leading 1-0 after the first half.
Well, we welcome you back to the Sugar Ray Clodo Stadium. This is where we are this morning. It's Clapham that went into the half leading against Saint Rita of Benin. Saint Rita come from a town called Kunu in Benin. It's, of course, the economic hub of Benin. It's the country's largest urban center. And it's industrious. It's known for textile production as well as palm oil processing. It's a popular city, and even the president and most of the government ministers reside in Kunu. A long one upright. An easy away by Sebante. Well, Clapham, they also come from the capital city, of course, in South Africa, in Pretoria. The two battles on there to truly watch out for. Masondo this time at the thick of things. No changes of the teams that's finished the first half. One change was forced for Clapham. Siyabonga Mabona was taken out for Utsepile Malati, who went off injured at the end of the first half and seems to have actually recovered. If you just joined us, it's Clapham that lead by a goal to nil. It's Clapham with 1 foot in the final, but Sabam and company can change matters as he plays one into the box in search of Juso. Covered in a way, not from defender to defender. Oisano plays it to Sabam. Long ball, looking to try and trouble Pokela aerially, and he knows that each half is 20 minutes. If he takes away some of those seconds, it allows them a little bit of time and how to manage this game.
Well, that's exactly what the keeper is trying to do there. But I wouldn't encourage him to do this early on in the game. I mean, still the beginning of the game, of course. They'd rather focus on scoring the second goal.
They score the second goal. They really will take this team out of St. Rita. St. Peter looking to equal matters. Juso, lovely first touch. He's got 2 goals already in the tournament. Juso needs to pull one back into the box and find the teammate. Well, straight here for China. China, very pacey player. Control from the local. Dispossessed by Manana. It's a French term for by the river of death. That's where they are in their native foreign language. And Port Novo means new port in Portuguese.
Yeah, it is definitely a foul, of course. The number 10, the Mpomonepo, late in the tackle on Sabam.
Got given a taste of his own medicine. Gotta show me a number. Bolen and Slander away. Still allowed by China. Joso. Gideon Joso is unable to find a way past Masondo. Well, the bench very tense. They are allowed to make substitutions as many as they want. They do have Pierre Hanakolin on the bench. Was a super sub in his first match, came off the bench and went straight into the score sheet. And down for Clapham. Looks as though it's Musa Maloisane, the man that has been with the team for 2 years already. And Coach Blangwe hails from the Free States, the province of South Africa. Well, Coach Dana, he's happy with everything that has been happening and what he's been seeing. So are those that sit in the stands. A successful tournament until this far.
They definitely should be proud, and also looking at the prospects of our football continentally, of course.
Managed to find the back of the net and went off injured. Another concern for injury. Ndogozo Matondo, he'll be pulled out. He's got 2 goals already in the tournament as well. It's certainly be key in the defense of South Africa. As a shot from Sabam. He's got a strong left foot as Sabam.
Yeah, I think that's another, of course, element of his game.
One fierce one into the box. The keeper managing to get fingers onto it. Oh, South Africa was Clapham with everyone in their own half defending. They're not able to take advantage of a quick transition. Now doing well to win the ball. Well, he's outnumbered, isolated, will find a way to fall into the box. Referee says no way, no foul for Munanyana's fall.
I was about to say that earlier on when Sabam took that corner kick. Meantime, we see, of course, here, definitely not a penalty. I mean, that is, of course, number 11, Kamokhelo, trying to get one. And he's almost leaning, waiting for that contact.
Jonah looking for Arona. Arona has Malate for comfort. Arona wins that battle and manages to try and get across into the box. Captain Sabante, he was with the under-16 that went to Poland. He returned on Monday and joined the team on Tuesday, and he's played every game since then. Such is the leadership and commitment from Sabante.
Again, Sabam is taking a corner. For me, it doesn't really help them with anything. He's got the height. He's probably the tallest on the pitch right now. He should be in that box trying to get something out of a set piece, make use of a set piece. And for me, him taking a corner kick is not going to do them any good.
Well, Matondo was receiving treatment and is back in. Again, you would normally see free kick walls. Such as the physicality. And that was a foot high on there. Matondo almost getting caught.
Definitely a foul there, in the process hurting himself. Or rather, he's the one who got hurt. That is, of course, Matondo. And it was an overhead kick from the St. Rita player there.
Well, the captain, Ajay Sano, very upset, trying to stay composed. This is what happened earlier on. No touch on him, as it seems. Missed, almost kicked him on the head, but really missed him, just caught the
Wow. That's one for the
shoulder.
That's one for the Oscars there, Bafana. Brilliantly done by Matondo, of course.
Well, mind games at play in the semi-final. Looked almost as a back pass, but not according to the match official. Heard sounds of people surprised with the call, of course, but it wasn't the case. Isano. Isak changes sides and tries to find Sabam. He looks to try and get it into the box of Sabam. Sabam takes it very quickly. You would remember that Clinton still had one player down as the ball is flashed through the face of the goals. It's a corner on the opposite side. I can tell you, just out of your picture, standing to waiting to come on is Matondo. The referee hasn't spotted him, allows play to continue. Well, the shot from Amurisano is not in there. It's great to watch because there is a feeling from the referee trying to manage this game to say that South Africa's Klep Ham trying to waste time a little bit, so the referee taking time to allow Matondo to come in and rejoin the play. So must really commend the referee for that, punishes him for maybe taking to take some seconds away from it. Again, frustrated figures out there. These are the frustration from St. Rita. They're doing their best to keep their head in the game, but they need to do that. So you saw coming in, or confirm for you in the moment, that Matondo is out though, and Mabaso has been brought in. Kululego Mabaso brought in for Ntokozo Matondo.
There you go again. The Clapham players doing what they do best so far in this game. Breaking that momentum, of course. Now the question is the keeper really hurt? That is Fikela, of course, on the ground there, holding his knee as if he's feeling a bit of pain.
Know that if a keeper is down, he'll be treated on the field of play, and the play will not resume right up until the goalkeeper is fine. Well, of course, the Benin captain there to oversee proceedings.
And understandably so. I mean, St. Rita will be frustrated with all of these antics. And I'm saying antics because they need to get let the game flow. For me, Clapham are actually trying to apply a certain tactic, and that is to waste time. It is evident and clear to the referee, I'm sure, at this point in time. However, the coach as well, not saying anything about it.
Well, the coach has been with the team for the past 2 years. He'll be leading them to the other tournaments, of course, coming up. Next week they go to Portugal to play the VW tournament, the Kevin De Bruyne tournament in Belgium. Yes, I say that because most of the number of these players for Clapham are part of the Mamelodi Sundowns Academy, and they've been invited to these tournaments with half of the team still under 14. Will be turning 14 later in the year. Trying to keep the ball in. That hasn't worked out to his best. St. Rita will be hoping to equalize matters. Ball cutting, dealt with in defense. Shot hits the side netting. But already the referee's whistle had gone off already. So there is another player down again for South Africa.
Yeah. Of course, it's the man that just got in, the sub. The number 15, of course, Nkululeko Mabaso on the ground there. Immediately also feeling the impact. And yeah. And that is the order of the day, of course, from St. Rita, making sure that they make their presence felt on the pitch.
And with all that said, clock ticks away. It's just 6.5 minutes left in this match to confirm who will play who. On the other side, Bensaku Saila leads by 2-0 against Salima. That is on field B. And in this field, it's still Clapham that lead by 1-0. Scored in the 11th minute, of course, by a man who has since gone off in Siyabonga Mabona. Confirmation of a substitution. Maloi San has gone off and Makula Maloka rather has come on. Headed away by Saka. Saban. Lovely footwork on there. An opportunity for South Africa. They fall into the box. The referee looks away. Much to the disappointment of those that are in the stand, they feel was a penalty. Not sure what the Terminator thinks.
Again, the contact starts outside of the box, of course, and the number 13, of course, Somairu, involved in that possible penalty, of course. However, I don't think it is a penalty, Bafana. Yes, he played the man, but of course, the number 11, Kabukhelo, also knew exactly what he was doing, wanting, or rather waiting for that contact.
Wanting to buy the referee from there. Have a look at it again. Contact definitely out the box. Tries to stay on his feet, but realizing that the ball has gone away and dives into the pool.
It actually, now looking at it, a second, of course, attempt at it, it should have been a penalty rather. Yes, it starts outside of the box. However, he still persists in terms of applying that contact, applying that pressure, and he's not playing the ball. That is, of course, Simoyiru. I think arguably, it should have been a penalty from me.
The Terminator changes its mind. Clapham come forward now, promising stuff. Malepo not allowed to get onto the ball. Sapama and company. Mondokpo does well, combined with Sapama on the right side. Is this the opportunity? No is the answer. Free kick. Free kick for Clapham. Mondokpo is the man that is brought down. The captain goes into the referee's book. Third player to be booked, second for Clapham.
Sibande there. I mean, look at how he just comes in flying. And it's a tackle from the side, by the way.
If he starts with stuck in, would have broken the player's legs because he had no intention to play the ball. Very responsible from the leader of Clapham. He's given away a free kick with just under 3 minutes, 10 seconds left in this match. They can go on and equalize St. Rita. Directly against the wall. Now the wall doing its job. Isak picks up the pieces for St. Rita. Clapham trying to see if they can maybe work their way into the box. Maloka. It's a corner. And Ozofo Isaka. Frustrations.
Strong tackle there from the Namasiki Saka on Mabaso, who seems to be enjoying provoking, or rather...
the smirk on his face, I tell you.
Yeah.
Maloka, 2 minutes remaining now. They'll look to use most of it. And becomes the third player to get booked for Clapham. And he leave the corner. I've seen this done by Coach Peter Mosimane in the DSTV Premiership some years ago for Mamelodi Sundowns. They'll all collect yellow cards and they'll keep on coming back and switching and changing. So the players that will go to try and attempt to take the corner are players that are not on a yellow card. So the likes of Sibande, the likes of Pokena, the goalkeeper, they will not go on there.
At this point, the whole team might get yellow cards.
So, Monayana's confirmation of the yellow cards. Sabah. Joso. All they need is just one goal. Is this it? No.
Yeah, that's a dangerous play there on Maloka, the number 7.
Well, seconds remaining. Isak whips it forward, can't get enough distance on it. He'll take the throw in quickly. They have seconds remaining on the clock. We're into the last minute. They need just a goal to equalize matters and take this game into penalty shootings. Yes, it is 8 per side, but only 5 players will take penalties. Opportunity for them to try and level things out. Nervous moments for Clapham as we head towards the end of this game. As we say that, the referee blows for full time. It's Clapham of South Africa that claim the place in the final of the inaugural CAF African Schools Football Championship. They managed to hold on. They got the goal in the 11th minute and managed to hold on for the better part of the game. Of course, Mabona, the man that has been credited with the goal. So for St. Rita, they will be going to the 3rd and 4th place playoff. The losers final, that's where they'll be playing Well, they've done their best. Brees Mpo and company disappointed. They know that they only needed a goal, and a goal that which never ever came. But those that managed to find the back of the net, rattled the back of the net, was from a corner kick. And well-read situation. Siyabonga Mabona has managed to find that one goal that sends Clapham to the final. They are in it. They can claim the trophy. They can claim the 300,000 US dollars check that goes with the trophy. So at the end of the first semi-final, it's Clapham 1, St. Rita 0. Statistically, as numbers would say, St. Rita enjoyed better positioning, even better passing off the ball, but they never got the goal they needed. Well, discipline on the side of Clapham has been on the bad side with 5 yellow cards from the 8 players that were on the field. So things that didn't really go out well, but it's Clapham that march on.
A momentous occasion to have Clapham, who are representing South Africa, of course, go through to the final of the CAF African Football Schools Championship. And Dr. Jordan, as a president of the South African Football Association, this must be so special to see those young kids and the fans also being so happy.
Wonderful. It's the first time that we have a South African schools team in the final. Well, that is the second edition of the CAF schools competition. And they're amazing footballing team. Physically, they were very tested today. And if you look at the other teams, it's just the physical strength that's a difficulty for our players. But from a football standpoint, they produce some of the best display of attacking football. And I wish them well for the final. There's $300,000 waiting for them, and they have been the Kmart Sepek Cup champion for 5 consecutive years and winning 1 million every year. And now they're in the money again. So congratulations, and what a battle.
What a battle, but holistically also, Dr. Jordan, to have so many young, talented African pupils come through from Benin, from Guinea, from Morocco, to come experience South Africa and have this tournament here must mean a lot.
Yes, I think they're all very happy. The Algerians arrived late. I felt sorry for them because they had to play 4 matches in one day. Great football ability in that Morocco, the Algerian school team. The Morocco women team, very classy team. And I think they will be there in the final. And then, of course, our own Clapham. He's been our perennial champions in our school's competition of the Kmart Sepek Cup. And we wish them the very best.
Well, certainly is absolutely fantastic to witness this on home soil. Thank you so much, Dr. Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful strengthening of our schools platform in South Africa. We are now starting with schools football at primary school for boys and girls. We're having a league for the secondary schools, and then we're going to form a national league. So I think the structures of schools football is in place. We had a meeting with both the Minister of Sport and the Minister of Basic Education, and they've agreed that the Wednesday Sport Day must be reintroduced in the schools. And if they put that in place, I think that we have a solid foundation from a development standpoint. So this year looks very, very exciting.
Very exciting. To infinity and beyond. Of course, it's the inaugural CAF Schools Football Championship. It has been absolutely fantastic. We see the likes of Clapham going through to the final. Thank you so much, Dr. Jordan, for your time. And, of course, your World of Champions bringing you all of this action right here from the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium. Up next, you do have Mfilu taking on Scan 8, and that's the 3rd and 4th place playoff for the girls.
And the road has come to an end for some teams, but St. Rita are the side to battle against Salima Secondary School just for the 3rd and 4th place. That is at the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium in Clermont, bringing you nothing but the best of the best of the under 15. That is the CAF African School Football Championship that will be underway. Dignitaries have made their way just to secure themselves within the best seat. Likes of Dr. Danny Jordan have also made their way, have been rather visiting the tournament just to check on the progress and also shares his thoughts and views about the beautiful game of the youngsters. They have put a great shift and a great task just to charge themselves and see how best they can challenge one another. Well, the road to the final has rather come to an end for them, but the bragging rights and of course the pride and dignity of each and every team and country being represented here is still at stake. The position 4 that is also a part of it, and a 3rd position also being a part of it, between St. Rita from Benin versus Malawi, rather Salami, the side that has played a draw against South Africa, lost to Benin 2-0 and also lost to Guinea 1-0, then won against Algeria just yesterday 2-0, and it sees them, or it finds them rather, being a qualified team. Seeing the walkabouts, just to understand again, as the teams are concerned, who have the females 3rd and 4th place battle on the other side of the pitch, that will be off air rather, and the male side, that is St. Rita versus Salami, that will be the live match. And tell you that the ladies from Scanade were also a part of it. Now the formalities are being gotten out of the way. So the Scanade will be playing on the other side. We just put it out by the Moroccan side. And I just could not get the important equalizer when the match was playing. Two sides also to try and test one another and see who takes the 3rd spot between Salami and St. Rita. Now, road to the finals, rather, for them to finish on a 3rd and 4th position fight. Is St. Rita, lost 1 to Clapham, and against St. Rita, 2-0 draw against Salim at the competition.
Yeah, I think maybe the most disappointing game for them is the one that they just lost to Clapham. I think you look at the physicality of that game as well.
The Malawi road to the semi-finals and then finding themselves playing for 3rd and 4th place.
Finding themselves they're playing for 3rd and 4th place. I think they will be disappointed. You see the graduation that they've got with all winning those games, but losing against Ben Sako. I think that should be the one that maybe hits the most.
Our match officials, the youngest within the mix of things, the 17-year-old, is also within us to share and usher the matches that are playing. Well, formalities and the likes of divine intervention comes to factor, just to invite every single part of your body to be part of the beautiful game that is football, a game that unites communities and a game that unites the nations. Comes alive right here in Clermont at the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium, one of the stadiums with a rich history on its own. Just a few things to be settled out. All the young stars are trying to get themselves geared up and just to be on a good start of the match. And to see who will be the side to claim a bragging rights, because there is a prize for the 3rd spot. I can tell you that the runners-up received a good $200,000, and the bronze medal winners take home about $150,000. Got everything to play for, and they've got the opportunity to at least make it to the 3rd spot. Things out of the way. That is Salami side wearing your red strip. St. Rita wearing your all yellow strip. Now pressure already coming out of Salami. Chance to create that goal scoring opportunity in the first minute already. Putting pressure on to make sure that they open up with a goal, Tekomdise.
It's very, very important to start with the lead, and then actually that can also give you that little bit of comfort to actually just start playing the way that you want to play.
Indeed, looking at the time factor, that is the first half is 20 minutes and the second half will be another 20 minutes. So opening a scoreline early sometimes comes in handy because you can then control the tempo of the game.
Yeah, it's very, very important, and both teams just played not so long ago, so therefore they don't need to settle a little bit later. So the better they start, the better for themselves.
Now South Africa have secured a spot in the final after a very intense match and a very physical match. Well, it took out a lot from some of the players as they tried to just cancel one another. You have to understand the movements as well, and the minutes are being played are not just sufficient enough considering the number of players on the pitch, having to have 8 players. There is St. Rita's starting 8, the likes of Hundokpu, and the Chaunas are also players to look out for, and Chuso continues to be within the starting 11. For Salima Secondary, just keeping the goalkeeper, that is Chiso Mondoka. He's played pretty much all the games, having one goalkeeper, that is Malawi, and as well the man up front, Ismail Buanali, the 14-year-old. The flag is up for offside.
And I think as for Malawi Salami, I think they will be looking for Sakala. I think he's been the player, the captain himself has been a player that is very instrumental on their side.
Very important player for Malawi. Influential has got 1 assist on himself. Trying to find Ismail Buanali with 2 assists up front. He subbed out a number of times in their match and still continues to be a player putting pressure up front. In a 3rd and 4th position, Etiko, you'd want to at least get the bragging rights and the pride and dignity intact. What does it mean to a young star that is just under the age of 15? Them are competing for the 3rd and 4th place, knowing that they always want that #1 spot, but it just wasn't to be for them.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't be for them, but also this is equally as important as well to start. Once you win the 3rd and 4th place, you have something to build on, and I think it's important as well to build that, to go back to your country. You have at least a better conversation, inspire other ones as well, the younger ones, to be able to participate come next year.
And indeed, and the mottos behind the CAF Africa Schools Football Championship is educate, engage, and encourage. So part of it, really indeed, Teko, it also plays an encouraging tool for the youngsters, so that they need to better their performance, and they need to also inspire the other generation that comes after them.
That's true, Mo. And also I think every team that is here, every school that is here rather, I think all of them are winners, just being participating in this, and to find these 2 teams playing for 3rd and 4th place is very, very important. Yeah, one of the fouls, I think we know Sabam, very aggressive player going forward.
Aggressive going forward, and can stand his ground, that is Sabam, for St. Rita.
And we've seen more, I think all through the tournament, we've seen that St. Rita, their physicality, if you can match them with that, I think you stand a chance of winning the game. You just saw that Clapham playing against them, how first half went with Clapham being able to manage that.
Well, they had to adjust to the physicality that they were faced with.
Yeah.
They needed to switch on to it. Talking about the physical aspect of it.
Yeah, that's what Salami is going to expect the whole game. They need to just, if they can manage that, I think they stand a better chance. You can see also how tall St. Rita players are as well from the set piece.
Good 2 teams. The physical presence will be something to look into. Structure, the well built at a very early age. The N'Golo Kantes of tomorrow. Your Paul Pogba's for tomorrow. Same structure, just to mention a few. Ball in play, still Benin keeping the ball alive. Chance to get across. As a touch for a cross in and a header. That goes out this time around. Cannot find the fellow teammates. Well, it's not that easy to score from with a header in this size of the goal post, but we've seen a few of them from the ladies as well. It happened.
Yeah, we've seen from the ladies, Hajam.
Now breaking away. Chance now for Benin to create that a chance for a hit. Goes away. And a goal-threatening moment for them.
And as well, Mo, I think there's something that is very, very impressive as well. You can see here from Sabam taking that shot, out of the box. But what's also very, very impressive about Santa Rita's team is the fitness level of them. I think they keep on going, they keep on pressing, they keep on that aggression. They don't lose it, irrespective of what the scoreline is.
Yeah, the level of fitness comes to factor. Also puts a lot of tests to the youngsters, because the opening games, some teams had to play 2 matches.
Yeah.
But they were up for a task. The idea for goalkeepers to go for a volley on such a small pitch, would you recommend as a good idea? Because they're putting power behind it. I'm just picking up from the one goalkeeper from Malawi, that is Ndoka, getting a volley in.
I think also one thing that is very, very common within the goalkeepers that we've seen, none of them wants to start the ball from the back. They always want to have that quick transition, and you look at the space and the distance between the post. I think at times struggling with that distribution.
I think if you have a good distribution, you probably hit a volley-directed goal just for a follow-up finish. Now cross-played in. A slight tackle rather late, but looks promising for Benini.
Guy, you're always going to have Juso. Whenever the ball is out wide on the left-hand side, you find himself inside the box. That's why he has 2 goals to his name, but he's always one of those players that has a threat, especially going forward with his speed and aggression as well.
That's Jose on the move, trying to find himself on the box. Rather a bit late with his a slight tackle to try and block the ball. Here's the moment.
Yeah, we know that Sabam very aggressive on the left-hand side. Unfortunately there for Joso, couldn't be able to get the end of that ball, but that's the strength that they have, and that's one thing also that they didn't do well against Latam. They're trying to fix it into this game if they want to win something.
Now crosses do come in, but the finish is rather late. Throw in for Malawi. Trying to make movements already, get the ball into the box. Well, good thing is that we haven't seen penalties in any of the semi-finals, which shows that any team that is on the pitch does not sit back and wait for the opponent and say, let's push them to penalties. They'll rather win it during a good 40 minutes of play.
I think also that's key, because we all know that penalties are just 50-50. You're not guaranteed that you're going to win. So whenever you have a chance to win it, on the pitch without penalties, you will take it.
True, penalties are rather a gamble. Also looking at the size of the goal post, a passing chance for Malawi. What an opening goal for Alex Blessings. Makes a good move. The captain himself makes sure that gets the first touch right, and the finish was rather superb. Keeper had already committed to the side. It just did not come his way. In this instance, he tried every trick to just be the one that puts a block, but Blessings Sakala does it.
He does it indeed. I mean, you look at this one, we spoke about how great he is. Look at the first touch, look at that finish, a cool, calm finish from Sakala. I think it's been key. We spoke about him. And also what's important, once you get into that box, you don't have to kill the keeper. Just pick your spot, and that's exactly what Sakala did.
Great touch from Sakala. St. Rita 0 and Salima 1. First half continues. Good to see if Malawi can increase their goal scoring tally. They're a side that gets themselves in the final third, but making that conversion in terms of their goals.
And more, you look at the scoreline as well. Santa Rita in the previous game, they lost 1-0. They are now trailing. They need to find solutions for them to come back into the game.
Now St. Rita have seen a 1-0 loss on their previous match. Just being highlighted by Tekombi. So maybe this time around they'll find a comeback mechanism. Some of the players weren't happy as well when the final whistle was blown on Cape Hammer players pulled a number of them. Some yellow cards being issued to close to 5 players of Clapham just to wind out time.
Yeah, that's why those Santa Rita players were so unimpressed by that. But also you look at the entirety of their play. They started playing long balls after they conceded that one goal a little bit earlier on. So that actually now disturbed their rhythm. So they couldn't play according to their strength. And I just hope that with this 1-0 trading now, they'll come back to their senses and start playing the way they've been playing the whole tournament.
The pull-out of the back this time around, trying to find a comeback. Ball for Salami. A side that was really threatening, a side that was having the potential to play in the finals. Wasn't to be. Their road was rather stopped in the semi-finals. Something to take home that they competed until the semi-finals, which is rather a positive. Now pass in the center. As Salami trying to find a move with the long range hits. They're sending a clear message. They make use in the box and they shoot from outside.
You can see that with that 1-goal lead, what it brings to the team, the confidence. You can see here trying to shot at goal. Kaira, we know his aggression, we know his speed, he plays with his heart on his sleeve, and that's what you need to be able to come out of anything from this game.
If you to look at teams on the male side, to go which team would you say they really put their heart on their sleeves, but it just did not happen for them?
I think it should be Santa Rita. I think they brought a different dimension into this tournament, you know, with the big bodies, the aggression, the speed as well. But it's just unfortunate they couldn't make it.
They've got the idea of how to play, and they're a side that spends a lot of time together. You can tell by the way they play.
Yeah.
They understand each other.
Very much so, and that's important. That's because that's when you build a team fluidity. And at times, especially against Clapham, I thought that would come through. It's unfortunate that they couldn't.
Corner kick for St. Rita. Chance to get an equalizer. Ball drilled in. Chance for a hit. Deflects away from the Salami players. They're trying to get themselves asking those questions. They're not holding anything back. They are still on the front foot. All time still in their favor for now.
Yeah. But we know that when you are trailing, you know how quickly time goes by. So you need to get that goal.
Goes by very fast and a touch from Ismail Bonani. What a touch! Keeper wasn't expecting it. That is a price mirror for Salami. This will be a great moment for them, having to score 2 goals to the first half, just to make sure that they stole this moment at first half.
I think it was like a sluggish defending there from Santa Rita. You see the balls hanging in the air, but the goalkeeper was so backwards, but also good improvisation there from Buanali to make sure that he puts the ball in the back of the net.
14-year-old Ismail Buanali gives his team 2 goals and St. Rita 0. They're chasing, and the instances are just increasing for St. Rita. Would want to find themselves at least getting that important goal, maybe then push it to 2-2 to see how best they can bring themselves back to fighting ways. Now ball in a chance for St. Rita, but the shot wasn't that great enough. Oh, foul against Salami.
I think with now that the scoreline is 2-0 for Salami, they need to be very careful in that defensive unit. They need to be very compact. They shouldn't be opening gaps, because once you do that, what Santa Rita now gets 1 goal, it changes the whole complexion of the game. I think that defense, Salami, should be very, very solid.
Now that Tiko, you've said St. Rita wears their heart on their sleeves. They are trailing with 2 goals now. Let's see how best they can use that to their advantage. Commentator's case coming handy.
Indeed. Adriano there, the captain there, trying his shot, but a great save there from the goalkeeper.
But putting a good fight. A reflex to keeper there. Still ball in the box. Just more pressure on Salima. And they don't go down without a fight. They put in a good shift just to make sure that they take their chances. But this time around, denied by the keeper. There's another attempt as they push in numbers. Win the ball very early. Claiming for an offside. Flag is up, really. There's the young South African match official, who's 17 years of age. also being a part of this program. Well, what's the good thing, Donna, is that the CAF Africa Schools Football Championship does not only groom the young footballers on the pitch, even the officials. Just at 14 years old, you're flown to South Africa to officiate such a big stage. Isn't that a motivation?
It is indeed. I mean, of course, we spoke about the players' exposure, players, how important it is to participate in this, and also the officials as well. When you look at how commanding they are on the pitch, you know, they're not scared of making tough decisions. They're not scared to take those decisions. And this is also the same referee as well that gave the red card earlier on a couple of days ago.
They have the rights, and they know when you've done it wrong, and it's worthy of a red card. Ball flown in, header. Oh, too high for the captain. He's hoping to get a good header on from Adriano.
And also, I think this is one of the aspects of their game as well, that maybe they can get one goal up, because you look at the height that they have, they need to use those set pieces very well.
They've got the height. Just the flight of the ball might be there at disadvantage for now. But they can compete aerially. Now movement in for Benin. Cleared away already. I tell you that Salami can feel the movements coming out of Benin, getting all physical already.
Yeah, can see that a little bit of frustration is coming into their game. I mean, they're 2-0 down at this time around. Then Songoli, they're trying to clear the ball.
And clearance of the ball deflected from one of the Benin players. The idea of launching the balls long, Donna, to behind the defenders.
I think it's an idea that most teams adapted to it. Just trying to play the ball there so that you can put your team, play from the second ball, because none of the teams actually want to take a risk of building from behind.
I can tell you that we've seen some of the teams doing it now, long range. That did not happen.
Yeah, we know that team. We know which team is that.
Yeah.
They're in the final.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The female team. It's the Moroccans.
Yeah, very comfortable in the ball.
Nice and easy. Now, that is St. Rita making subs. Have brought on fresh legs at first half already. Tell you, they're making early subs. Just to see that. Now movements to make it go! That is Salami making sure that they just put more salt on the wound of St. Rita. Look at the Michael Jackson move.
You can see those are TikTok dances. And I mean, look, Salami making sure that they continue putting pressure at St. Rita. I mean, you look at that goal there from Kaira. The mistake there, defensively again. Look at that finish there, very calmly. So one of the players that he spoke about playing, you know, with his heart on his sleeves.
Now movements already going to the box for Salami, trying to get just one goal. If you were to look at the scoreline, it's 3. That is Salima and St. Rita 0.
And more, one of those situations where you hear coach just made a change, and then after making a change, already you're conceding a goal, and you're trying to make that change also to try and affect the game in terms of coming back to it. Instead of you conceding a goal, that should be something that the coach probably made, something that is in the back of his mind.
Now movements, trying to be up front. 2 minutes remaining in the first half, and Salima trying to create more movements. It's promising for Malawi. Maybe they want to just score a huge margin in terms of the goals. Just a minute remaining, Don. A good first half for you, or it was just okay?
It is a good first half for Salami. I think they found those opportunities, they were able to punish, and I think just to center it, I think they just gave up on defense. You can see that now they're trying to change the game, and for them they're opening up, so Salami might start also getting more goals.
Well, a search for clean sheets for Chiso Mondoka. Now here's a man, Teko. With the number of goals being scored, he's already on 4 assists, and just 1 goal on him. That is the 14-year-old Puanali.
I mean, that's key. Sometimes you need to be able to be the best teammates with those assists to help that the team will score. And now he had all his opportunity to be able to score with a beautiful goal. He improvised, such a nippy player, short, but he's playing as a number 9.
very involved players as far as Salima is concerned, and they're doing nothing but the best. They're trying to get themselves a maximum points and get the goals. Well, for St. Peter, it's rather a tough day in the office and a tough half for them. However, Malawi are doing nothing but what they were sent to do, just to clinch maximum points and win their matches. It only to be for them to make it to the final, but the third and fourth place comes in handy. Salima 3 and St. Peter 0 at halftime. The halftime stats can tell you that the pass accuracy is 76-74 and the ball position 56-44 in favor of St. Rita.
Well, it has been quite enterprising to see the third and fourth place player off for the boys at the CAF African Schools Football Championship. And it is Salima of Malawi who are leading 3-0 against Saint Rita in that first half. And I suppose that's why we're playing this third and fourth place playoff, to show that we want to make sure that we at least get something out of this tournament. That's exactly what Salima's doing.
Absolutely right, Tato. Salima came into this game. They wanted to take it to St. Rita. And one thing I love the attitude here. They lost in the semi-final, but look at the difference team between Salima and St. Rita. Their attitude is different. You can see St. Rita is deflected. And you don't blame them. They're young boys. They needed to be motivated so they can come back to the game. Kudos to the bench of Salima, who managed to motivate the boys, and we're seeing amazing goals and amazing football so far.
Speaking of those amazing goals, yet again he gets on the score sheet. Captain Fantastic Sakala leading the way.
He's definitely a revelation, Tato. That is Sakala, of course. I think he's one of the, shining stars in this tournament. And I think Salima, in this case, of course, getting another goal. And this has been the order of the day for them. They came into this game positive, and I like the positivity. I like that they're effective and they're still hungry to play and score goals.
And I suppose that's a learning curve.
Yeah, Bona Terminator Ishmael there with the bicycle kick. For me, goal of the tournament so far, because he just made up his mind and he took it. As you look at the third goal, Kaira, they're coming with a late run from the middle of the park and just cushioning it on the furthest post of the keeper. And he was practicing that before the halftime.
The goal celebration.
Yes, he was practicing what he's going to do. And now after he's scoring, he did it exactly. But good performance from Salima all around.
come out with the intention to make sure that they entertain the crowds, end off the tournament on a fine note. Question is, what does a despondent Saint Rita do in the second half to make sure that they at least come back and they motivate themselves to continue playing?
I've been in the situations, Tato. It's the mind. The coach needs to motivate them, saying, guys, let's play for pride, you know? You're still young, don't take it too personal. I think for them it's a learning lesson. Come into this game, let's be positive, let's score goals. Let's just perform, you know? Players like Sabam, I think he should go more forward, because when he does that, when he joins the attack, then they look promising. You know, for me, just change the whole team. Sabam is tired, take the whole team out who lost in the semi-final and put the ones who haven't played so they can touch the ball and enjoy.
Especially because right here in this tournament you have an option to choose your substitutions as you may, but of course this is what's happening on a field A. It's always duality at the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Right now, of course, we're seeing the likes of Salima preparing for that second half, but on the other field, field B, we've got Mfilu, who are also in action, and unfortunately no goals have been scored there, so it's still open, even Stevens, for them to see who is the winner.
Maybe the first game that will go to the penalties, Tato.
All right, well, we'll have to see all of excitement right here on your World of Champions Super Sport. And of course, we bring you the second half between Saint Rita and Salima.
Return of the two teams, the Saint Rita 0, Salima 3. Second half is about to start. A lot has been talked about, that is Saint Rita, and they want to make sure that at least they put a good fight and maybe just try and steal a goal or two if they can. The second half is about to start, Donna. How is Malawi going to hold on to this?
I think for Malawi, Salam, I think they just need to contain what they've been doing in the first half, just play their normal game. And I think from Saint Rita, I think it will see, I think it's one of those games that is a test of a character, because every time they are trailing, it's very difficult for them to come back into the game.
It will be difficult to come back into the game, and especially against the Malawi side. There's the sub that has been made for Saint Rita. They've got Pierre out, who came on rather. Has made a sub.
Yeah, that's the physicality that keeps continuing from this game. And Saint Rita, I think they are famously known for that. That's one of those things that in their game that will never change. And I just hope that you know, they find something to bring back themselves into the game and make this game interesting, because as things stands right now, I think Salami are in the driving seat.
Indeed, they are in the driving seat. The young man has his boot out, being stretched out to have a conversation now. The ball played to the box. Good turn! Across the frame of goal.
Great introduction there from Pierre. You can see that he couldn't get the right connection that he needed. And but look who's also on the other side, trying to be at the end of it. Yusuf, who finds himself inside the box and makes those great runs.
Great runs just did not happen for the St. Peter side. Putting numbers up front and getting the balls across. Just the finish is letting them down in this match. That is Josso player up front, forever putting pressure. Just looking the finish now, chance for Buanali. Dispossessed with immediate effect. And trying to get into the box. Trying to create more chances. What a turn from the captain himself. Gets across in, keeper with the catch. Very important saver from the keeper. But is just creating more chances. That is Alex Blessings, 15 years of age. Here's a Blessings. Keeper comes out to deny. Still pull live, but Blessings is sitting on top of the keeper. It shows him off him.
I think Buanali is finding a joy for himself there playing as a number 9. And that combination and understanding between him and Sakana is really proving evident.
Superb combo. Now he went down, but Kepe got ball in and a penalty. And he came off James Mosongori. Well, he hit his hands and but a bit of his arm was showing, and the cross landed on his hand.
And I think it's one of those situations when you know exactly what happened, so that natural reaction that you want to hide your hand after the ball being hit on your hand, it's just an unfortunate thing. Let's see that the captain himself will bring back the team.
Just a goal might to save them. Adriano takes power on it, hits the keeper completely. Very close as well. And when you put power on it, the keeper has already made up his mind. Went the opposite direction.
Yeah, here's the incident earlier on. Played on good rib from the referee, but the captain very slowly, calmly putting it in the back of the net. That's the goal that they needed for the confidence for them to try and come back into the game.
Did you see how many steps he took for that penalty? At that age, 2 steps.
He's a captain.
Yeah, he's got the confidence, eh?
Yeah.
2 steps, and when you were younger, come running just to hit the ball hard and just send it in the opposite direction of the keeper. I guess the training programs instill such confidence. Now pressure is in. Chance for Buanali with a turn. Trying to get himself a goal, but the bounce really did set him off there.
Indeed, because also you look at the bounce, it was spinning, so he didn't time it very well. But they're very clumsy there from the goalkeeper. As you know, the team just scored, trying to come back into the game. Those are the type of mistakes you want to avoid.
Now for a keeper, when your team is trying to put a fight in it, you need to also make them halfway and just reduce the goal scoring opportunities for the opponent. Try and save it while you can. Ball in the air. Buanali is possessed by Adriano.
Yeah, this is one of those mistakes. Just play the ball as a keeper. Whenever there's a free player that you need to be playing, play the ball and there, but also good effort there from Buanali to trying to press the goalkeeper there. He nearly benefited from that.
Almost benefited from it. Just putting pressure on the keeper. The bounce really unsettled him because it went just opposite the direction he was approaching. Now playing very risky. That is the keeper for St. Vita. That is Emiro. Well, the second half continues. Salima 3 and St. Vita 1. Movement from St. Vita. Team that was hoping to have made the final. South Africa put a mini stop on it. Jozo, one of the players that is forever in the box, but just lacking the finish and the touch.
And he forever, I think, is one of those players that stood out for St. Rita from the beginning of the tournament, rather. Play out wide, but he always finds himself inside the box with just that touch. It's never there.
Oh, touch not favoring him to go back to his approach and just be happy for so much effort he's put in. That is Imlan Ibrahim, the left full back. Now ball floated into the far side. First touch not the greatest from Achiforo. Struggling to get the first touch right, especially when the balls are played in the air.
It's always difficult. You also want to, as a coach as well, you want to encourage your players to play the ball on the ground because it makes it a little bit easier to be able to control and to get your flow.
Oh, ball indeed played long. But no trouble for St. Rita. They patiently building up. First touch from Achi Faru. It's not one of the greatest. Lost position of the ball. Throw in for Malawi. Well, the stage is set, Donna. The finals loading. And this was playing in the finals with the ladies, if you remember our predictions on the last game.
Fountain.
Goodness.
Yeah, that's a big game. That is a big game. We spoke about it earlier on once we saw two teams displaying beautiful football on the pitch, goals being scored, proper football being played, and it's an interesting final. I can't wait.
I can't wait to just see the experience of young ladies and the first touch and full control of the ball. I just hope it does not end on penalties, but we see goals because both teams have the potential of just scoring goals.
Both teams are just, you know, they score for nothing. Like they make it look so easy. Both of teams, I think they do have their top goal scorers with 5 and 6 goals. So it will be very, very interesting to see who come out top. But all we're there for is just that beautiful ball that both teams play.
Well, I guess the current top goal scorer in the Moroccan side, popular name, one and only Malak Ajam, who wants to make sure that she increases the goal scoring tally. So there's the individual accolades that will be presented later on in the day. One of the players also to look out for is Sarah Dofri.
And what's interesting about Dofri as well, the first game they played, he didn't participate, he came on as a sub. And ever since then, he's been starting, and the difference that he brings in that midfield. I mean, the work rate that she has, and also she got a goal today.
It's going to be very interesting to just see more of it and see them just play. Cannot wait to see her playing a good 90 minutes and see how much of the engine she has, because she does that in and out role very well.
Yeah, she does indeed.
Plays with a smile too.
That's the most difficult thing.
To play with a smile.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially when you're in that competitive mode.
Yeah, but she does it so well. Now let's see St. Rita making their way, trying to get that one goal. Still not happening, and the block from Salima just denying any space that is being created by St. Rita. Don't want to concede a goal.
And the more we've seen in the previous game when the team was on the lead, especially the Clapham side, you could see that they start delaying the game. That's why a lot of players got the yellow cards. But what's impressive as well about Salam is they continue playing the game. Even though they're 3-1 up, they could be doing the same thing, but they just want to play football.
I think Clapham were playing a very smart card against St. Rita. They could read that St. Rita is putting too much pressure on them. And they want to really come back into this game. And they played a very interesting trick that once happened back in the DSTV Premiership 2 seasons ago. You remember very well.
I remember very well.
Pretty much all 11 players, rather 10 players got yellow cards, intentionally so. Well, looking at the stage they're at now, just a game away, a yellow card for them wouldn't really hurt because they are left with just one match and they've got the lead. It does not warrant to any suspension, so they were rather playing a very smart card on it. It really did kill the momentum. Got a player down, I think that is Bonali. No, not Bonali this time around. It's James Lombe.
Yeah, I can see the two players just so coming back to help Sabam there defensively, and Lombe there was the victim of the foul.
That is James Lombe, the 14-year-old. He played pretty much all the games in the KEF Africa Schools Football Championship. Wants to make sure that he helps his side at least get the third spot. Set piece for Salima. Searching for the 4th goal. The referee says, I've got my eyes on you. That is Mundupo. Ball played in, chance for a shot. Block. Did not give him enough space to prepare for that shot. It's looking promising, that is Imlam Ibrahim. Another patient play for St. Rita, trying to get themselves forward. Well, for Salima Tekodi, their three fullbacks have played throughout the tournament. Have never been subbed, not even once.
Because of the trying to create that understanding between that, and once you have a solid defense, and then with better understanding, better communication, you set yourself, you give yourself enough chance to actually go and score. But also you look at today's game, all the three attackers are the ones who actually scored the goals. Sakala, you do have Granali, Kayu as well. Those are the players that score the goals.
Very interesting and a great synergy from the players. Quick turn, trying to get a shot from Joso, but denied. Shifuri loses position of the ball and had some cover from his teammates. Keeping it in. Throw in for St. Rita. The passing and moving around. Pass to find Ashifuri. It wasn't the greatest pass. Coach is up on his feet, wearing a red top. One of the aspects maybe the officials have to look into, because he's wearing a red top and his players are wearing a red kit.
They should be wearing a bib.
Yeah, should be. So I guess officials are still in training, youngsters. Other things yet to be coached to them.
Yeah, that's the main man there. Santa Rita continue with that physicality as well, but it's something that we spoke about earlier on into the game. They won't change, they play how they play, and that's the danger man from Salima. Sakala being the one that has been fouled.
Oh, blessings Sakala. Scored himself 4 goals in this tournament and played all the games, the 15-year-old. Oh, looking at the age group for Salima side, most of them are 14 to 15 years, others are turning 15 in the next 2 months. They'll soon graduate to the under-17 championships and soon not qualify for the under-15, but it would have played a very important role. Already have traveled and have seen Africa and tested some of the African teams.
And that's an important base to have. You've got now a conversation opener now. You do have a team that is fighting for 3rd and 4th place. You do have players that won't be able to participate in the next year. But now the ones that are at home watching this type of games, they're getting inspired, they're getting confident as well that they want to participate in this. And who do you want to participate in a 12, 13-year-old player?
Well, this stage sets you up for a great graduation when you want to advance to the next a step, and then you know how other countries will just be like, and how you've learned and earned your badges as a player as well.
That's so true, Mo, and it's also important as well to play high competitive football. And you come here, you compete against other countries, against top players as well. That also helps you in terms of experience, also how you can better yourself.
The state of readiness will be intact, well-rounded athletes. St. Rita on the move. Paula searching for a Pierre. First touch, not one of the strongest. Keepers down on the ground, all the way on an attack. And some of the Salima players have already gone down. The likes of James Musongore needs medical attention. Look at the risk of just lifting his leg up just like that, and he's refusing for it to be stretched. That is a Chisomo Hondoka.
Yeah, maybe that with all the games back to back, the physicality of the game, the demands of these games, this type of games, it's getting to affect the players as well. But you would want to be in this position while you've seen players getting affected by also being in the lead, because if this is your team while you're still trading and trying to come back into the game, that would be a big concern.
Now, the young stars that aspire to be as great as the ones that are on the pitch have secured a sit, and they've been cheering nothing but the game that is underway, and the dignitaries from SAFA and your CAF offices have also made their way. Some of the officials from the Moroccan teams, and I can tell you that they
are here to witness nothing but the great display of youngsters. Corner kick for St. Rita. Taken by the youngster that is Muriel Moncho. And the keepers are rather another player down for Salima. There's Imran Ibrahim. I tell you, this is what initially spiked the St. Rita players when the opposition starts going down for too long. And it started to be a busy match. Now corner played in, chance to get it wrapped in, but not enough to upset the keeper. There is a number of players that are going down, Donna.
Indeed, there are a number of players that can, and I'm starting looking at the subs as well. They are being prepared, but it doesn't look like it.
Now here's the likes of Lucas Khatebe within the mix of things, and Mamadou K is also there wearing a nice grey suit. I see where you get your inspiration for grey suits, Donna.
Thanks, Mo.
Looking nice and slim. And young stars also just making sure that they're doing nothing but the nice things on the puck. And 2 minutes remaining, Donna. Salima have got the lead. St. Rita are the chasing pack.
They are indeed. I mean, we spoke about the struggle that they have whenever they are trailing, and it seems like it's continuing that way. But also good job from Salim. I mean, having to contain this physicality, physical side that is St. Rita.
Indeed, a physical match, but goals are still galore. As far as Salim are scoring 3 goals on this match, would have loved to have scored these goals in the final if they were in the final, but it's not to be for them. They live to fight another day. Now ball over the defense, keeper stays on the line. Well overcooked to find it or so. Only seconds remaining. And, players are waiting to hear the final whistle. Hit it out. Now long range bowling is still Usalima with the lead. Cleared away by St. Rita, the Benin side. I'll take a lot from this particular tournament. I tell you, they've also put in a good shift. As this day was not the greatest for them. And for Usalima, they'll take the 3rd spot and just keep their pride and dignity intact.
Yeah, but also great fighting spirit for St. Rita. They are trailing, but you can see that the work rate is still there.
Well, the final whistle has been blown, and Salima are assigned a donor that have taken the 3rd spot.
I mean, they took those advantages earlier on with those goal opportunities that comes from Ranile, Kahira, and Sakala, the main men. You can see the jubilant boys that they know that they worked hard to be in the stage. They would have wanted to be in the final, but nonetheless, they had a great tournament.
Well, it's ended with set faces for Benin. And this match continues to be more and more of the set face and set moments. It just did not happen for them. It did not favor them at all as far as the Benin side is concerned, but they put in a good fight and a good shift. It just did not favor them. However, Malawi, that is Salima, now the happiest side, securing the 3rd spot with Sakala and Bonali Kaira, making sure that they secure that spot. It's Salima 3 and St. Rita 1 at full time. Well, just to make mention of the stats, total passes is 182 versus 101. I can tell you that St. Rita had the upper hand in terms of ball position. It just did not favor Salima, but the scoreline remains 3 up with St. Rita 1. Now, the one and only moment they've been all waiting for. It's Fountain Gate versus Ikole Omar in the girls' final right here at the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium in Claremont.
Hey, 3. I just want to taste RX3. Checking 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Checking 1 2. To the checking 1 2 1 2. Okay, right here. Checking microphone. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Checking microphone. Are you happy? 1 2. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are happy?
Well, the curtain is slowly closing in on what has been an exciting tournament thus far. It's Fountain Gate Dodoma Secondary School that take on Italy Oma Ita of Rabat of Morocco. They are going to contest not only just for the prize money, but also the bragging rights to be the first school that wins the inaugural tournament. Yes, in our midst, all the VIPs are there. It's the CAF President, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, the Minister of Sport, Mr. Zizi Godwa, Danny Jordan, SAFA President. Also in presence are the CAF vice presidents and the COSAFA president. All the VIPs are in the house, and also you're part of it, and you're watching it on your World of Champions. That's where you're watching it from. We're coming to you live from Claremont. That is where we are, proudly hosted by the city of eThekwini. KZN is the province, and Sugar Ray Ulu is the stadium that will be played out at. Yes, the young and old have come out to come and enjoy what the festivities have been. It began on Tuesday. 24 goals delivered for us on Tuesday. Eventually, in the girls' groups, we've witnessed a whole of 24 goals in all the group stages. So two of the best teams clash here today. Two of the most favorite contenders. They held on to the favorites tag all through the group stages, and they clash right here on your World of Champions today. It's Fountains of Malawi on your right-hand side that take on Omar Khatab of Rabat in Morocco on the right-hand side of your picture. Match officials leading the ladies out to what will be an exciting format. A all-female contingent. Even the officials are female. Yes, it's a year for her. Right here on your World of Champions, the two teams shaking hands. Hira Yusufi leading the Omar Khatab side. And for Fountain School, so it's a star-studded starting lineup. Of course, all eyes will be on Winfreda Gerald, the current top goal scorer. Also in between the sticks, only having conceded one goal. Alika Namia is the other in between the sticks that will be looked out for. And on the side of Equal Omar Khatab, it's Malik Eldrisi that is up front. Maumeni in that middle of the park will be pulling the strings, as well as Sarah Dofrai, who also won the best player in the zonal competition. That player will certainly be key for the Moroccan side in trying to not only claim the check, yes, $10,000 donated by the Motsepe Foundation. As you see, the chairperson of the foundation, Mrs. Motsepe, or Dr. Motsepe rather, or sitting alongside the CAF president in Dr. Motsepe. Fountain Gate School, I'm not alone in commentary. As I say, Fountain Gate School, I see the man alongside me with a tactical board already out. Lakin Khati, what to expect?
Bafana, thank you very much. With Fountain Gates, Tanzania can be proud of their young ladies, but we have so many battles inside of the field. Winfreda, the top goal scorer for Fountain Gate, come against Omara Hajam, the top goal scorer in their team. And once again, you look at the goalkeeper department you spoke about, a league for Fountain Gate conceding only one goal, and for the opponent, Alam, not conceding at all, keeping clean sheets in the 4 games they've played. So it's going to be an interesting battle we're going to witness.
What an interesting battle of note. They always say that the cream always rises to the top. The cream is at the top. The favorites of the tournament are clashing in the final. So there's all to play for. Yes, even the best goalkeeper of the tournament, that contenders are here. The top goal scorers, the contenders are here. The best player of the tournament, the contenders are in this clash. So there's everything to play for, more than just the gold medal. Also bragging rights individually. So are at stake between the goalkeepers, between themselves. They were voted the best goalkeepers in the zonal tournament also. So everything is all to play for, and a try and truly ensuring nervous moments. Of course, Aya Diri, the other one, and it's going to be quite interesting.
Look at the facial expression of the young ladies. You can see concentration galore, Bafana. They know what's at stake. They want to go get it. And I can tell you right now, we're going to have a final that will be filled with goals, because these teams, they score freely.
It's the final of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. It's the girls' final. Fountain Gates and Omar clashing. Already looking to try and build from the back, and trying to get comfortable with festivities. Yes, we're on Twitter. #PlayNow, #SS Football. Have your conversations with us on there. Wherever you are in the continent, this is the best as far as schools football is too. Well, lovely cut inside from Mameni. No, keeping the position is Fountain Gate starting strong. Looking to try and boss proceedings. One in that middle of the park and forced now to be defensive. Well, shot is blocked. El Adrisi forced to play wide. Ball one in the middle. Now looking to find spaces. Siame. Mary Siame, the other with the 2 goals for Fountain Gate.
Absolutely right. The similarities between these two teams is unbelievable. Firstly, the formation the teams play, a 3-3-1 up front. Also, for Amar, 3-3-1 up front. So you can see that they'll either cancel each other very well or go toe-to-toe.
Well, their first game in Fountain Gate, they started emphatically when they scored 7 goals, considered only 1 goal. And Winifreda was opening up slightly for her and closed it down very quickly. She is dangerous, and she has scored 9 goals and 2 hat-tricks. The 1 hat-trick in the semi-final, the 1 hat-trick in the first match. In that match, in actual fact, she scored 5 goals.
Hence I told you the similarities in today's game is unbelievable, because the first player that scored a hat-trick in the ladies, it was Winfrida, the striker for Fountain Gate, and the second lady, it was Amar Hajam, who scored the second hat-trick in the game. So you can just tell it's an excitement between the teams.
Very little to separate them, but in the 40 minutes that will be played and displayed here at the Sugar Ray Xulu Stadium, they will be separated. Yes, iconic stadium, certainly named after the legend of football, legend of Amazulu. He was born in Pinetown, that's where he originally was born from, and sadly passed away in the era of COVID. And that was in 2020 at the age of 81 years. I'm talking none other than Sugar Ray Xulu, named Sugar Ray because of his boxing abilities. He was a midfielder, packed quite a punch with his shots from the middle of the park, but also was multi-talented, also played in boxing. First shot on target, first shot in anger, comes off.
Zanabu took that shot, the number 9 for Fountain Gate. You must watch her. She conducts that midfielder. It's the lady that's got a magic left footer. Always seems to get on the target. Remember the goal she scored? She received the ball, opened her body, and tapped it to the furthest post. I'm telling you, all the comparisons we've made, even the best midfielder will come out of this game.
There's all to play for. White cross, cut out, switching sides now. Lovely interchange of passes, doing well to keep it in play is Ramadan. And first corner goes the way of Fountain Gate. Well, was rushed. The ball needs to be stable before you can restart play. Asha Ramadani reminded of that fact. Zainabu can't fall for her kindly. Zainabu with the second strike is blocked. Beautiful and promising from Salame. It's the uprights. And Winfreda Gerald can capitalize on it. Promising move in the 4.5 minute that has been gone already.
Watch again, the 2 central midfielders, Mary, the number 8, just getting a powerful shot. But once again, the goalkeeper, Alarm, she has been in the right place at the right time. Very calculative when coming to make saves.
Well, she's only been beaten once in this tournament, has 2 clean sheets in the 3 games that they've played, is Omar Ayabin. Winfreda does well to win the ball in the middle of the park and looking to release Ramadan. She falls, manages to regain possession. Zainab, well, closed down easily, making life a little bit difficult for them. They have the corner. This time they'll hope to make it work, make it count, get it in the box.
One thing I'm enjoying is seeing the ladies spread the ball around inside of the park. Once it's playing on the left-hand side, building up, they switch it quickly to the right-hand side and try to get that cross in and cause danger in the box.
Well, there is some movement happening in the box, and Sayama with the shot and doesn't go anywhere on target. But you will obviously applaud the effort.
She shows up everywhere just because Zonabu, she's playing behind her, so Mary's got all the chances to go and try get that early goal. Has that freedom we call the number 10 position, just behind Winfrida.
Well, these teams are not just vying for all that is on offer as far as honors are concerned. In the zonal competition, they've also cleaned up the individual awards. Sarah Dofri was voted best player for Oman. Alam Bokadi was voted the best goalkeeper. Hajam was a top goal scorer, as is the case on the side of Fountain Gate. Winfreda Gerald was the top goal scorer in the zonal competition. Ali Neshemi was voted the best goalkeeper, and Zainabo Karuka was voted the best player of the tournament.
How unbelievable is those similarities, Bafana? And we are witnessing now in the 6 minutes that the game has started that the ladies are taking to each other. But it looks like Fountain Gate is more on the upper hand because they're getting shot on target.
Well, now opportunity for Sayama to get outside of the competition. Sayama can't get it past the keeper. Baraki doing very well to manage and go off the line. Timely. Well, it's still alive. It falls on the side of Ramadani. What can she do? She does well to try and beat the first defender. Cuts inside, plays it to Zanaibu. Goes out wide. Centrally. All passing lanes are blocked. Sayama, she's going to be trouble. She has been trouble already. Still alive. Looking for ways to try and break down that wall. Eventually, safely into the hands of Baraki.
What a break from Mary in the middle of the park. But look at the way Alam comes out of the goals, leave her line just to make that block. I'm telling you, that decision she made, it made it so difficult for Mary to grab and get an eye on shot of goals.
Well, we'll tell you the story of the man you see on the picture, Coach Ngowi. As we look at Oma going up front, they really can't make it work. Now Winfreda, she's great, she does well to beat two defenders and can't get past the defender and the goalkeeper.
But how excellent these ladies back each other up. You know, one when it's beaten, already a cover is coming just to direct play and ease the danger, Bafana.
Well, the two teams, I'll tell you why they have so many similarities. It's because those that direct them from the bench are winners of note, even themselves individually. Coach Asteritas Nogoa, as we look at the offside. Asteritas Negowi, the coach of Fountain Gate, not only does he hold a KFC license and a Bachelor of Arts in Education, he also won the Chibukizi Cup for 3 years in a row from 2020 to 2022 with the under-15, repeated the fate with the under-21s. You wonder what is the Chibukizi Cup? I'll tell you.
So much role model, so much experience from the lads that are leading the ladies. Already the ladies will be motivated only to be coached by somebody who's achieved so much.
The Chibukizi Cup is the largest East African youth and grassroots football tournament. That is what they've dominated, and from the ages of 5 right up until 20 for both girls and boys. That is the tournament that he's done well in, and the ones that direct them in the side of Omar can't get it past the first pole. Easily dealt with by Asha Ramdani, the coach for Omar. Not only does he hold a KFB license, but he's also the Moroccan under-17 national coach. Foul given, and is in favor of Hadiri.
Zanabu there just going in strong in the middle of the park, trying to be the first lady on the ball, but just flipping through Hadiri, who she's been quiet for me on this first half on the left-hand side. We normally see her just breaking down the left and putting crosses in. She's just been holding it. I think tactics from the bench to say hold them for 10 minutes and then we'll see.
Well, the captain Yusufi, the last line of defense, concedes possession and forced to track back also is Hanyani. Now opportunity for Fountain Gate and first touch later down is Nairin let down by the first touch and Coach Ngowi obviously not happy about it.
Not happy at all, Bafana. You know, Asha had the way of, she could have just tried to fake like she's passing and went herself and took a shot. It was all open because it was 3 versus 1.
Cleared out of defense. Sana Dofri. Hadiri. Back to Dofri. Looks for options, Dofri. Does well to find it in Hanyai. Well, Momeni can't get to that ball. It's quickly dispossessed by Karuka. Now, Gerald on the ball. Out wide, promising move. What can Chitanda do? And the ball outruns. Also, now still alive, looking promising. Well, cleared out of danger, cleared out of defense, away by the captain. Not effectively though. They come forward now is Omar. Late tackle.
Second late tackle coming in from Zanabu in the middle of the park. She should be careful because now the referee warned her. First tackle, now this is the second one. On the same lady that tackle went through.
Zanabu goes wide. She has been controlling things in that middle of the park. Well, the great things that you look at when you look at the Omar side, yes, they managed to send 8 players to the women's under-17 World Cup that was played in India last year. Of course, most of those players are not here because of age. They are now slightly a bit older than 15. But the great thing is that that team battled the likes of Brazil's, it battled the likes of USA in their groups, and there were other African teams that were present. Nigeria, of course, took the 3rd place in that tournament, and also Tanzania was present there as well, and Fountain Gate are from Tanzania. Looking at everyone. All it took is 30 minutes to stop it, to block it from getting it and profiting from all the work that they've been doing. They've been doing the groundwork, they've been doing the speed work hardest, but in the 14th minute she manages to bury one. So they lead, she concedes a second goal in the tournament.
They've been knocking that lady in the middle of the park now, playing a perfect ball to find Winfrieda, and she opened the body. Alarm tried to come out and close the angle, but already Winfrieda, being the top striker, the top goal scorer in the tournament for the ladies, opened her body and finished in style.
Well, she goes to double digits in style. That's a goal number 10 for her. And there is a player down for Omar. Omar Ben Al-Khattab's school. It's a school like an academy. Leading goal scorer is Winfrieda, the only player on double digits at the tournament.
Let me tell you, Bafana, don't be thrown off. You can tell she's walking sluggish. She's like acting like she's not interested. Once she pounces and gets on the ball, she becomes a different player. She just gets there, controls the ball and finishes. I mean, you saw with the goal now. 2 touches and it was at the back of the net.
2 touches, that's all it took. Well, she's been banging in the goals. She banged in 5 goals in the first match, 1 goal in the second. And she banged in a hat-trick in the semi-final also. Now she is on double digits in the tournament. Oh, lovely play from Sayane. Oh, great individual effort, and Bob can't get around the goalkeeper. Decision-making at the crucial moment, it let her down.
It was too easy, Bafana. It was so difficult to miss that ball and easy to score. All she had to do is put it on the left side of Alma for a goal.
She gets a second opportunity now, just seconds away from the initial one, but it's blocked. Now, Alma Hanian will receive some treatment. She's struggling.
Yeah, the collision between, actually she landed awkwardly, Hadiri, after Mary took the ball from her. Unfortunately, she landed on the side, the hip bone. Bafana, I'm telling you, you not come back easy, because it's one crucial part where the top body meets the bottom.
Well, she slipped, of course, and you must also take note that the underfoot conditions may tend to deteriorate. This is not the first match that we're having on here. We've had 2 matches already on the very same pitch, so conditions underfoot may deteriorate. But this is the earlier effort from Sayame. Did well to beat all the defenders, and at the crucial moment,
I wonder what she was thinking. Look at it, looks at the keeper, head up. Just that last charge, unfortunately, it hit her left foot and got out of control. She couldn't control it. That's unfortunate. We didn't see that little touch from her left foot. But the goalkeeper of Omar, Alam, did so well to come out and close the angle.
well, has been substituted. Kalmi comes in. Man, that will definitely be said. She was a pillar in that defense. So now with her not there anymore, just that now give a little bit of space to Winfrida or with Callum. Look to provide the difference. 3.5 minutes remain in the first half. Yes, it has been exciting. Exactly, that's how fast time flew when you are having fun. That's what time does when you are also enjoying yourself.
That's what we said. We said that we are guaranteed goals in this game and opportunities galore. We saw now Fountain Gate starting very well, you know, just tempting, putting those crosses in. But for Omar, I think they're going to come out in the second half because there's time to hold Fountain Gate in this first one.
Well, Oman bin Al-Khattab. They came in as favorites, so is Fountain Gate also. A number of their students are playing for the national team Morocco. So if you remember the exploits of Morocco, they did well in the World Cup in Qatar in the men's side. Almost getting very close in the semi-finals also. And the very same side managed to beat Brazil by 2-1 in the previous match. And we have the Moroccan female team. Tackle, very hard one. The referee will not have a word with Zainab.
I'm enjoying her. The way she covers all the angle, look at that. Made up her mind, went straight to the ball, got a perfect tackle. The player is up. She didn't get the player, she got the ball. And then still, after the referee says a foul, she goes and apologizes. What a sporting lady.
It's the captain now. I will take the free kick. Has 3 to aim for in the box. Goes across the face of goal. Too much power behind it.
Earlier on, look at the skill. Perfect skill from the skill, but look at the central defense of Fountain Gate. Zanabu. Perfect tackle, perfect covering, outstanding decision all in all.
Outstanding decisions all round. El Adrisi, she's been quite quiet in this game. Now getting into it, man, looking to try and find Chitanda. Also, the Moroccans female team will be taking part in the FIFA Women's World Cup later this year. Well, in July to be more specific, will be played in New Zealand and Australia.
Look at the competition between 2 players, eyes on the ball, but no malicious intention from both captains.
Ball into the box and the back post was it Adrisi. Well read is the situation by Alam.
First save in the game for Ali in the goals of Fountain Gate. Double fist punch, and it was clear.
Well, commanding goalkeeping, of course. Foul through.
That's how they got to this stage. Bafana, they command their area. Both the goalkeeper for Fountain Gate, Ali, and for Omar Alam, they've been conducting communication key.
An opportunity now for Chitanda to make it 2. Man can't do so. As I say that it's blown for halftime. So in the first half, between the best of the very best as far as this tournament has to offer, it's Winfreda that separates the two sides in the strike in the 14th minute. So it is quite promising because these teams are favorites. The second 20 minutes is going to be quite interesting for the two sides, as Zanabu Baruku did the best in the middle of the park. The spade work, she was creative. In defense, the captain led head and shoulders above the rest, and by deservingly so. In the first half, it's Fountain Gate that drew first blood. They lead by 1-0. They say numbers don't lie. It's 50-50 as far as ball possession is concerned. You look at the pass accuracy, 75% tells you why they are up front and they lead. Well, this is where we are at the Sugar Ray Ulu Stadium. Fountain Gate led by 1-0 in the first 20 minutes. Well, we'll wait for the second 20 minutes when I tell you it will be enterprising, it will be exciting, Lucky. But this is exactly everything that happened in the first half. Dominant performance from Fountain Gate.
The ladies we mentioned in the middle of the park who are dangerous, Zanabu and Mary. We saw Mary taking a shot with her left foot and hit the upright. It shows you that these ladies, one thing that has impressed me, they are comfortable with both feet. They can take a shot with the left and the right. Look at that shot, Mary. But the goalkeeper alarm, always alert in situations like that.
Well, the upright in that case came into her rescue, but this is how the whole move started. She has been commanding in goalkeeping, in between the stick, the busiest keeper in the half, and the one with the most heroics.
Also the busiest middle fielder in the game, Mary, the number 8. She also gets those balls from Zanabu in the middle of the park and score. As we see now, the goal, how it came. Actually, they attempt once again. And it was a goal from Winfreda that made it 1-0 for Fountain Gate.
Well, intelligence to calmly control matters, bring the ball under control, take it from her left and put it on her right, and then went bang at the back of the net structure. That is all the keeper could hear, the net rattling.
Look who supplied the touch, the number 8, Mary. For me, she's been outstanding, but that top goal scorer, Winfreda, always at the right place at the right time.
That was goal number 10 for her, but they were not done. They still came forward. Again, Mary combining these things. Sayame combining things in that middle of the park, beating the defenders, the creative spark, the pulse of the team.
Alame once making a perfect save, leaving her goal line. Look at it. The way she approaches the ball, makes herself big and closes the ball. Brilliant from the keeper. I love the way she uses her height and her feet to complement the saves.
Cool, calm and collected presence of the goalkeeper in Barupa, showing why she was voted best goalkeeper in the zonal competition. But they were not done. They came forward again. Tested for the first time. Keeper Alik comes out commanding save.
Hence, she hasn't conceded. She conceded only one goal in the tournament.
Conceded only in the first game and never conceded again. And statistically, this is how things are looking at. It is that exciting, Lucky. A 7-goal attempt for Fountain Gate. Interestingly so, nothing for Omar.
I'm loving the positioning there, 50-50. It shows the ladies are there, the ladies are building up. They're using those wing side to bring in the crosses. Excellent.
Well, possible substitutions for the two sides. They have key people on the benches.
And one thing I love, they can rotate them at any time, because remember, you can even substitute the whole team and introduce a new one.
You can go on and introduce the new one. So these are the results earlier on that were penned. Malifo as well as Scan 8. It's Scan 8 that claimed third place. Well, on the boss side, Santerita lost to Salima by 3-0. So the bronze places have been determined, have been decided. We still decide between Clapham and Bensaku in the boys section. But in the second half, we'll be bringing you the Fountain Gate as well as Omakata. The excitement of the game of the match. Those are the ball boys and everyone else that has come out in attendance of what has been an exciting day. Well, the next 20 minutes will separate the best from the very best, because it's only the very best that will go on and lift this trophy. At the current moment, they are separated by 1 goal. Yes, that man in the box, Samuel Gian, is there. Also, I told you the who's and who's of football. The VVIPs are also in there present. Dr. Patrice Motsepe, his and hers on the bed, on the stands as well.
Let me share something with you very quickly. I told Samuel, I said, make that dance when you score. And then he says, yeah, wait a minute. We see Lucas Khatebe in the house.
There are legends, the who's and who's of football, administratively, in leadership, and even in coaching. They're all here to make sure that this is one of not only one best, but the best, the very best. We've had coaching workshops, we had young referees workshops, we have young reporter workshops, safeguarding workshops, and legacy workshops. That has been about everything. We engage, we educate, and we even encourage.
Oh, don't forget, entertain Bafana, and also, just enjoy the festives. What a blessing it has been to be in this year where we are here for her all the way. Just witnesses the Cricket World Cup, the World Cup soccer coming.
Well, it's going to be quite an epic tale in the second 20 minutes. I mistakenly say 45, but we know that these teams are playing 40 minutes, 20 minutes per half, and the next 20 minutes, it's going to be crucial. The next 20 minutes, it's going to be the one of the very, very best of it.
I don't blame you, my friend, to say 40 minutes. You're enjoying yourself. You wish this game could go on and on. I'm interested in what we're going to see from Omar after going a goal down, and the defensive strategy of Fountain Gate when Omar is going to be throwing everything at them the last 20 minutes.
Well, they come out of the starting gate in the second 20 to make sure that things happen. Hadiri, she moves forward, goes outside to find Galam. Galami gets it into the box. Well, a shot from her, not capped where she would have wanted it.
It's positive start from them, unlike we saw in the first half, Bafana, where they were not even attacking at all. Now it's good to see Kalam breaking down this left-hand side and trying to get a cross in.
No attempt at goal in the first half, no shot even at goal, nothing on target. And they'll certainly be disappointed with that stats. But then I say it's the best of the best clashing in this final today.
You're punishing my goals, man. There was a one shot that Ali made a perfect save, and he also clapped. So they've been once at the box of Fountain Gate.
Well, the gate's not opening easily for them. They need to find the right set of lock. I'm not sure if it's password. No, there's a specific key size that you need to find. It's what Omar needs to figure out on their own.
Oh, you just had to, You just had to do different locks, different keys, different codes. But you know that if there's one thing Omar does very well, they know how to control the game. They know how to come back from the game. No, they've never experienced being 1-0 down in the game. So it's a challenge for them to see how they approach the second half.
A challenge that will require them to rise above. It's always the cream that rises to the top. So far, it's just Fountain Gate sitting there. Lovely work on the side now in Chitanda rather. Different ball game applied by Fountain Gate in the second half.
Yeah, look at what Chitama did. Easily, she just poked the ball and Irene climbed on it. It was their throw. That's clever defending from a young lady.
Abdelhamani out by Hadiri. It's the corner. So opportunity to whip it in. Well, taking shots. They are in search of their second goal. Siame looks for teammates. Oh, lovely footwork in from Panuva. And the shot led power. Eladiri. Hajam has 5 goals, second top goal scorer. Showing a lot to catch up with Winfrida Gerald, who's now on 10 goals. Hajam is on 5 goals so far. She needs at least 5 goals.
But you can tell it's going to be difficult to get those 5 goals. The plot from Fountain Gate is Felista, the captain, and Sarah. They've both partnered up.
Now opportunity to try and bury it. It's so hard to keep her from scoring. No defense that has been able to keep her from doing that so far in the tournament. And she continues to do what she's been doing best, and that is banging the back of the net.
But when I told you, she looks sluggish when she's just jogging around the pitch, but when she gets on the ball, she becomes a different player. Confidence, big, and then she makes her body big, and then she just taps it on the side. Look at it, focus, gets away from the captain, and then bounces back. Alam had no chance in that. This is a quality player. This is a superstar. At her age, she's going places.
Well, she makes scoring easy peasy, and yes, she squeezes the lemon out of it.
And makes lemonade out of your lemon. But this lady right here, I'm telling you, I'm expecting in a season or 2 to see her somewhere, big stages.
And of course, everyone at home, take down the names. You will be seeing these young stars in the soon coming tournaments. A brace for Gerald. 4 minutes in the second half. And can Omar fight back? They do have it in their strides. Can they fight back? 11 goals to her name now. Is Winifreda Gerald. Eladiri. Now they make their way into the box. Hadiri dealing with that imminent danger. Under pressure now. They started brightly. Is Omar in the starting of the second half, but placed under pressure. At the edge of the box, now looking to try and keep the pressure on. Falls on the way to the captain, Felista. Gerald, the hottest property of this campaign. Only player with double digits. She's on 11.
It's always difficult, Bafana, when you have to attack and you want to get that equalizer and then you open at the back. That's why we saw Winfrida being able to grab that opportunity and make that run and tap the ball at the back of the net. So when you press forward, you expose yourself, as we see a substitution took place.
Well, Nadam, Ella Asani has come on. Frustrating times, of course, for the sides.
Bafana, I think with the introduction of the number 8, El Asali, they want to just go forward and put pressure. I see they pushed Sarah Donfrey, the number 3, just to try and help Hajam up front there.
Oh, under pressure, trying to fight things. Well, she scored 11 goals that earned her a national team call-up. She's called up to the under-20 of Tanzanian national team. So she is going places, and they will be traveling to play in Algeria very soon. Also, that she's going places.
Bafana, there's nothing more I can say about that, but Tutlep, she deserves it. She's done so well in this tournament this week.
Well, it's been a blissful week for her as they come forward again, looking to pile on the pressure. And Omar. Looking forward now. It goes down is Ella Drisi. The referee will make no call about that.
Let me tell you, they did their analysis against Hajam, who was a danger striker for us that we spoke about. Look at the defensive structure of Fountain. Always 2 players on her, not allowing her to have free road to the goals, Bafana.
Now they're under pressure again. Mukona, well, took her eye off at a very important moment. Is Sayame. Captain, my captain, called to the rescue. Danger averted for now. 12 minutes remain. They need a goal, they need it fast. Is Omar Katab. The keeper caught. Oh, she got caught in that run. And just out of your picture, there is a player down for a Fountain Gate.
Yep, Mary there just colliding with the keeper, trying to just nick the ball past the Alham, the keeper, but she got the worst of it. And the first player to check on her, it was Winfrida. Earlier on, we saw the goal. Look at Mary once again, pass and 1-2 touches, goal. So simple for Winfrida. The player, the lady that's just been selected in the under-20 Tanzanian squad. Congratulations, young lady. You deserve it. You've done well.
The thing about her, also the modesty about her celebrations. She's getting the coaching now on how to bang the goals even more. The coach is not satisfied, maybe.
No, but look at her face. You don't know whether she's happy or she's not happy. She just want to continue with the work. And one thing she did was say, yes, coach, and she's going back. Let's see what she's going to produce, the instructions she got from the technical team.
Well, Coach Rabi of Morocco needs to find an ace up his sleeve to try and maybe force this game into a penalty shootout. Winfreda, this time closed in the tracks by Yusufi. Throwing for Omar Al-Khattab.
So much work done by Zanobi in the middle of the park, the number 9 for Fountain Gate. She's just everywhere in the field of play. She's making those challenges. She's playing those crosses. She's switching the ball to the side.
Well, again, they come forward trying to search and find yet another goal. Shot comes in, keeper battles to deal with it after a bounce. I did say that underfoot conditions will slightly deteriorate because there are a number of matches being played at this very venue. Even yesterday we had matches being played at this very venue. So it makes conditions slightly a little bit difficult as the tournament progresses.
Got a bit slippery there, but the keeper alarm her. She was behind the ball, body behind the ball, and make sure that she collects the second ball after she made a save.
Well, there are a number of individual awards at stake. Fair Play Award for both girls and boys. Best goalkeeper of the tournament, top goal scorer. No guessing who's going to take that.
Look who's making the tackle again, Bafana. As Zanabu, for me, hands down, player of the tournament. She's done so well. She's where the action is, and she's also been able to feed Mary going up front and with freedom.
Well, best player also will be voted for, and that's Zanabu for you. But for me, it's the terrorist, the other Terminator, and that is Winfreda Gerald. Doing well to shield that ball safely into the hands of the goalkeeper. Presence of mind should be truly applauded from Heine. Well, we're heading into 8 minutes that remains in this match. Ball out wide. Now promising. Flips it across goal, and Zanabu can really get it on. Beautiful strike. Third goal of the match. That is game, set, and match. She done it this time with the strike. She gets it first out of the tournament.
Wow. Wow. Irene, but I want you to witness something. Before she took that shot, how the ball was distributed from the middle to the right-hand side, where Asha has been doing duties. She's been quiet, but look at that shot. Control it, feathers post. Wow.
They say the cream always rises to the top, and that is exactly what Fountain Gate is doing. They came here, they opened the gates, and the fountain of goals just came out.
It's been brilliant performance, just a little bit of confusion.
It looks as though the referee called the game, called time on the game, and trying to see exactly what would be happening. Remember, it is a tournament for under 12 and under 15.
We're all learning, Bafana. Even our officials are still learning. There might have been a mistake. The watcher might have caused problem. The battery might be finished. We have to take such things in consideration. We saw her apologize and says, thank you to the fourth official for letting me know. Come back, ladies. Let's continue with the game. Absolutely, 100%. We're human.
We are human, and all these are students from the very schools, because a school sends a delegation of 15 players, also a delegation of 5 players that are students in the very same school, and everybody is between the ages of 12 and 15, so it's an opportunity for everybody else to learn.
Let me tell you, I already forgave her. She's been handling this game with magic. Keep on going, girl. Keep on going, girl. Uncle Lucky forgives you.
A restart with 8 minutes to go. It's still Fountain Gate that lead by 3 goals to nil against Omar Al-Khattab. They need to get at least 3 goals to force us to penalties, but this way they won't.
Midfielder, my midfielder. Zanabu. You saw how when she made that pass, she even showed where Asha should go and put it nicely, cushioned it very well for a cross.
No, by no means. Of course, the dignitaries on there in the middle in white. It's the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Zizi Kodwa, sitting on his right-hand side. It's Dr. Patrice Motsepe. On the left, it's the SAFA President, Dr. Jenny Jordan. Well, game stopped for the moment. There is an injury, of course, in the field. Aya Abdelmonim is down, struggling somewhat. They will allow a substitution. Not sure if she is the player to go off or will receive treatment. Physio walks up.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and see. She's playing on her last tournament. She's 15 years of age. Next year, she'll be watching her counterparts coming in. El Hilali comes on. And this would certainly be in the space of Abdeli Nomun, adding the firepower up front to try and get back into this game and try and somehow level matters. El Adrisi, positive and promising movements. Well, beautiful stuff. Well, from a side that never conceded goals today in Omar.
That's what they do very well, Omar, with the 1-2 played quickly. But look at the cover coming from Sarah just to clear that ball. That has been the excellent defending from Fountain Gate.
From the corner, they can't profit from it. Well, Coach Rari, the changes haven't worked for him. That look on his face, certainly it tells you that tough times are ahead. Opportunity, does she? No, there is a foul before. So Winfrieda doesn't get to celebrate.
I want to see that again, Bafana, because I want to see where the foul came in. Maybe Winfrieda pushed Alami with her shoulder to get to the ball, but the referee was spot on. She was at the right place at the right time.
Itching to get her second hat-trick. Most goals that she scored in a game is Winfrieda Gerald is 5. That was against Edendale Technical School of South Africa. In the very first game, they won that by emphatically 7-1. Very convincing victory to get out of the starting gates, making their intentions very clear that they brought the Fountain onto this tournament.
As we look at earlier action, to say the referee didn't see anything wrong that was done by Winfrieda. She ran just around the keeper to tap that ball in, but they said something was a foul.
Or something amiss. Not happy as the referee, but hey, 4.5 minutes remain. Shed tagging. Referee spots it from Dumfries. No, frustration setting in now for
absolutely.
Dumfries.
Yeah, young ladies, there's just a little bit of frustration, and we understand, you know, they are used to winning. They've never dropped points, and this is the game that Fountain is bringing a different element, and they're becoming a little bit frustrated.
They're finding it strange to be chasing shadows, something they're not used to. Hadiri gets one into the box, easily away by the captain, Felistiri. Now in attack again, she is itching for yet another hat-trick. Using her skill and dispossessed. But she'll go back to hunt the ball again. Such is her heart. She never stops playing for as long as the fat lady has in sound.
She never stops running, Winfrieda. She never stops looking for the ball. She never stops looking for an opportunity to punish the opponent.
Well, there is a substitution on at present. Comes on to take the throw in. Priska Isaiah comes on for Chitanda. Chitanda with the third goal. Her first in the tournament. She'll be happy to have put in a good day in the office and also crown that performance with the goal to celebrate when they go on to be the first team that will be engraved on that coveted trophy.
With 3 minutes to go, why not introduce all of them so they can get a taste and a feel of this tournament? It can motivate them, the young ones, 12, 13, 14, because they still have a chance to come back to the next one.
Well, with the universal language being football, which encompasses goals and saves as well as respect, discipline and teamwork and fair play, those are among some of the things that we look at. The beautiful and symbolic trophy that will be presented to these players embodies all of that. The line of the trophy represents the skills of the players on the pitch, while the ball represents the sports world globe, highlighting our African continent. The trophy is iconic and representative of the three phases of this basic tournament. The base of the trophy has 3 steps with representing 3 increments. As we watch, yes, as I say 3, she hears me saying 3 and she tries and goes for that second hat trick. The 3 increment of the tournament, of course, it's the national phases, the zonal phases, then continental showpiece, which we are witnessing on this. The color of the trophy of gold and silver represents the minerals, and that is important to Africa, while the vibrant green represents CAF, the parent body of the football of our continent, while the sky-bound ribbon represents the upwards and sky-bound trajectory of reflection of dreams, hopes and aspiration of young boys and girls in Africa. And as I say that Fountain Gate will be crowned champions, they do it courtesy of Winfrida Gerald's praise and Chitana's third goal. After everything else they've done, they came in as a team filled with confidence, and knew exactly what they wanted to do. Once the gates opened, the fountain fell through easy. Coach Gizwe becomes yet another. This is yet another success in his name after winning the East African Chibukizi tournament 3 years in a row. The inaugural champions of the CAF African Schools Football Championship in the girls edition. It is Fountain Gate. Dejected, disappointed. They walk away with $200,000 is Omar Khatib. This is how the girls came about, Lucky.
Once again, that right-hand side we spoke about, the 1-2s that they played by Mary. Look at Winfrida, the top goal scorer, opens her body. Look at the run, the second goal. And she just looks at the keeper, puts it on the left-hand side, celebrates, but the facial expression for me, she can't even smile. She can't even laugh. She knows that the job still has to be done. Once again, perfect run in the middle of the park, and that goal just won for quality from Irene.
So these are the goals and how they came about. She made it emphatically. Yes, they celebrate together. They hug each other because in the end of the day, football is the winner. At the end of the day, development is the winner. For Africa, we do this. For Africa, we dominate and even cry and raises all sorts of emotions. No team came second because at the end of the day, it's football that wins. But as things stands, as far as the tournament is concerned, it's fun. It's Fountain Gate and walk away victorious. 3 goals to the good. Statistically, it's a game that they dominated even in the second half. You look at all their passes, 166 passes. The accuracy thereof, 74%, tells you why they were the most successful team.
Also the corner kicks, they've got more corner kicks, and once again, 53% ball position.
Well, congratulations there to Fountain Gate, who are the inaugural champions of the CAF African Schools Football Championship, and a legend in her own right. Jean Seninde, seeing this beautiful game, being at this tournament, come to the culmination, and now we've got the girls champions, must mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it really means a lot. Fountain Gates from East Africa, so representing, but it's just been amazing seeing this CAF African Schools Championship coming to life with all the investments that have been put in. I think looking back to our days, we had to choose between football and school. But now seeing that these little girls get to have football and get to be at school at the same time, it's really amazing, and this is where the talent is created. We are seeing the future African stars. But talk about the numbers, over 500,000 across Africa, 20,000 schools from 41 countries. I mean, it's just, this is the investment we are talking about. But then the difference is this time it's not just the football on the pitch. We are also seeing the developments off the pitch. They have trained over 150 young reporters, over 100 young referees, 100 young coaches, and of course the safeguarding where we are seeing these little girls going through just the exact treatment that we should talk through. I mean, you talked about these little girls being famous faces from when they are little all the way to Africa. By the time they reach the global stage, it's going to be amazing. And this is what we dream about for African football. We look at the role models now that are existing, and these young girls are seeing what's happening now. I think we are really proud of what CAF is achieving, and I think we are taking Africa now to the global stage.
And I also love seeing the young girls celebrate as champions. And of course, you've been wholly involved in making sure that we have a holistic approach in football, young girls football. You've got the Jean Seninde United. And this also must mean a lot to you, knowing that you are not doing work on your own.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing for us. For me, I've always said, young talent from the bottom is where we are producing the superstars. And for us with the Jean Seninde United, that's what we are trying to see. But seeing these girls with the football they've exhibited at the global stage, I am amazed with what we are seeing. But for me, I say, wow, we've never had the best three in the FIFA Best Awards. But with the talent we have now, the future of Africa is great.
Jean, thank you so much for your time. And of course, again, East Africa Stand Up.
Yeah, East Africa, oh my God. I mean, we have a big story to tell, but it's not just this. These young girls have showed a lot of sportsmanship like you've seen here. They are showing that friendship and all the values that this tournament is creating, the leadership skills, the friendshipness, and of course, the stories that they are going to take away from this tournament, because they've had to live the lives of superstars right from now. They are going to go back and tell these stories to their fellow friends, and that is going to increase the number of girls and boys taking part in football. And that is what we are talking about, increasing the number and creating a real impact and leaving the legacy.
Thank you so much, Jean. Absolutely honored to have you as one of the footballing legends, of course, knowing that the ladies are also represented along with Portia Modise.
Thank you.
And then, of course, right here on your World of Champions, you see the celebrations and, of course, disappointed and dejected Omar. Coming up right now is the closing ceremony of the very first CAF African Schools Championship, coming to you live from the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium.
Now the closing ceremony is about to start. The CAF African Schools Championship is just going to shut it all down with nothing but a beautiful masterpiece, an art gallery that will never go without noticing everything that has to do with the youth football. The young stars is concerned, that will engrave this moment to their hearts and their countries and representing their respective schools at its best. Now, two sides that have got nothing but the best in terms of winning their matches, and the likes of Abo Ntengane, the artist from KZN, who have just been award-winning Maskandi artist, the recent artist, after the likes of Abo Shwina, Abo Mtekala, likes of Abo Kuzane. There's now Ntengane, who's a representative of the Maskandi music. If you look at behind in Ntengane, there's a brilliant Kuzwayo just enjoying the music of Maskandi, because he was also born within the streets and the walks of life at KZN, where he started his football career. And now we're seeing a lot of young stars within the mix of things, the ones that want to be as great as the ones that are on the pitch, and some that enjoy the beauty of music, and forever available in numbers to show nothing but support. Come to the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium, a stadium with its greatest rich history, a stadium that has just hosted a huge number of games, and now today it gets to host the first of the kind, the CAF African Schools Football Championship, that is in attendance of a lot of young stars who have always wanted to see the greatest things happen for them and within their communities. And today, right now, they get to witness the greatest within the theater of dreams, that is the Sugar Ray Kulu Stadium, a Claremont-based stadium that is the Sugar Ray Kulu, a township in Durban. I can tell you the capacity with the stands is 6,500 in terms of the attendance. Entertainment galore, and just enjoying the interaction between Ntengane and the audience and the fans that have made their way, and the young stars enjoying their Easter holiday. They could be out in the streets, but they choose just to be within the multi-purpose facility at the Sugar Ray Kulu. Not forgetting the young ladies, live on the World of Champions, we continue to share the beauty of the game. Great display and a great performance from the young star Ntengane. To translate Ntengane to the attendance has a variety of the age group, the young stars and the elders get to witness the first of a kind, that is the CAF African Schools Football Championship. right here at the Sugar Ray Kulu, and the greatest legends of the game have also been a part of the particular tournament. The likes of Asamoah Gyan were within the mix of things. Well, just attending the game. There he is, right there, just on your far left-hand side. You've got the greatest former Bafana Bafana captain, that is Lucas Radebe, within the mix of things, and as the former Soccer Africa analyst within the World of Champions, also right there wearing the grey suit, coming to witness this great history that is going to be made within the South African shores out in KZN, eThekwini. This is where we are, the CAF African Schools Football Championship, and it's a first display, unearthing nothing but the greatest talent, the talent of the youngsters, and the talent that we've been starved within the streets of African football. And today we get to see a number of young stars showing us nothing but talent, and traveling all the way from different countries. Other teams had to travel a good 19 hours just to be within the Durban streets, and out here enjoying themselves. Well, it is a match day of 5.
Kansela Mbolisi Kaunda, SAFA President Dr. Denny Odan, and CAF General Secretary Mr. Veron Masengo Omba. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hearing the announcer within the venue just introducing us to the dignitaries within the attendance. The likes of Dr. Denny Jordan have made their presence in attendance just to enjoy and witness the beauty of the game. Dr. Patrice Motsipe is also in the mix of things within the streets of eThekwini. Young stars that have tasted the final, but it did not favor them. That is the Moroccan team. Well, great fight in the office. It's just unlucky. It did not go their way, but a great team that showed nothing but talent. The Moroccan side was beaten by the Tanzanian team that opened their scoreline with 7 goals, and now they close the curtain with just 3 goals to beat a Moroccan side that was dominant throughout the tournament. And I can tell you that now the next stage that will be upon us, just waiting for the curtains to just close a little bit. That is Guinea, that is Seko Sila up against Clapham, a South African-based team. Also played 5 games in the tournament, as well as Guinea playing 5 games. Now, only 1 game will separate the youngsters. Malawian team, great personnel, great character, but the semi-final did not favor them, putting a great shift at work. It just did not come their way, but they'll take this one and engrave it deep within their hearts, and a great history book. That's what they will be doing, enjoying nothing but the beauty of the game within the streets of eThekwini. Having to just set themselves up. The results for the ladies is Fountain Gate winning 3, and that is Ikole Omar 1-0 in a draw that led to penalties. Fountain Gates and beat Ikole 3-0 in the finals. We're moving on to the results and fixtures of the boys. As Clapham winning 1-0 against Saint Rita, and Seko Sila 2-0. I can tell you the CEG Saint Rita for 3-1. Waiting for the ceremony to resume. Like tell you that kilometers covered by Guinea has 5,691 kilometers just to be here in Durban, and kilometers covered by Morocco as 11,113. Now, prize money, CAF African Schools Football Championship. The winners of the boys and girls competition will receive $300,000 US, and the runners-up will receive $200 US. Just to show you that champions do get rewarded, and true champions, those that put in a good shift and a good fight to entertain the fans within the stands, are going to claim the victory and are going to get the maximum points. Do follow us on Twitter as #PlayNow, #SS Football. Games are live on your World of Champions, and I can tell you a number of countries will be putting in the channel just to enjoy the game. The greatest and the main man behind the scenes, that is Max Chiwunga, a man that also plays a role in terms of the broadcast space at the SuperSport offices, as within the mix of things, also to enjoy the game, as well as Asamoah Gyan and the young stars out from Claremont, holding their South African flags, waiting to wave them high. This is a little bit or a small memory for the youngsters to wave their flags and celebration of their country. Should it get maximum points, should it win the final match. Sugar Ray Xulu Stadium out in Claremont. Weather conditions in favor of both teams. No rain yet. Just a bit of clouds here and there, but doesn't stop the proceedings of the great stage. I can tell you, there's people that write history, but today not even Rasta himself would interpret this beautiful story. This is a masterpiece that will go to the greatest walls of the beautiful game, and across the African continent they'll get to just treasure this moment. An art piece that deserves to be in your great Hall of Fame within the African football space. I'll tell you nothing but more and more will be coming their way. Sitting nice, cool, calm and collected on a Easter Saturday. After church, make your way to the stadium just to enjoy the game. Bring the families, the young stars, get to just watch their fellow peers. The age gap is close to 7 to 8 years, so they're within the age gap bracket. They get to just draw some inspiration from the young stars that are also drawing inspiration from other Africa tournaments. I can tell you they had said 41 countries had registered for the inaugural season, that is the CAF African Schools Football Championship. But this time around, we only had 12 of them just taking part, just to open the championship, with potential of it just getting more and more growth. I can tell you the North Zone, that is UNEF, or the Algeria, Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, and I can tell you the Egyptians are also within that, and the West Zone, that is WAFU, had brought in Cabo Verde. The Gambians have made their way. Guinea did make their way, and I can tell you Mauritania was supposed to have traveled too, and the Sierra Leone countries, just to make mention. And the Central Zone, that is the UNIFAC, the Cameroon, Congo, and the DR Congo and Sao Tome are the teams we're looking to just witness out of the 41 countries that will be watching live in World of Champions and witnessing the first of a kind and just history going to be made. As the players are getting themselves up, warmed up, having their preparations before they go on a big stage, and they'll try to make sure that they absorb every single pressure that comes with it. They, as young as they are now playing in front of a almost fully packed to capacity facility, and they want to just do nothing but showcase their talents and send a clear message that we must recognize their respective country, we must recognize their respective schools. Tell you that hashtag SS Football will be the busiest. I can tell you that the nice slogan is that we educate, we engage and encourage. So the slogans just around the pitch play a huge part in the youngsters watching the game. They get to engage with the players, well, they understand, and the players on the pitch, and they get to educate the ones on the pitch, educate the ones on the stands. And I can tell you that
encouragement goes a long way, because it's both ends are receiving something out of it. That is encouragement to continue to do more, to continue to play the beautiful game, and the youngsters who aspire to be as great as the ones that are on the pitch will then just get encouraged as well. Some of the teams who were within the mix of things enjoyed the streets of Africa, of South Africa. The Gambian side that had traveled a good 9,788 kilometers just to be within the streets of eThekwini, Guinea. 5,691 is the distance covered. Morocco having to fly for a good 15 hours before they could be within the shores of eThekwini. And now the curtain is about to come down and close in, and only one team will be the champion in this making of history. Now, this is the first year that the African Schools Football Championship has played. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10,000 US in prize money for the tournament, making it the richest schools event on the African soil. All the bags will go home looking really, really heavy for the youngsters, and they would have played a huge part in contribution to the age group that is 12 to 15. Just some of the youngsters that will get to see and witness one team lifting the trophy on this match, and witness the first champions. Well, it was not them, but whatever they're thinking of is that they'll be happy to have witnessed this stage. And they also had a bit of entertainment that came with it. As the earlier on game, the ladies final, where the Moroccans suffered a hefty defeat, unexpected from the Tanzanians, having to open the scoreline early in the match, making sure that they send a clear message to Morocco, who have been rather dominant and putting pressure, but this time around it was the Tanzanians who opened the scoreline. Now another goal-scoring opportunity came their way. It was the main goal scorer this time around, going all the way to beat the centre-back, who had rather a decent shift in the office. This time around it just did not favor her. And a chance came their way, and it came thick and fast. And they asked questions. They're waiting to also see the trophy that will be presented with a few symbols that indicate what it means, and more of their play in this match, making sure that they get everything. There's the goal scored by the Tanzanian. Some of the youngsters that have put in a great shift in the office, but did not find themselves in the final. And the likes of Busi and the mix of things enjoying the game, as they are the dancers and being entertained as well by the music from the audio. What a moment to be alive. The CAF president, that is Dr. Patrice Motsepe, has made his way to just congratulate the youngsters. Also had a welcome to them, accompanied by the new minister, that is Zizi Gotwa, who will also be in the mix of things. I can tell you that the dignitaries have been entertained totally galore and have had a great view of the game. Both in the stands now, waiting to see the closing ceremony that will be underway, just to make sure that everything is respected and honored and shared to the world at large and Africa at large.
Thank you very much, President Motsepe, CAF President, and your executive, all the dignitaries present, our Minister of Sports in the Republic of South Africa, Minister Zizi Gotwa, and all ministers present, all delegates, all sport participants. We are delighted as a city of eThekwini to welcome you to this very big tournament of schools in the continent of Africa. We are delighted to have been afforded with an opportunity to host a sport tournament of this magnitude. So we are here, we are saying sports is a good injection to the economy of our city, which is still on the journey of recovery from the floods, devastating floods of 2022. We are here to say thank you very much for being with us in this city. We hope that you've received our warm welcome, our hospitality. You have enjoyed food, you have enjoyed your stay in the hotels, and we are indeed happy that this tournament became a huge success. We are ready, Mr. President, to host more of tournaments coming this side as a city of eThekwini, as a destination of choice and prima destination of Africa. Thank you very much.
Now let's welcome Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture for the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Zizi Gotwa.
Sanibonani. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and an opportunity you gave to this country to host this inaugural edition of school sport. This tournament has lifted up school sport, Mr. President, Motsepe and your Vice President and the Secretary General. We must now fight for school sport to be a curriculum. It must not be an extramural activity. All schools must play school sport as part of curriculum. We want to invite you, Mr. President, that all CAF tournaments must come to South Africa. We are ready to host you. All the teams that participated here, you are all a bunch of winners. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Sanibonani. Abantu baseThekwini sinthanda kakhulu, sanibonani. Sibonge kakhulu. Just very few remarks. Thank you so much, Mayor. Wonderful work, and our minister, inspirational works. And I really want to thank the vice presidents of CAF, the president of SAFA. We are honored to have the president of COSAFA with us, the president of SECAFA, our brother Lamin from Gambia, president of WAFU A. And we've got our minister from Tanzania. Minister, welcome home. And Veron, thank you so much. And Dr. Muloi Motsepe, representing the Motsepe Foundation. Our brother from Libya, thank you so much. This is president of UNAF, that's right. So very quickly, we are so proud of all of the young boys and girls who are here. You are the future. The most successful football nations in the world siyazwana. The most successful football nations invest in the youth. So, sifike la eThekwini namhlanje, sila ekhaya. Abantu bethu bathanda ibhola kakhulu, futhi italent igcwele la ekhaya. Sifuna ukuthi abantwana bethu bakhule, badlalele ibafana, badlalele amaklaba la ekhaya futhi as part of the commitment to develop football in every single country. The nations that are here, we are so proud of you. We know that the investments we are making in the medium to long term will indeed result in African football competing amongst the best in the world and contributing to us African football being self-sustaining. So we want to thank COSAFA for hosting us, thank all of the wonderful boys and girls, the prize money of $300,000. Angazi ukuthi imalini. I think it's about more than 5 million. Laba winawo namhlanje, the $300,000 first prize is going to be used to build football infrastructure and facilities in the schools for boys and girls. And thank you to everybody. I'm going to ask, let's clap hands for all of the nations who are here and clap hands for our minister and our host. Thank you very much. Sibonga kakhulu nibabulise ekhaya, sinithanda kakhulu. Msale kahle. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
What a wonderful moment for the youngsters to just get to witness the CAF president, that is Dr. Patrice Motsepe, and the dignitaries that have made their way also to be on the stadium. Youngsters get to see Dr. Patrice Motsepe live in action, and obviously Minister of Sports and Recreation, that is Zizi Godwa. Dr. Patrice Motsepe also just mentioning a few members that is invited from India to be a part of this beautiful game and a beautiful display of football. A great investment in the game, and as far as facilities that will be invested in within the places outside of Africa, and the winning team also have to use those funds to just invest in sports facilities, and school sports goes a long way. That is the investment towards a strength for the future of the youngsters that they want to see playing on big stages in the near future. And I can tell you that it goes a long way. Now, formalities out of the way. We've got Clapham High representing South Africa, and CS Ben Siko Sila just representing Guinea as the boys' finals. The match officials of the day coming on to just officiate a final match. At as young as the age of 18, 17, they get to just officiate one of the biggest schools program, that is the CAF African Schools Football Championship, and it just goes a long way to the youngsters. Not forgetting that we educate, we engage, and we encourage. It also encourages the youngsters that aspire to be the greatest officials in the beautiful game. I can tell you that this will go down to a lot of youngsters' history books, just to see the young stars and the midst of things. That is Peroli Yignes, the match official from Chad, and as well the first assistant from Dubbington will be Dobrik Rio Dobingdos, and Omar Hossein Ibrahim was from Djibouti. I can tell you the number of games that have officiated already as more than 5 each. Now the South African side that has done its utmost best to represent the host nation, that is South Africa. It is Clapham. Now Clapham starting 8 will have you Kamukelo Pokela between the sticks. Kamukelo Munanyane is the player to look out for, and Riutsepile Maleti is one of the players, and the fan Siko Sila, Ibrahim Kamara on the sticks. Kimuku Mara up front will be the player to look out for Ali Badara Sise as the head coach. Just to get everything out of the way and take everything in that comes with it, have to also just be a unity. You are one, and we are one, and we are together in this beautiful piece that is being orchestrated here, that is being drawn here. I can tell you, 12 nations have affiliated and wanted to be part of this beautiful stage, but it just did not favor all of them. Only 2 teams for the male, as Guinea will be up against Clapham. I can tell you that it's going to be a very interesting encounter between the two teams that have got the potential to cause an upset on each other. I tell you, I'm joined now by Dikgang Mabalane, and the mix of things will be the analyst for the match. Just seeing the youngsters taking it all in and just getting their divine intervention handled, and just taking it all in. A big stage is set, a great theatre of dreams is ready to host this final, first of a kind, the CAF African Schools Football Championship male final. Oh, history in the game and history in the making. Here's a coach himself just to clear everything that might be their challenge. That is now ref applauds the whistle for a big final. Mabalane, Clapham versus Penseko, final at Sugar Ray Kulu. Alaini Sizulu commentary, we've got Luvom Lobeli and Kasi Sutu Buitumelo Pota, and follow us on Twitter, #PlayNow, #SS Football. Those conversations you'd like to engage in, and just share your views and your sentiments on seeing such great talent across Africa coming to one country to just try each other in the spaces of football. The Dikgang Mabalane have got Clapham against Guinea.
Of course, the final we've all been waiting for. It should be scintillating one. The best of course meet up in this final. That is Clapham as well as Ben Soko from Guinea. Wow, already things are beginning to heat up.
Now it's going to be a heated game. South Africa just having to win their match earlier on in the semi-finals. They've now put themselves on another task, on another test, to try and clinch the first CAF African Schools Football Championship and just keep the trophy within the streets of South Africa. Well, Guinea is sending a different message and says it'll start by being on the shelves of Seko Sila out in Guinea. They'll be flying with the beautiful piece. That will be the trophy. It will be put in display at halftime for the youngsters to just see what they are challenging themselves for. Long-range throw put into the box. Well, defensively, South Africa have rearranged their defense. Chance now for Guinea, creating spaces and the hits. Good instep, but lacked direction towards goal.
Yeah, that is of course Ben Soko trying to launch the attack on that right-hand side. Of course, the number 11, that is Sako. Danger man for this Guinea side.
Now, dangerous man indeed, and showing more movement. The chase and search for the top goal scorer is also gonna come out of the two teams. Well, the only side that has the upper hand now is Seko Sila with Amara Keita with 6 goals on him, and Mohamed Sako with 6 goals. Remember they won their match yesterday, 12-0.
Yeah, a fist of goals, of course, and that is from Bensoko strikers. And you speak about the danger men, of course, Sako, Mara, Keita. They'll be looking to add, of course, to their tally in this game.
Movement for South Africa, trying to be on a clean start, patiently playing out of danger, out of their half, combining touches, movement now in the center. All the high pressing challenge and the show of stars from Amara Keita. Putting pressure on Electric Tula Masondo. Trailing leg. The right trailing leg, if you check.
That left foot, of course, showing studs, which is dangerous play.
Indeed, well picked up by the ref, making sure that he stamps his authority within the space. And blows the whistle. Nothing is easy. The foul is a foul. Now in this instance, at such a young age, Tekang Mabalane, under the age of 15, you are put to a big stage, you play live on TV, and 41 countries are watching you. At the early age of 15 already, you are making history for the first time. This will go down to a lot of history books within the African continent. And these young stars will claim it, and deservingly so. They'll put a claim into it. The CAF African Schools Football Championship will go a long way for these youngsters.
Pull back maybe for his teammates. That could have been a better choice for, of course, Fascinating.
Now looking positive for Ben Seko. If they clinch this one, there'll be now chance to push out. Put pressure on the defense. Just unlucky that the final touch from Mohamed Sako.
And this is how Bensoko launched their attack. They're very quick going forward. If you leave the space behind, they're very strong. There's a Sako there attempting to get onto that one. Unfortunately, that went wide.
That really went wide. Now it's been more of a Seko Sila in the final third. We haven't seen much from the Clapham going to test Ibrahim Sori Kamara. Really Mpomulipo getting booked for a foul.
I think looking at both sides, it's, of course, in this occasion, a foul committed there in the middle of the park. An opportunity, of course, for Bensoko to make something out of this. Get all your players, tallest players up front. They opted to start from the back.
Now, 2 fouls already committed a piece. It's going to be rather a slightly physical match. They come from a physical game, that is South Africa, and now they're faced again against a Seko Sila that is also physical in terms of their play. Only 2 players now already have gone down.
And we saw this, of course, in the previous game. Clapham way up against Salima, another physical game, and again they will be tested in this one. They have to be strong. Bensoko, of course, is a physical team, and we've seen how they've imposed their game when it comes to the physical aspect of the game. And the bench, of course,
well, getting some encouragement from his teammates, and not happy for being taken off so early. He's got tears all over his eyes, just not sure why he's been taken off, and just such an early stage, already being compromised and being taken out already. Now here's a movement, pressure is mounting at the back, keeper comes out with the save, but Whistle has been blown for a foul.
Oof. Of course, the scenes from the Clapham bench, and you spoke about the player being taken out, suspected Mpho Molepo being taken off, and we're still, or rather yet to hear the reason for that in the first half early on. Of course, it's never a good sign for a player, especially his confidence is a bit of a concern.
Well, a bit of a concern. Maybe the player will get to hear the information at the end of the game in terms of why he's been subbed out. Mara, if you look at the physicality, cut back, ball into play, chance for Kenny. Oh, the hit wasn't that strong enough, goes over, keeper with the save. Yeah, defensive errors for the South African side. Clapham, who can't seem to have it solid at the back.
Yeah, it's the ball, of course, that went right on the left-hand side, being pulled back. However, that number 2 Conte miss-kicking that ball. An opportunity, of course, for Ben Soko, putting pressure early on in this first half.
Between the sticks is the young man, Kamokhelo Phokela. Only missed one game against Algeria. They had to rest him because they already knew that they've qualified. That is Clapham. We then had to rest him a little bit. The 15-year-old Kamokhelo Phokela. We've only seen penalties on the 3rd and 4th place match. What is the female side? I hope this one does not take us to penalties. Very risky. Just to mention a little that Mpho Molepo, looking at the physical structures of the players that are against him, might be the reason for the coach to then pull out Mpho Molepo and bring on a road bolt in Nkululeko Mabaso. Maybe then Mpho Molepo has not understanding that well. There's not shared with him.
Yeah, indeed. You look at the physical presence from the Ben Soko players. It would make sense why they would want to also compensate for that.
Here's a movement. Chance now for South Africa, cleared away. Keeper had come off his line. That is Fascinant Junior Bangura, who with the save, they're kicking the ball out before it could cause trouble for him. Throw in, quickly played. Ref waves play on. Message for the number 9 for Guinea, that is Kimoko Mora. I can tell you they're feeling the hits and the physicality from the Guinea players. Now movement for Guinea, searching for that opening goal, cleared away from defense, just to make sure that they clean everything from their half. Try to push more forward. Movement in the center. Momadei Colon, the Kante with a pass. Ball dispossessed, but the clearance is not really convincing enough. Finds him offside. That is Conte Alassane. Patient build-up from the back. That is Kabelo Sibanda. Was playing as a centre mid. Was moved from the centre back position after the first match. Now he's back playing as a centre back. That is Kabelo Sibanda.
Yeah, a very, I think, exciting player to watch as well, Sibanda, leading by example, of course. We spoke about some of the physical, or rather the physique that these Ben Soko players impose, and hopefully this will be, as we see here again, talking about the physical aspect of the game, and we talk about the imposing of their strength and showing what the intentions are to bully the South African team, of course, Clapham.
As Nkululeko Mabaso was hoping the ref will not blow the whistle, will allow the game to flow because the position of the ball, but a set piece is put in place. Musa Moloisane positions himself to go for goal in this instance. Well, the distance is not that too far, but the goal post might not favor the technique that might be executed from Musa Moloisane, 15 years old.
I can't help but notice the mismatch, pound for pound, from the players, the opposition sides, of course, as they line up for the wall.
Moloisane goes for goal, but ricochets from the wall. Did not get the technique right, could not get it over the wall. Pass still in play. Flag is up for throw-in.
That was Mara, of course, the number 8 for Bensoko. This is the man that they'll be looking to play the balls into space, one-on-one. He's very dangerous.
The assistant ref on the far left-hand side of the pitch. Now chance again. Keeper comes out. Clearance from danger. Had to put his body on the line. Had to make sure that he clears it out. Now ball still floated to the far end. Kept in play. Flag is up for offside. As the man that is Rio Tobignos from Seychelles, just calling that offside. Here's the moment, DK.
Yeah. Again, this Bensoko side find themselves a lot in the final third, or rather the defensive third of Clapham. And early on, again, we speak about them applying themselves and imposing that danger. Hopefully, Clapham will pick that up, because it's not only the physical aspect that they threatening, of course, with. It's also gameplay, the patterns. They're very quick, they're very strong going forward. There's a speed as well from the likes of the number 11 Sako, as well as Keita Mara on the right-hand side.
Yellow card pulled out to give Conte Alassane. Gets the yellow card in this match after this incident. I think he just went for the player compared to him going for the actual ball, and the ref was all positioned to pick that one up.
Yeah, with the raised hand, or rather elbow in that matter. Dangerous play also.
I did make mention that if the ref doesn't have full control of the game, it then goes out of hand with the physicality of it. But so far, he's holding it down. That is Peroli Ignes. Making sure that they don't take advantage of it. And once it starts to get out of hand, dish out those cuts. Being the second yellow of the match. And another aspect, I think, for the sub from Paul Molepo was also getting a yellow card early in the game. Now chance, now hits! Get a good volley coming out of it. And a good volley. That is Kimo Kamora.
Mara. Good technique, however, he couldn't keep it low. Difficult one for that matter. But again, Bensoko posing that threat.
Now chance again as the Guinea side looking for the opening goal. Keeps his ball on the feet. Pass in. Chance for a cross. I've got one player in the box. They're still playing out just to clear the mess in their own box. They do not get enough power on the ball. That is Fascinate Junior Bangura. Long range pass. Trying to find another movement from Khaukelo. Munanyane on the skills. Bringing fans alive. That is Munanyane, but ball dispossessed as they try to move forward. Nkululeko Mabaso with the switch. Pass, too much weight on it. Goes out for a throw-in. Ball in. It's a 2v1 situation. Is that Nkululeko Mabaso? Pass in to Khaukelo. Rather not Khaukelo this time around, as Mohamed Sako. There's the player that is Mohamed Sako, scored 6 goals on him. Movement in the center now. Momadik Kolon was dispossessed. Chance now for Okini to get themselves out. A fascinating Junior Bangara as the player to look out for. Well, 2 minutes remaining on the first half, Rigan, and yet to see if South Africa can open the scoreline, as well as the Seko Silla also putting pressure on the South African final third. Yet to see if one of them can convert to these chances that they come in our way.
Yeah, I have to say, the South African team, of course, at Clapham, look good on the ball, however, in the wrong areas. The showboating as well here and there.
So basically, it's right touches at the wrong territory. They need to do it more in the box, maybe.
Yeah, they're not getting high enough for me. They're not getting in that final third, and which is, you know, what matters most. They're not posing any threat.
Well, the tournament has seen goals galore as far as teams are concerned. I can just to share with you, 38 goals have been scored in the tournament, just in the male section only. It looks promising. Most games really did finish with a good number of goals.
And we know 12 of those goals, of course, are from Ben Seko.
No, indeed, are from Ben Seko Silla. Now again, Seko Silla putting pressure, but defensively have to put in the sheaf. That is Letutula Masondo. Throw in for Seko Silla, but they hope that they could maybe change with a lead in this match. Munanyane finds Matondo. Matondo on the move, puts too much weight on the ball. The cutback is rather stopped by the flag raised. There's another Ntokozo Matondo, the 13-year-old turning 14 this year. He's got one goal on himself now, showing frustration towards the ref. But then he gets himself booked from that incident.
I think he is trying to protest against that out ball being given, of course, and it seemed like it was out.
Two doctors surrounding Zizi Gotwa, the minister. Now, it's not the credit stay in the office for both ends because no goal scored. But final third tried to get themselves there and try to convert their chances, but it just did not favor them. For Seko Silla, they'll take this one and go to the change room and just have a conversation with their coaches on how best they can do it. And the Clapham side looking rather impressive, and the coach says that we keep going and going or eventually get what we're looking for. Well, it can only be determined by time, and a matter of time, of course, will give us something. Clapham 0 and Ben Seko 0 at halftime. Well, the halftime stats are still 0-0, pole position in favor of Ben Seko. Fouls committed are more than the Clapham from Ben Seko.
Action attraction does continue as we continue to also celebrate the youth festival that is the CAF African Schools Football Championship, and it's been quite intriguing. First half between Clapham and Ben Sakau is no goals scored as yet, but of course the second half will be quite intriguing and interesting as we want to see who are going to be crowned champions of the boys stream of this wonderful inaugural tournament. But with me now is a legend in his own right. No need to even say who it is. Clarence Seedorf, such a pleasure to have you here in South Africa, blessing us with your presence. But Clarence, you've been here for a couple of days. You've worked with the boys and the girls, assisted them with clinics and so forth. How was that experience?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a pleasure. Always good to be home. You know, it was good. We have a nice 2 days. The kids are, you know, enjoying the experience, the full experience, not just on the pitch. Obviously, there's a lot of things that come with it. It was good to see the kickoff of this amazing initiative. 20,000 schools involved. It's an amazing initiative, and I'm here to support, to make it sustainable in time. Support CAF in the effort to really grow this into a very impactful social community, actually.
And also the fact that you've got young boys and young girls who are treated the same, playing at high intensity levels, and we're seeing how wonderful this is for everyone who's also come out to enjoy it. It really shows that the game on the continent is growing.
Yeah, I mean, it has always been there, but you need to give it structure for it to be visible, and I think that is exactly what is happening here. You know, talent has never been lacking and won't ever lack on the continent of Africa, but it's how we're going to nurture the talent, what kind of tools we're going to give them, and also the focus to make it all round. It has to come with education, it has to come with a broader perspective than just the ball, you know, that has to go in the goal, because many of them, you know, won't make it. But they will be able to still participate in the world of sports. They will may become reporters like yourself. They become coaches. They become anybody within this wonderful sport that we love. But therefore, we need to also make sure that the educational part is part of the process.
And also the highlights so far from your experience of seeing this inaugural tournament, Clarence.
Well, the highlight is the competitiveness, which we know is there. I would say the organization is really well done. All the volunteers and the people around it that make it happen. And of course, I'm loving the fact that the kids are having the best time in the world.
Thank you so much, Clarence.
As we get back to Clapham against Ben Soko in this second half, of course the game is about to resume for the second stanza.
A big one indeed, as two sides putting pressure on one another. I can tell you that South Africans have had a fair share of the conversation with the coaches just to make sure that
they do nothing but the utmost best. They've got the home ground advantage in terms of the fans, being the South African supporters supporting them, but the work rates from the Guinea side also just winning a bit of offense as far as the support is concerned.
It is indeed pleasing to the eye as well when you see a lot of supporters, of course, witnessing this huge spectacle of youth football, development football, as we may put it. Of course, that is the CAF School Football Championship.
Well, a great display of football, and the official himself has officiated 3 games, and this is his 4th game. That is Peroli Yignesi will be the main man for the second half to just give guidance in terms of how the players can carry themselves on the pitch. I must give credit that the officials have held it rather very well. Hashtag play now. Hashtag SS football. Height, just to show you that height is something that is really a challenge for some of the players, but when you've got it, you've got it. And when you can, you do the utmost best and just finish on a high. Now the ball played at the back, just seconds into the second half. More moments in the box. Guinea trying to break away from it. Keeper with the save. Well, there's more for Guinea in the final third in the box. Or for Clapham, trying to spend the time and just ask questions the best way that they can. Compared to the South African side, struggling to get to the box. Combines touches very well. They move swiftly and well as a unity, but the finish is rather not good enough. Now ball played into the box. Throw in. Maybe now bicycle kick not going his way. Matondo on the move. Matondo with the cutback. Keeper with the save again. Just denying Nkululeko Mabaso. What a moment from Nkululeko Mabaso, but great and heroic move from Ibrahim Sori Kamara between the sticks, denying that movement from Nkululeko Mabaso.
Well, what a good display when it comes to attack from Clapham, of course, this occasion against run of play.
Now corner kick played quickly cross into the box, trying to find the players within the box. Nkululeko Mabaso also in the box. Matondo was there combining the touches. Long range pass, keeper comes off. Collected. And just giving instructions to his teammates. Mabaso, long range pass over the defense. Keeper comes off with the clearance. Ball is still live in play. Now, still Aquino on the move. Long range pass, trying to go wide. He did not find any of his teammates. No. The physical moment that comes with it. Kamara Keita just showing starts there in this instance. I don't say he can't do this one.
Dangerous play indeed. Catching, of course, the number 6 from Clapham. Again, physical aspect of the game comes into play. Dangerous play, rather.
That's the movement from Mamadi Kolon. Kante was beaten for pace and pulling Nkululeko Mabaso. But says it's not a foul. Ref doesn't agree with the ref. Well, I think no player would ever agree with the ref, especially when
a foul is against them. Now, yet to pull a massive save. He's up for a task and ready for it. That is Ibrahim Sori Kamara. Now, nicely played short, but denied room by Seko Sila. Counter-attack moment. Chance for Seko Sila to steal this one away from Clapham.
Started from a set piece, of course, from the Clapham, but well read by Conte, of course, the number 2, who actually read that ball very well.
Well, a sub is happening. A player will be coming on for Seko Sila. Making a sound, and Mamadi Colon, who has been subbed out, and that is Mamadou Sila is now coming on. Throw in for South Africa. Now here's a movement and a pace and a pulling off a short swallow. Taking it, it's on a block! Guinea have taken the lead. What a movement! What a pressure on South Africa. Seko Sila have done it, opening the scoreline. Persistence at its best, and putting more and more pressure, not going down the way they were hoping it would happen. That is Amara Keita, scoring his 7th goal of the tournament.
But look at that run by Mara. Powerful, explosive run, of course, from him. Pound for pound, again, this comes to play. A very strong player, Mara, taking on almost similar to his first goal, actually, of the tournament, down that left-hand side. I think he's been brilliant, this Mara player.
Now, second half continues. Pensacol 1 and Clapham 0. What a moment for Seko Sila. Amara Keita, the candidate for top goal scorer in the male section. This is his 7th goal of the competition.
Mara is really giving Clapham problems on his left-hand side. Of course, in this occasion, that was, of course, number 12 who came on, trying to physically match him pound for pound, but he is strong, Mara.
He's got the strength. That is Kimoka Mara. And just making sure that he puts pressure where he can. Chance now for South Africa to return the favour. Denied by Ibrahim Sori Kamara. A moment for Matondo.
This time around, Clapham, of course, trying to launch that attack on the right-hand side through Monanyane, the number 11. Unfortunately, on that occasion, the keeper was equal to the task.
Now, South Africa also looking to make subs. I've already put a player up to come on. Now, chance again for Guinea. I want to just pour in more and keep it pouring for South Africa. Mara with a pass. Versatile player, that is Mara. Finds himself in different play areas, but he's there for the ball. And the sub now is happening for Musa Molosane, who will be coming off. Bringing on the youngster Kagiso Maloka. The fans are excited that one of the players has been taken out. 15-year-old Musa Molosane out. That is Kagiso Malika.
Kagiso, of course, is another skillful player. but look at the size.
Now, here's a moment. And they look positive for South Africa. The final touch and the finishing is still something they really lacking in the box. Bikini with the move, says to make it 2, flag is up. The catch is Kimo Mara.
Again, is that Benjamin, the number 8, of course, Mara on the left-hand side, but this time around he finds himself in an offside position.
Well, the flag caught him offside, but he was already on the move. Now, chance, Madondo with the cutback. Oh, ricochets from one of the Guinea players. And ball does not agree with the ref. And it came off his hands.
Now, Clapham should be careful in terms of their attack as well, because now they opened up, they have to attack.
Now, Clapham on the move. Chance for the new man. Comes it down and he gets it right. What a skillful youngster. Decisive, keeping more of the ball and knowing what he wants to do. History at its best comes on. His first touch of the match brings Clapham back to fighting ways. Look at the skill and the pass, Nikan Mabalan.
But it's the individual brilliance also from the young man there. Kagiso Vala. Composure in the box, of course. Danky boy, look at that. He says, thank you very much.
Very decisive.
Top of the shoulder to the left. And top corner with his right foot, of course. Brilliantly taken by Kagiso. The substitute. Talk about immediate impact.
The decision-making in the box goes a long way. The second half, it's Pensico 1 and Clapham 1. Even Stevens, first touch of the match, and he changes the narrative of the game. That is the smallest man on the pitch. Earlier on, they made sense because of a yellow card and also the physical side of it. But the tiniest man on the park has changed the narrative. So how he closed the ball in and decided where he would take the ball. Decision making there was very superb on the youngster.
I guess in this case the height as well is not a factor when it comes to individual brilliance.
Especially when the ball is played on the ground most of the time. Now open his body, that is Mara. He's got 3 goals on him, that is Mara. Now pressure in, chance for Guinea to make it 2. Flag is up for offside. Shouldn't have passed the teammates. Shouldn't have passed the ball to the teammates. Supposed to have gone all the way to score that ball.
Now this is when we talk about, you know, the game intelligence, decision making for that matter. Mo, you get into those situations, just be aware of your teammates as well. Should I give him the ball as an option, or rather be able to identify them?
Yeah, well, he got himself injured. It was really a 50-50 situation, and he was open, going up with the full laces, and it was just a clean, proper stop from the South African player. Now Ibrahima Sako is the player who's getting to be treated. Now the opening goal is rather given the Clapham supporters, the South African supporters, to be up on their feet, to now start singing and cheering, because the hope of clinching the title have come alive again, with even Stevens in terms of the scoreline. But now, who's going to just diffuse this flame from the South African fans up on their feet now in one song, just supporting the Clapham youngsters, especially for a goal that is scored by a 13-year-old.
It's game on. It's game on, of course, from Clapham. Good response from them. And this is, of course, opens up the game, especially the sub. I think it was a clever sub, taking off Musa, who wasn't really making a difference in this first half. However, you bring in Kagiso, who is a smaller or diminutive player that has an advantage in terms of, you know, being evasive when, of course, in attack as well.
Well, great movement now. Seko Sila searching for a second goal in this match. Open the scoreline, ball not properly cleared, still in the box. And a whistle has been blown for a foul. Very scrappy defensive mode from Clapham defenders. Can't seem to be decisive as well in terms of them clearing the ball, wanting to keep more of the ball. Ball dispossessed in the right place, but the pass was rather wrong. No tackle from behind. The ref continues to wave play on. Now chance as Seko Sila gets the long-range pass, looking for the two runners in play. Now Mara with a pass, cut back. The ball is out for goal kick.
The game has definitely taken a slight change in terms of the intensity as well, and we are enjoying it. There's, of course, the number 11 again. Kamokhelo.
Well, that's how the final should be. Pressure is mounting. Cannot have it easy. All that matters now is the silverware and the trophy. Now, movement in. Chance now for Guinea. Hit, putting a block with a quick turn, trying to get it all in. Just 5 minutes away from the final whistle. And I can tell you that when it's a draw, Dikgang Mabalane.
Yeah, and of course that was a shot taken by Mamadou, say that the substitute, and a great block, by the way, from Masondo, the number 6 from Clapham.
Well, players are down already, getting some treatment. It's one of the Seko Sila players. That is Muhammad Sako, worth 6 goals on him, the second top goal scorer of the tournament, after Amara Keita, who's got 7 goals now. When the final whistle is blown, there's no extra time. It's straight to penalties, and 5 players aside will then be given the opportunity to take a penalty. And sub has been made. Now, skill and demand from Amara Keita. Just didn't get the right touch on it. The Fascinate Junior Bangwara was being subbed out after that injury. There he is down there just at the bottom of your screen. And just getting treated. Team South Africa on the move. And Nicolizer, who goes a long way. The ball is still live, and some skill as well. Who comes out with it. Khaukhelo Munanyane.
I have to commend the courage as well to say that I'm going to take initiative, teasing, of course, the Ben Soko defense, that is Kamokhelo.
Ball in the center now, just becoming rather heavy on the side. Munanyane with a cross. Well intercepted by the Seko Sila midfielders. Now movement in, chance to combine touches. South Africa doesn't want penalties. They want to win this one convincingly. Mabaso on the move, put a block on it. Denied again to have that win. Munanyane dispossessed. Munanyane with a pass, looking for Mabaso. Ball played wide. But the flag is up for offside.
Now, of course, anxiety kicks in, and you need to be calm and cool at the stages of the game. Mistakes happen. The question is, who will make that mistake?
Now, movement. The ball played over the side. Marco with the cross. That is Mara. They're putting a fight, that is Mara.
They have to keep an eye on him, I was about to say.
Now, cross in for the man that came on as a sub. That is Ansumani Kamara. Now, movement for Guinea. Long-range pass, going for goal in this instance. Almost witness a contender for goal of the tournament. A smart move from the young man.
Why not? Why not? A moment of brilliance there. Of course, from the goalkeeper, Pukela.
Bikini. Restoring Bikini with the hits. Keeper with the block. Kamagalo Pukela up for the task. Denying every transaction that's coming from the Guinea side. Well, he almost scored a goal. I think then he provoked the opponents. Now opponents are throwing everything at him. No movement. New man. Ansumane Kamara up against the defense. Now ball not sure where it's landing. Indecisiveness defensively.
Yeah, end-to-end stuff, of course. At this point in time, nail-biting moments. Any mistake will definitely cost one of the two teams, and that's not what they want. Let's see if it will all go all the way to the penalties, or rather.
Now the final whistle has been blown. The first CAF African Schools Football Championship for the male side ended in penalties, ended rather in 0-0. And that means it will be direct to penalties. 5 players apiece. And in this instance, now as a player playing the final, you take it all in, because now there's those potential penalty takers. You know that you have to take one as a teammate. What goes into your mind now that you have to do these penalties?
Now that's when you need big characters, of course, to take these penalties, and it's never an easy moment. It's never something easy to take in, because the pressure now mounts in, and look, you don't want to be the player that obviously sits back and says, Now,
question is, do they practice penalties on a big goal post or smaller ones? Now, a full-time score. We're going to penalties. Clapham 1 and Bensico 1. Every trick in the book was tried, and the moments were coming. Just the opening goal, the Kangmabala, and look at the movement and the persistence, the cutback to find Amara Keita, well positioned to open the scoreline. Credit must be given to Kimako Umara.
Most definitely, and this time he's taking on Umaba, so the number 5, of course, and unfortunately Kamara comes up tops. Kamara tops in this occasion. He's very good going down that line in tight spaces for that matter, but the control.
Now, changes in a youngster's life, and in the greatest talent of football, comes on first touch, and the first thing he does, brings his team back to fighting ways.
Of course, he sends the Bensico defender to the shops.
Oh, indeed, he surely sent him to the shops. Right, as the coaches are now sharing information with the youngsters, they need to take it all in and just absorb, just to look at the coaches having a chat with the youngsters with a smile on their face. They know who will be their penalty takers.
As we've seen there in the pictures, the 5 selected players, and I saw the number 6 Masondo there in the picture. I believe the number 7 Kagiso should be one of them. Kamogelo, of course, is there as well. There's the man Kagiso.
The star of the moment, coming on as a sub, and the coach is just jotting down who will be taking the first, second, third until the 5th penalty. Guinea Seiko already waiting for the penalties to go ahead. Now fans will be sitting on the edge of their seats, because penalties are very tricky. They don't favor anyone, but it favors those that take them very well, those that know that they need to finish. Well, they'll be witnessing the first CAF African Schools Football Championship penalties in terms of the males final. That is your likes of Dr. Patrice Mutife, Dr. Danny Jordan, and the Minister of Sports and Recreation, Zizi Godo.
Indeed, some of the dignitaries there watching the game of football. Now, the trick here more is concentration, concentration. Focus, block everything out. When you take that penalty, the nerve can't get to the player's head as well.
Young sir, Kamogelo Pokela will be starting out. The goalkeeper to be starting on the sticks. That is Ibrahima Sori Kamara. Has to be the hero for his team in this instance. Has to put a greatest block against a South Africa that is now seeking some divine intervention.
And of course, the Clapham players having a shot prayer there. I'm sure they will need it.
They need every single body part to be active. They've seeked and invited every single South African soul to be with them in spirit. And those are watching live in World of Champions will be also crossing fingers to the youngsters, but not taking away the fact that 41 countries are watching this final right now. And all of them have chosen a team that they would like to support. And South Africa has the upper end of the fans, which puts more pressure on the young stars on the pitch. For Seko Sila, they'd want to get some heroic reception. Now, penalty. The first man to take this penalty. Now, chance to put power on it. Great power on the ball. Kagiso Malika opens the penalties and scores convincingly. Keeper went the right direction, but the power on it.
Indeed is the young man, of course, Kagiso there. A powerful, played with conviction. Choose a spot, confident from him. And for the fact that he started, of course, he took the first one.
Instilling confidence in his teammates. Now, player to come on as Amara Keita, looking to make it 8 in his goals. Keita with power on it, gives direction as well. Just 2 steps. If you look at the young stars, in such a young age, they just take 2 steps to then hit the ball. Back in the days, used to run and hit it hard.
Sometimes it's all about confidence, of course. Kamara in that case, in that occasion, slotting it on that right-hand side of the keeper. Keep it low, hard.
Well, hard and low has been the order of his penalties. It's 1 apiece. Now, Kagalo Munanyane. What a cool, calm, and collected penalty taken. The keeper putting a protest to the ref and says, but how?
Arguably, the 2 smallest young men on the pitch take the first 2 penalties. Brilliantly done.
That one is very painful because there's that stop and go. Clapham 2 and Ben Sekuo 1. Man to be saved, but now hits it right. And both penalties have gone to the right side of the keepers.
Yeah. And of course, Sailor as well opting to go the same direction. Where will this one go?
Now, question is he ready to save his team, that is Ibrahim Sori Kamara, coming up against Letutula Masondo? Well, his teammates have scored the 2 goals. Needs to be the hero of the match. Letutula puts down, blocked by the keeper. What a moment. Questions were asked. And Letutula.
I don't think he'll be happy with that one. Letutula. Easy for the keeper. Straight to the keeper. He made it too easy.
Now puts pressure on his goalkeeper. Clapham 2 and Pensako 2. Yet to make it 3, that is Pensako. Maybe, just maybe, Kamogelo Pokela will be the hero for this one. Chance now. Pokela was beaten. Putting power. Conte Alassane beats Pokela. And Conte just celebrating it.
Yeah, this one, of course, for the first time from Ben Soko goes to the top left corner of the goalkeeper.
Well, Conte gives his side the lead. Now Pensako 3, Clapham 2. Well, Clapham have missed one already. Oh, there's more pressure on the other penalty takers that are coming on. That is Kabelo Sibanda. He's got 2 goals for himself. That is Sibanda with power. Oh, beats the keeper convincingly. Oh, their trust and hope lies with the Kamokhelo Phokela.
Another risky one. Goes through the middle, of course. And I think more than anything, the keeper, of course, he will move.
Mangrane, it is Pensacola 3. The Clapham 3. They've got the upper end, that is Pensacola. Now the next penalty taker making his way, Ibrahim Sako to make it 2. Sako! Out allowed at all. Not allowed at all. He waved his body forward, he leaned forward, and then lifted his foot to then take that penalty. But how different is it from Kgaugelo Munanyane?
So it has to, if you are going to take, as we see here, you cannot be right on the ball. So we saw the left foot, of course, of the captain there.
Now the retake. Now has to put power on it, sends it to the other direction this time around.
Yeah. So the foul was given for that. You cannot be on the ball when you obviously decide to make that dummy. It has to be before you get to the ball. And that was the reason why, of course, the number 4, the captain Sako, was fouled, or rather given.
They disallowed the penalty that he had taken.
Another option, yes.
Ntokozo Matondo to keep his hopes high, maybe hoping that he will Kamokhelo save them. Now Matondo in the right direction. He quickly goes to put out the keeper. Tell him that he will score him.
Yeah, sending the keeper the wrong way, of course. Madondo, the number 9. Another good penalty. Look, I always say a penalty is always a gamble.
Now, so Clapham must still be chasing back. Pensacola have this penalty to make it to champions. Keeper versus keeper. Ibrahim Sori Kamara versus Phokela. Sori makes it! And I can tell you, the first of a kind, that is the CAF African Schools Football Championship, goes to Guinea. Seko Sila gets to consolidate, and through the goalkeeper, that is Ibrahim Sori Kamara, takes this one and makes sure that they take it home. Well, it's sad faces for Clapham, but happy faces for the Seko Sila. They've put in the shift, put in the work, and the excitement that comes with it.
I have to say, this team has been brilliant from the onset. Their intentions were clear, and they won the first 2 games. For me, they were always the favorites in terms of how they've been performing in this. However, Clapham, a brave effort from them. It has to be commended. They put up a good shift. They've been a resilient side throughout the tournament. Unlucky, of course, to the Clapham side.
Well, it's been a great fight. Here's the young man who brought this team and just gave them hopes that they can come back into this match. That is Kagiso Malika has put in a great shift. Just 8 minutes of him being on the pitch. He scored the equalizer for his side, scored the first penalty for his team. It was just a matter of time that they can at least get to score all the penalties, but it wasn't to be after having to miss 1 penalty. Or for Guinea, Seko Sila, likes of Kamara Keita, the players to look out for that have scored penalties, and Sumane Kamara, the players that have stood up and just took the task to their own hands, just to make sure that they represent their team.
Look at those celebrations. I can imagine what is going on, of course, through the minds of these players, as you can clearly see. The excitement. A great win from them, of course. This Pensako, a team from Guinea. They gave it all.
And it's about them taking it all in and just making sure that they celebrate every single moment as the first of a kind, to then travel all the way to Guinea, to be in the shelves of Guinea. It will be engraved, that is their name, that it will be Seko Sila academy that will take this one and just enjoy that moment. Well, it wasn't to be for Clapham. Missed a penalty, Kabelo Sibanda. Feeling a bit of pain while he's at it. What a day to be alive. Clapham 1 and Ben Sekua 1. That is the full-time score, but on penalties, it's Sekua 5 and Clapham 4. Just to round it up, all out was Pensacola with the advantage with 51% ball position and 49 for Clapham. Total passes amounting to 250.
It has been a wonderful celebration of what we can say has been a very successful and of course a moment that we're going to remember for a very, very long time. A first of its kind. It is the CAF African Schools Football Championship, and a big congratulations to Ben Sekau, who after the penalty shootout managed to also now be crowned champions along with the Fountains Gate. And what a way to finish off this final. Takes me back to a certain final we saw out in December. Action attraction till the end.
No, Tato, man, action attraction to the end. You look at the goals being scored by both teams. You look at the excitement from the fans, excitement from us who loves football, and just on display. I think both teams played beautiful football. I think it had everything that a final has to have. I'm so happy that we were able to witness this. Like you said, Ada, it was a success, and congratulations to the winners.
end-to-end action. The whole stadium here at the Sugar Ray Kulu was absolutely entertained, especially when you've got that final game go into a penalty shootout. And boy, oh boy, will we remember this moment.
The excellent thing that we've witnessed today is individual brilliance from boys and girls, and the tempo of the games today were unbelievable, coming semi-finals to the final. I mean, what we just witnessed now, 2 goals scored, 1 for Clapham and 1 for Ben Sakau. The way they were scored, unbelievable. Super sub comes in, Maloka, young boy, and he just does magic. And now you look at the penalties that were taken. Yes, the boys need to be told, as we see Sako there, just stop it before kicking the ball. They need to be told over and over again that the rules have changed. You can't pause and kick the ball, just go through the ball. But magic, brilliant penalties, brilliant performance from the young men.
And you look at Clapham as well. They definitely can hold their heads high, knowing that they really performed against the best of the best, and themselves rightfully so are the best. I mean, there's names that stand out for us now.
Of course, I mean, you look at how they played in the final. They played very, very brilliantly. I mean, you look at the subs that he came in, Moloi Sane. I could see that when he was substituted, he wasn't happy at all. But the boy that came in, Maloka came in. You look at the goal that he scored. I mean, all in all, I think Clapham should be very, very proud of themselves.
Very, very proud of themselves. And of course, we do know that this is a tournament that, of course, has been celebrated throughout the continent, and it is all thanks to CAF President Patrice Motsepe. But we do go through to our commentary for the medal ceremony.
Now the stage has been set. CAF African Schools Football Championship to award the winners, the champions. Of course, just to give them those important accolades that will be engraved deep within their hearts. The first of a kind they get to open up in this particular proceedings. Now starting with the young stars that have gotten to be awarded. That is the individual accolades to be given to the young stars. Just to share as one of the ladies have gotten themselves a award, that is a fair play under the fifth vice president, and the ladies also fair play as one of the Algerian players. That is the best goalkeeper from Tanzania of the ladies. Also have received herself an award for outstanding performance, just to make sure that they go home with something in their hands. That is Alice Nemia, the best goalkeeper in the ladies' side, and the best goalkeeper will be from Guinea. That is Ibrahim Sori Kamara. Gets himself the best goalkeeper award in the male section. I'll tell you that the top goal scorer, that is from Guinea, has won himself the top goal scorer of the tournament. Great accolade, Tikang, for the ladies' top goal scorer.
Indeed. And I think she's been just outstanding in this tournament. For Winfrida, I think he's just done himself a big favor in terms of being scouted as well. She'll definitely be going abroad. She's been scouted today in this big tournament, and I think she'll go places.
Now, top goal scorer Mohamed Sako, with 6 goals, making it 7 with the penalties as well. Just getting to... Now, here's another main man that has got an accolade after being a great hero for his team and he's put in a great shift while he's at it. That is Kagiso Malika. Has won himself blessed a player for South Africa. Young star displayed nothing but the greatest potential and the greatest character. Just being bold enough to take that penalty and bring his team to fighting ways.
Dynamites come in small packages, and I think that's a testimony for that with Kagiso in this tournament.
Now, moving on right along, every dignitary is delighted and excited to see such a young player having so much dominance. Now, the match officials have made their way to the podium to receive the first medal of CAF African Schools Football Championship, a first of a kind, hosted right here in Clermont. That will be engraved as the man that has officiated good 7 games on him. He has not issued a red card in the tournament, making this match his rather 4th match, and followed by Rio. That is Rio Tubignos from Seychelles, was the first assistant and officiated a good 7 games too as a first assistant traveling from Seychelles. And the second assistant will be Omar Hossein Ibrahim from Djibouti, has officiated 8 games in the CAF African Schools Football Championship. And so go very long. The youngest official here was 14 years old from Guinea, which is a rather great history. And one South African was also 16 years of age, was also part of the officials in this CAF African Schools Football Championship.
Inspiring indeed, especially for the upcoming young stars that not only want to win football as football players, however, there are other avenues you can take. It's a big scale, big opportunities, of course, as in officiating.
Now, big scale, but it gets to go as the mottos that says engage, encourage, and educate. And well-rounded athletes, because they all are students, and they're getting to grasp a lot, and they don't have to finish school for them to travel. They've traveled Africa already to just get themselves this beautiful medal. Now, the side that is getting its 3rd place position, and there are awards being given to them after having played the 3rd and 4th place position.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to be proud of course. Encouraging as well. It's an experience, of course, for these young stars, and it's good to see that sometimes you need to take in the worst as you take in the best, and they can only be inspired, they can only be motivated going into the next one. It was just an experience, and to participate in this competition, of course, is the bigger picture.
After a great display of football, that is the Gambians collecting their medals and the 3rd position, just to be awarded for great efforts. They've tried every trick in the book, but it just did not happen for them in the final, in the rather 3rd and 4th place. Just having to get that silverware goes a long way. Now, followed by the another 3rd position team of put in a great work. As the Malawians have also tried and just tried. A team that showed a lot of potential, but it just did not happen for them. And only position that they could get to is a 3rd place position.
Yeah, again, I see some of the faces, looking at some of the faces, of course, they'll be disappointed, but it's part of the game. And I guess this is a lesson as of, for some of these others to understand that it will get tough. You won't win everything, but being in this competition, you know what it takes going forward.
Now getting the medals and just getting the handshake from the CAF president and the Minister of Sports and Recreation. That is Zizi Godro, alongside Dr. Denny Jordan, the South African Football Association representative. And of course, some guest that Dr. Patrice Motsepe had invited. Now here's the check now given to the players for the third place as the second round runners-up. $150,000 US be taken to Malawi, and it's an achievement indeed. They get to get a check and take home the come.
Yep. I think it's a great prize for this team. Salima from Malawi and Sakala, of course, the captain, takes on the prize.
A team that had the greatest potential to be in the finals, a team that showed nothing but character. Young ladies with so much potential on the pitch. Just unfortunate for them. In the final, they met the greatest match, that is the Moroccan side. Did not really get themselves in the final and win it, but they put a great fight in it. It just never favored them. The likes of Malak Hajam having to score 6 goals under her, and Abdel Monim Aya also being the assistant, and Sarah Dofri, one of the players that was very influential for the Moroccan side. They really were a bit teary when they lost the match, but look at them now receiving the medals with nothing but a smile on their face.
They just should be proud of themselves. I think they put up a good effort, work ethic as well. A good side, I have to say. Technically gifted players, you can tell they were coached very well, and they can still go far moving forward.
Well, they're still young at age as well. Now, here's the Clapham side representing South Africa. Opening their match was a 1-1 draw against Malawi. Played the second match and won 2-1 against Benin. Drew with Guinea 2-2 and beat Algeria 3-0. In the semi-finals, they won 1-0 until they got to the finals, where it was just a stalemate, which was a 1-0 draw and resulted into them going for penalties. Well, penalties can go to either side. It depends on the goal scorers and the goalkeepers playing their role. But it wasn't to be for the man between the sticks, Kamohelo Pokela, just struggling to get a save pulled in, and his partner in crime, the 14-year-old Kabelo Sibanda, tried every trick to just get himself scoring a goal, but it did not really happen. Kagiso Malika, the young star, did every heroic move just to keep his team into fighting ways.
Of course, yes. We see the president, of course, of CAF, President Patrice Motsepe, giving, rather embracing the young man there, Kagiso, to say, look, well done today, well done. You've got everything to take from this game, from this tournament. Indeed, they put up a good fight, going all the way to the final, and to the penalties, of course, Clapham.
Dr. Patrice Motsepe sorting out the order of players, seeing one of the Moroccan players had not received the medal. They were just trying to sort that out and have a medal for her before she could just walk off stage. Dr. Patrice Motsepe consolidating it and grabbing a medal while he's at it, making sure that he awards every single young athlete in this competition. We're gonna also give credit to the Motsepe Foundation for just investing towards the young stars' strength towards the future, unearthing talent, raw talent that we never thought we would see. But live in all of champions, the CAF African Schools Football Championship, on 41 countries get to witness this moment. Now here's the check, $200,000 awarded to one of the sides. Each team gets the $200,000. they're not going to share it. They get 200 each.
Which, of course, goes a long way in terms of development as well. Infrastructure back at home, school infrastructure, football infrastructure, and I think it's also something to take with, to say, look, you've done well, let's move forward, and this is what we obviously reward you with.
Now the champions for the females are making their way to the stage. That is Tanzania female team. After a great display of fit football, having to beat South Africa in the opening match 7-1, just to send a clear message that they're here to collect something. The first of a kind belongs to them. And then they met Morocco in the finals. They did nothing but a thriller, a movie at its best, beating Morocco completely. And definitely Morocco did not believe that they would find themselves losing with such a huge match. And of course, the 3 goals, that's how much they considered. But they are number 2 in the championship, while the Tanzanians are taking it all in and just making sure that they are here to fetch the trophy as female champions of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Now the main champions, that is the boys section, have made their way to the stage. Guinea, Seko Sila, to collect their medals with nothing but smile on their face. A great shift in the office. They have put in the work, and now they're here to reward themselves with just a trophy and medals. Heroic reception will be at the airport out in Guinea to bring it home, the first of a kind.
Yeah, of course, they will be welcomed with nothing but pride from this country, of course. Benisoko is a team that has won the CAF School Football Championship, and great talent indeed. These some of these players will definitely go far, and they will be scouted. All eyes are on this team.
What a moment to be alive for the Guinea side. Seko Sila, the first school to clinch the title, and they're a happy team, a happy nation. They'll be the defending champions. Mothipe Foundation has done it all. Remember, this is not just a story. This is Africa's future game changers, and they're all meant to shine as children of the game. Now they get to collect the great check of the winnings and the trophy being put to place. The trophy is iconic and representative of the 3 phases of the tournament. Here's the $300,000 US given to the 2 teams, that is Guinea and Tanzania. What a time to be alive for the youngsters, already proving to the nation and the world at large that it's possible.
The captain, of course, Sako Ibrahim from Benisoko, receiving the prize money. Indeed, a big moment for the young man.
Well, some of the teams that would have loved to be on that stage collecting the medals and trophies and the checks, but it just did not really happen for them. They'll wait to fight another day. Now here's the iconic trophy, representative of the 3 phases of the tournament. The base of the trophy has 3 steps, which represent the 3 incremental stages of the tournament: the national, zonal, and the continental showpiece. Final, which is delivered in the inaugural championship. Those colors of the trophy are gold and silver, symbolic of Africa's rich and natural mineral wealth, also being represented on the trophy, while the verdant green reference CAF the parent body of football on our continent. Most importantly, the sky blue on the trophy, as the ribbon represents an upwards and sky-bound trajectory reflective of the dreams, hopes and aspirations of young boys and girls in Africa. These are your champions of the CAF African Schools Football Championship 2023. A first of a kind and the greatest display of football. Well, some will go home with their heads facing down, but pride and dignity goes a long way for the young girls and boys. The first trophy to be awarded to two teams, and the girls section will be Tanzania, and the second trophy goes to Guinea, Seko Sila. Well, the host nation of South Africa, they don't get to keep any of the trophies, but the trophies will be traveling to the other areas of Africa. That will be Guinea and Tanzania. And it took 5,691 kilometers for the young stars to put themselves. It all started as a dream, and all the nations had to come together and just put nothing but their front foot to show nothing but character in terms of the performance. History engraved deep within a young star's heart. This will be a theater that opens doors to young dreams of future stars of the African continent.
What a moment for some of these youngsters, especially when you consider the occasion as well. This platform is huge, and I can imagine how excited, how inspiring this is.
Now, here's it's not just in some of them, but in everyone, as they let their own light shine. They unconsciously give other children permission to shine, liberate from their own fear. Today's stage automatically liberates others. Thank you to those who have invested in Africa's strength towards the future. We get to witness but nothing but the greatest talent in the African shores. Great display of football, great performance. Well, administratively, everything went well. And I can tell you that teams are happy and enjoying every single moment. Capture every image to the greatest Hall of Fame to be put for the first time. CAF African Schools Football Championship. Winners for the male section is Guinea, Seko Sila, and Tanzania on the female section. Great time to be alive. A hero will be received at home. Will be arriving with a gold medal, and a great check will be awarded to them.
Okay, you ready?
Well, it is, of course, the inaugural CAF African Schools Championships, and what a way to end it off right here in KwaZulu-Natal. It started out at King Zulutini Stadium and culminated right here at the Sugar Ray Kulu, and of course, legends in their own right. I'm going to first start with the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture of South Africa. Minister Kotwa, I mean, you take a look at this tournament, you see the children celebrating, we've seen them lift the trophies, they got their checks, but in all honesty, this has been a success.
It has been a success. We want to thank CAF, we want to thank President Motsepe for the confidence they showed to us. And I'm happy that all the teams, for me, they're all winners. And we hope that this is a start of a sport development, not only in South Africa, but in the continent. Sport is not just an extramural activity. Sport must be part of a curriculum, school sport. And therefore, this for us lays a foundation for my vision of a school sport. This is the talent, this is development, this is where we find excellence.
And excellent is exactly what we got. And thank you so much, of course, to Confederation of African Football President Patrice Motsepe. Dr. Motsepe, when we also look at the idea when it first came out, you've been speaking about youth football. You've been speaking about growing the women's game. And to see it come to fruition and actually see the champions must mean a lot to you.
Well, I must say, this is one of the best investments we can make in African football. The schools football championship is a very important foundation, and I'm confident that some of the very best future players for the national teams and for the clubs in all of the nations on the African continent, for both boys and girls, will come from this competition. The sort of results and benefits that are meaningful takes time. So the investment in youth football, building facilities, infrastructure, and very importantly, the investment in schools football on the continent is very essential, and we will reap the benefits in the medium to long term.
Gentlemen, I must say it has been an honor to be with you today in the very first of its kind, seeing young girls and young boys from Benin, from Guinea, from South Africa, from Congo, coming together to celebrate the greatness that is African football. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you guys do good work. Thank you for the wonderful work you do. So
thank you, President. Well, of course, those are the two gentlemen who've made sure that today we've got champions in Fountains Gate and, of course, Ben Sakawa. And that's the very first time that you're seeing it right here on your World of Champions Super Sport from us and the entire crew here today. It has been a wonderful, wonderful tournament. Good day, take care, and continue to enjoy youth football.